in a smoke-filled room when they're exposed to normal allergens, so dust. So what you and I will just, clean here, would make them react like they're in a smoke-filled room, and then their lungs will go into spasms, their airways will go into spasms, and that's the difference between people who have asthma and those who don't. So they have hyper-reactive airways. Their airways react too much and react to normal allergens, to normal antigens, to smoke, to insecticides, to hydrocarbons, to smells. Sometimes they don't react, sometimes to emotions, exercise. These are all possible triggers to smoking cigarettes.
I remember that when my daughter was maybe about a year or two, and we noticed that she had, a few issues with them. We were actually asked to relocate from that area where we lived, because the doctor asked, do you live near an expressway? Do you do this? I said, the best thing is to move away from. How many of us will have that kind of
luxury?
Yes.
Well, that's, yes. So the thing is, remove the trigger. So that's what the doctor tried to say. So if the trigger is hydrocarbon from exhaust fumes on an expressway, try and remove the trigger. But then, like you said, that's not always possible. I'll tell you the story of a Nigerian child born in the UK, lived in the UK all his life, and came to Nigeria for the first time, maybe at about the age of 15 or 16. The minute he landed in Murtala Mohammed Airport, he went into severe bronchospasm. He ended up in an intensive care unit.
Whoa.
Because of the difference in the hydrocarbon level, environmental pollutants.
Wow.
So, yeah, of course, the mother said she will never bring him back to Nigeria, and I understand that. But my point is, you can't always relocate. So sometimes, but there are drugs one can take to prevent bronchospasms.
But this also points at government, the environment,
yes, of course,
control
of course, our environment is very polluted. I think one of the biggest pollutants for us will be generators and old cars. So the hydrocarbon levels will be quite high in Nigeria.
Yeah, of course.
Wow, and rubbish dumped everywhere, burning
the burning of the rubbish.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that something we can do at home? And if yes, what are those effective home remedies that parents who are watching now can use to soothe, a child's cough?
You've heard of so many.
Yes, so many things that people ask us to do.
Can I start by saying that the first and most important thing, if we're talking about reactive airway, which is what is actually my interest, is to remove the triggers. So let me try and list some of the triggers. A very common one, insecticide. I say to a lot of parents that the insecticide is more dangerous to their child than the mosquitoes they're trying to get rid of. The honest truth is that in Lagos, malaria has been significantly rolled back by the Rollback Malaria Initiative, particularly on Lagos Island. So mosquitoes are not the cause of malaria. They just transmit the plasmodium that causes malaria. And somehow we've been able to reduce that load of plasmodium on Lagos Island. I can speak about Lagos Island because this is where I practice. And so malaria is a very uncommon illness now, Lagos Island. But asthma, on the other hand, or hyperactive airways, cough, bronchospasm, is on the increase. And so I had a child, for example, yesterday in the hospital. And when I mentioned this to the dad said, yes, I did heavy spraying of the house the day before this happened. So insecticide is a no-no. And it's not if you have a child who has a hyperactive airway, you cannot say you sprayed and then you went out and came back. These are residual sprays. When you come back, it will still be waiting.
There.
So let us find other ways of keeping insects out of our houses.
Such as?
Screens. Keep your door shut. Mosquito screens, keep your door shut.
But you come in and go out at some point. Something will
minimize.
Okay. You minimize it, but you can't. But to be honest, insecticides are a no-no.
Occasional fumigation?
When you're traveling and then you're gone for many weeks and then you come back.
Then you come back.
Then the second is the use of the generators. So my first child, who is now almost 40, she's asthmatic. And I remember that when she came back from university, she was constantly in hospital with asthma attack. But looking back now, her bedroom was just by the generator. And because a lot of children who are asthmatic don't like cold, She didn't use the air conditioner, so her windows were constantly open, and she was always feel. And when she got married, suddenly the asthma attack disappeared, and I want that. And then it occurred to me it was the generator.
The generator.
So you must be careful about where the exhaust fumes of your generator points and where you keep your child who has a tendency to asthma. So that's another trigger. Another thing is, I remember a child who used to go to school from Lekki to Ikeja, growing school, and we sit in traffic. And again, like I said, asthmatic children generally don't like air conditioning, and so they will put the windows down. And the hydrocarbons from the cars, will come into and then it will trigger off the bronchospasm. So that's another big thing. So if a person with this hyperactive tendencies has to be in traffic, your windows must be up, and you must cut out the circulation so that air is recirculating only within. Yeah. Then for some people, it's pollen in the gardens.
Yeah.
And then exercise, like I mentioned earlier. Oh, a very important one I didn't mention, the house mite, probably the commonest globally. The house mite, which is on the bed, furniture. So that is why children will now have the nighttime awakening. So when they're lying in bed, the mites will, and the mite is ubiquitous. It's in Buckingham Palace and it's in Ajegunle. It's everywhere. So they need to change their sheets very frequently. And then there are these asthma mattress covers, rubberized, that used to cover the mattress before the bed sheets to keep the mites down.
Okay.
So I think I've mentioned some of the commonest, of course. A respiratory infection is a common trigger. So they catch a cold, it will trigger an asthma attack as well.
It will look like you can run, but you can't hide. Because all these triggers, there's so many triggers, and they're everywhere. They're all over us. Now, still talking about remedies. Now, let's even go over the counter now. Cough medicines. What do you think parents should know before choosing or administering cough medicines over the counter cough medicines? To
be honest, pediatricians don't prescribe cough medicines. So it's not something, we don't prescribe cough medicines because they are, as a pediatrician, you want to get to the root of the illness, not to give you symptomatic relief. This is just symptomatic relief. Relief is like if you have a fever, giving you paracetamol brings your temperature down. It doesn't get rid of what is causing the fever. So generally, as pediatricians, we don't recommend cough syrups. So it's not something I really like to talk a lot about.
Well, we get that all the time. In fact, my little boy is on cough syrup at the moment, and I've been wondering, you've had this for 3-4 days, and the cough is not totally gone, especially at night. So what other things, if not cough syrup, what do we do? Okay,
so the commonest cause of cough that is not asthma or airway reactivity will be an infection. Those are the commonest cause. And the commonest infections are viral infections. Viral infections are self-limiting, irrespective of what you do.
What does that mean?
They go by themselves. Irrespective of what you do, a viral infection will go in about 7 days, irrespective of what you do or do not do. If it's a bacterial infection, on the other hand, you will require an antibiotic. But like I said, I think well over 70% of infections will be viral, and they're self-limiting. So you will start this cough syrup today, not getting better. 4 days later, you get another one, not getting better, and then on the 5th day, you take another one. And then on the 7th day, it goes. It had nothing to do with the cough syrup. It had to do with the fact that it was a self-limiting illness because it was viral and that it went.
Okay. So your child is coughing and you just wait.
We usually say for 3 days. We say for 3 days. If after 3 days an illness persists, then you may want to see your doctor. So it's not just the cough. You're not going to the hospital just because of the cough. The cough is associated with fever, the child. But if the child is coughing and running around and quite happy, hey, please wait.
Maybe some hot water?
Those are home remedies. Why not?
Because first aid first, because you some of those
why not?
that are not harmful.
We're all masters of home remedies. I was just thinking about my good old bitter cola.
That's for an adult. Come on, John.
And then of course. So if it's a dry cough, then maybe use an expectorant. Yes. If it's a wet cough, then you can use maybe a mucolytic cough mixture. But to be honest, I will not recommend any. I'm not against any, but I will not prescribe any.
All right, a final word that every mother that has watched this show today, if they have forgotten every other thing, what do you remember?
What you must remember is that you don't need to give an antibiotic for every cough. Most coughs will not require antibiotics. I see a lot of antibiotic abuse. Children who have been on antibiotic non-stop for 6 months, from one antibiotic to the other. Those kind of children probably have reactive airways, and what they require will be bronchodilators like Ventolin. Please don't prescribe that yourself. Go and see the doctor. Refuse to take antibiotics without a blood test that shows that there's an infection. If there's no infection, you don't require an antibiotic. And if you are giving a cough syrup and it's more than 7 days and the cough still persists, then it is probably a reactive airway, and what you will require will be the management of asthma. There is a stepwise, but starting with a bronchodilator like Ventolin, that's the commonest, salbutamol.
Seek help.
Yes, but seek help, exactly.
I never would have imagined that something as simple as cough, would be such a wide.
This body is.
It's like we need more than 30 minutes to deal with this.
Yes.
So we're going to have to ask Dr. Onyia to do this again.
At some point.
Because he brought out some very salient.
Is it 30 minutes already?
Yes,
It's
it
almost.
is.
It's almost. Wow.
I'm sure that that was a full dose of medication without the tablets, without the antibiotics, the injections, and what have you. All right, thank you so much. Thank you. We surely will knock at your door again, like John said, and have you back on the show.
I'm always
Thank you
at
for
her
having
door
me.
anyway. So prevention is always better than cure. We've given you enough to keep you healthy and productive. We want to thank Dr. Ngozi Onyia for her time today, and like I said, we hope that you'll be with us again on this show. We really need you. If it was possible, we'll bring you in as a permanent doctor in the house.
Because health is really key. It's at the bottom of everything else.
Yes.
Thank you so much again. Thank you for coming.
And once again, thank you for having me on the show.
Okay, so certainly a lot of progress has been made today on the show. Our next stop and final concern is a big one: the Nigerian economic landscape, impact on governance, family, and business. And we're having Shuaibu Idris, a public commentator and the managing director, CEO, Timeline Consulting. We shall take another breather to return with Shuaibu Idris. You don't want to miss this, so please join us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
So, are you still proudly Nigerian? 1 year of the present administration, and how are you faring? Our next guest will hopefully help us navigate the political, economic, and financial terrains. A motivational speaker, mentor to many, and regular commentator on financial, political, and other issues across the globe, our guest began his working career as an inspector of taxes with the Kaduna State Board of Internal Revenue. Shuaibu Idris has worked with several banks and financial institutions as Pioneer Chief Executive Officer.
And in 2002, our guest moved from the bank to join Dangote Group as Group General Manager in charge of Human Resources, Admin, Corporate Affairs and Environment. Shuaibu Idris is a politician, is a member of the prestigious National Institute of Policy and Strategic Studies, NIPS, in Kuru, Jos, as well as a fellow of several bodies and associations. Shuaibu Idris has traveled to and gained experiences in various fields from virtually all continents of the world. Our guest holds a master's degree in banking and finance from the University of Wales, Bangor, United Kingdom, and a BSc in accounting from Bayero University here at home, Kano. Let's welcome Shuaibu Idris, MNI, MD CEO, Timeline Consult Limited. It's fact-finding time, and we are counting on you today, to give us all the answers to our questions. Yeah. It's good to have you.
Good morning, Helen. Good morning, John. And thank you for having me. And well done for all the good works you have been doing.
Thank you. And indeed, Nigerians are anxious to hear from you. I tell you that. It's so nice to meet you.
I do pray that I will be able to meet their expectations.
You will.
Yeah.
All right, so let's take off.
Yeah.
Let's take off with you providing for us an overview of the current economic situation in Nigeria with emphasis on key factors that are driving it. We don't want to assume anything. We'd like to hear from you.
I think, Helen, the starting point should be a bit of a trajectory. Yes, it will be a little long, but I'll try to paraphrase it and make it, short.
Please do.
Prior to independence, we had an entity, or we had entities called the Northern Protectorate and the Lagos, area where the colonial masters, the British colonial powers were administering. What was the major economic activities of these two component parts of the British Protectorate, if you like, was agrarian and bit of commerce, and a bit of fishing. Now I am looking at agrarian, meaning tilting the land, and then fishing, also part of agriculture, but now, an entity. Now, fast forward, we got our independence, and what was the major economic activities, or what were the major economic activities? Again, agriculture, trade, and commerce. If you look at the way the rail lines were laid by the colonial masters, they were basically laid with a view to moving goods from the hinterland to the coast and then transported to, of course, the industrial economy of Britain, the then Great Britain. Again, we got independence. Has that changed? Not so much. Even post-independent Nigeria, industries were a little bit, if you like, basic industries. We never had, for example, a tissue paper making factory in Nigeria. We had few textile companies because of preponderance of farming of cotton. But we do farm groundnut, we farm rubber, we farm cocoa. Till date, we never had a chocolate making factory of distinction in Nigeria. We had a Cadbury, we had a Nestle, but how much of the processing plant did we have? Now, unfortunately for us, two things happened. Number one, we discovered oil, so we let agriculture and concentrated on oil. Number two, governance was taken away from the civilians to military. The first set of the civilian rule had vision, had mission, had purpose. You can't fault the sage, late Awolowo of blessed memory. You can't fault the late sage, Sir Ahmadu Bello, or even Dennis Osadebe or Ozumba Mbadwe in the East. These are guys that had focus, vision, mission, and they knew where they wanted to take the component part of Nigeria, whether in terms of security or industrialization or education but those movements were truncated and the military came in. What was the basic training of an average military man? To maintain territorial integrity of an entity. Train to shoot and kill. You know, the training for administration was there, but not to administer large populace.
Okay.
To administer a set of people in command and control like structure.
Yeah.
Not, you know, asking you for suggestion or comment. In fact, the rule is obey the last order.
Sure.
So we then went into a long period of military rule, which truncated the national development planning mechanism that was introduced,
by
you know, by the, you know, independent
I would
Nigeria.
want to dive in at that point because you've given us the history. We are doing the trajectory. If we sit here today and do that trajectory, we'll never leave here. So what do we have on our hands? Where are we today? Today, Nigerians are obviously struggling with rising costs and tariffs and all kinds of increase in interest rates and all of that. And government appears to be at ease, you know.
And we are in a democracy, no longer in the military era.
And what's happening to campaign promises at this point? We're 1 year old in government now.
You see, my brother John, take it easy. If you don't understand history, you will not get your future.
Sure.
If you don't understand where you are coming from, you may not even understand where you are and what brought you here, and how do you leapfrog to where you are going. So if you want to build a building, you start with foundation.
That's right.
You know, so that was why I said, yes, it is long, but I will paraphrase it. There is one book that I have given you in 10 minutes or 2 minutes maybe. Right. You know, we are where we are because this country's economy is monolithic. We have only one single, you know, commodity, oil, you know, and its paraphernalia or auxiliary. Not argue, but can you state a counter argument? Other than oil and gas, what is the major source of economic revenue for the government? Till today, for the last 50 years, we've been talking about diversifying the economy. We have not. Now let's talk about where we are now, because that is the argument for another day. Yes. Where are we now? You introduced me as a politician, but I'm going to talk purely as a professional. Yeah. No political inclination intended. And let it be clear. Number one, Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over the reins of leadership of this country at an extremely trying times. The economy was not working. We had a president called President Muhammadu Buhari who never had an economic advisor, whose finance minister was a graduate of accounting. We had a central bank that is supposed to be managing, you know, the finance supposed to be managing the fiscal aspect of the economy, and the central bank was supposed to be managing the monetary aspect of the economy. Even the management of the monetary aspect of the economy left much to be desired. Now, policies that were implemented, you know, were not so much policies that were robust and that they could take us to El Dorado. So for the 8 years of Buhari administration, a number of the policies that were implemented left much to be desired. Now, enter Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and he came in, I'm courageous. I need to change the landscape. Oh, there are a lot of things that are wrong. I need to remove fuel subsidy. I need to remove the subsidy on electricity. I need to increase taxes. I need to do this. I need to do that. Now, obviously there were campaign promises, but my dear brother John, Bola Ahmed Tinubu did promise that he was going to remove subsidy. It was a campaign promise. So he fulfilled that campaign promise. Well, the consequences of the removal of the subsidy, the consequences of the devaluation of the naira, were they unintended? I'm not sure if anybody, even a madman on the street, you stop him or her, they will tell you that removal of subsidy will obviously, the consequential effect will be increase in price of goods and services. So, are this, the rising cost of living, is it unintended? No, it is not unintended. The major issue that most of us, and indeed all of us have, is Bola Ahmed Tinubu implemented the right policies, but probably at a wrong time. It was too early. He needed to stay to get firm grip of his government and the instrument of power. He needed to have sat down and got economic planning team, to be able to assuade, or rather look at what are the potential consequences, particularly to the common man. And then how do we help the common man? Because all the argument has always been, oh, subsidy is to the powerful and the rich, because, okay, I have 3 or 4 cars, and subsidizing PMS is me that is getting the most benefit. What about the commoner that jump into a bus from point A to point B? How does he or she get ameliorated by the rising transport fare? Again, you could see a basket of tomatoes.
Everything
has gone up from about how much? 6,000 naira to 18,000 naira. Tuba yam that used to be 800 naira now is 3,000 naira. Everything. So how do we manage some of this? So these are things that Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his cabinet should have sat down to do prior to implementing those. It's akin to putting you before a river and you jump in and say, oh, teach me how to swim. They're not knowing how deep the river is.
Okay. All right. So maybe that's why, perhaps that's why a lot of Nigerians think that while the government is going left, Nigerians are going right, and that the interest of the common man, like you said, is not really at the front burner for government. A lot of government, only the president, not only the present administration. What's your reaction to this?
I think, Ellen, I would like to moderate your position. It is not that the interest of the common man is not before government. If any, it is the interest of the common man that made the government to take, the painful decision that they have to take. What do I mean? Had those decisions not been taken, removal of subsidy or reduction in subsidy, removal of subsidy or discount in electricity, this country would have been bankrupt by now. They would not have the money to pay salaries, and of the 3 or 5 million or 10 million Nigerian workers working for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 90% of them are common man. So if they don't get salary, who suffered? It is the common man. So those policies were indeed, in the interest of the common man. However, like I did say, we need to come back to reality. This government needs to make sure that, situations that Nigerians have found themselves, they should try as much as they possibly can to find some level of succor, some level of assistance. We are working up to see that the Central Bank of Nigeria has increased interest rates from somewhere around 18% in 1 year to 26%, 27%. As at last count, close to about 780 businesses, large, medium, and small, have closed shops. More will be closing shop arising from their inability to pay this excruciating interest rate. What does that signal? We are talking of more joblessness, because people will be retrenched, and with more joblessness, poverty will increase. With increase in poverty, insecurity will increase. Not that in the next 1 month or so, a new minimum wage will have to be introduced. Already we are facing a potential, strike action by the labor unions by next week. So the situation is precarious. And those of us that are elites, those of us who have ideas, those of us who have anything to offer, whether you are asked or not, we should lend support to government, because if there is going to be a catastrophe, it will hit all of us.
Okay. I like that. I like the sound of that. Okay, so now you were introduced as a politician. I have no apologies for that.
Because he once went to do politics in his state.
Yes, and I have no apologies, like I said. However, Nigerians believe that our politicians are the major problem that we have. How do you respond to this perception? And what changes do you think are needed within the political system to get us in the right...
I think most of the time, Nigerians tend to think that they are sent. An average Nigerian, when I point this finger to you, John, or to you, Helen, the rest of the fingers are pointing at me. So everybody who thinks that the politicians are rotten, what is he or she doing? Which sample population did we use to fish out the politicians that are leading us?
So it means we are all rotten.
Well, you are the one who said that. I didn't say so. I'm just giving you an analogy.
But we all have the opportunity that the politicians have, at determining, and I don't know if you understand me.
Helen, you just trying to...
Sentimental?
Not even sentimental. I'm looking for a milder way to put it. But let me be honest with you. You're just trying to shield yourself from responsibility.
That's the
let me tell you,
a lot of us.
Just let me land. Helen, if I ask you, be honest to yourself. What is the name of the councillor representing the constituency where you have your house?
Jesus. You got me.
Tell me the name. What is the name? Okay, you may not remember the name of the councillor. Tell me the name of the member of the House of Assembly, State House of Assembly in Lagos that represent your constituency. And yet you are interested in the political leadership of this country. Tell me the name of the member of the House of Representatives that represent your constituency, John.
So it comes back.
You come back. So what goes around comes around. We know Nigerians. We are so irresponsible. We are so indisciplined. We are so nonchalant. And then every opportunity, like Philip Jackson's law of corruption. The only reason why a Nigerian will say he or she is not corrupt is his proximity to the corruption area. How close you are is how much you think the corruption is bad or is not bad. So we need to get out of our comfort zone, get involved. Not every one of us will be president. There will only be one person at any point in time to be president of Nigeria. Yeah. There's only one person that can be governor. Excuse the experience we have today in Kano. We have two guys, Lamido Sanusi and Ado Bayero being emir of Kano. But there's only one person. So as long as we, the elites, are not ready to take ownership of governance, we, the elites, don't appear to have a national consensus that will say this is how to do. We can't get a better country. Okay. You go out here, people don't even respect a traffic light. They throw can, they take water in sachet or in bottle, or they take canned drinks and they throw on the street, and they want a better Nigeria. How is that possible?
Okay, all right.
I wasn't, honestly, no, I have to confess, I wasn't expecting anything as blunt as this.
My goodness.
But I thank you for the way you have put it. I don't think anyone could have put it better. Because it's time for us to look inwards and examine ourselves. what has been our own role, in setting our politicians right, in making them accountable for whatever it is we've asked them to do there. You got me sweating from the last.
That's yeah.
But you see,
you said you are not apologetic of me being a politician, so
I'm going to turn that table around.
It's like we have just a few minutes.
Yes, just a few minutes, and that's why I want to quickly put him on the spot. The new national anthem. Is it the old and now new national anthem? Do you know it?
Of course I do. Which one do you want me to sing? Arise, O compatriot.
No, Nigeria will help you.
Nigeria will help you on their motherland.
Sing it, sir.
He will know. He will know.
Sing it.
I'm over 60, John. Come on.
He will know. Let him look at this national anthem now and tell us if you
Why are you giving him an escape route?
You won't catch me at that. I will sing it. I'm not so much a good singer, I can tell you. On their motherland, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians are
there's something people talking about that, and it's something that we must dissect, maybe on a full discussion.
We'll take that up.
But right now, do you think that the change in the national anthem, will help with our cultural reorientation, with our attitude, owning Nigeria as one?
Honestly,
and uplifting the family in any way?
Madam Helen, there are cosmetics and there are semantics issues that needs not even be discussed. What we need right now is a group of decent Nigerians, elite, coming up with what I call a national consensus, and then putting it before every one of us, so that we can key in. Unless otherwise we have this national consensus, we will not go anywhere. And why am I saying this? I'm not a prophet of doom anywhere. However, ladies and gentlemen, you have a Nigerian. He or she is a public servant, civil servant working in a ministry. He sit down and yamutu 100 billion naira to himself. Cut away this. Or they ask the person, we want to buy drugs. And he or she inflate the contract. Not by 10%, not 20%.
300.
500. Helen, I got a discussion with somebody who told me that they sink a borehole and at an average price of 200,000. But how much do we give contractors to sink one borehole? 1 million naira. That's 5 times. This is madness. How can we do this to us? How can we do this to ourselves?
Question too.
How?
And the question,
wickedness.
The question that the director is asking us now is, when are we ending the program?
We have to have a part 2 of this conversation.
We have to do it.
So anytime we have to. Because I also wanted to know the role of the IMF and the World Bank in all of this story. But for today,
wrap now.
For today, we just like to say thank you. And we're working at a situation where we can have you come as often as possible, because a lot of Nigerians need to know how they can even get involved, get encouraged. And people like you, are the right people that we need at this point in time. Thank you for your patriotic stand.
I want to personally say a big thank you to you.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Helen.
In fact, you got me sweating in this freezing room.
And those questions, I didn't have answers to them. Now I'm going to start working after this show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and I promise you, anytime, any day, anywhere, as long as I'm available, I will always give. It's an opportunity to share knowledge.
Thank you very much.
We don't have any other country other than Nigeria. So
we're giving you another opportunity to get knowledge.
Thank you.
From John's nuggets.
Yes, we normally wrap up the show with my nuggets, and really, I didn't want you to take the time of my nuggets. So my nugget today is, and you'll find it interesting too, sir. Learning never stops until you have soil in your ears. Learning never stops until you have soil in your ears. That's until you drop.
Yeah.
Okay.
We always have to keep learning. It's a Kenyan proverb, and it resonates so much with my call for self-improvement, especially in leadership skills. And of course, you know where I'm going. That's executive speech skills, which I teach. As I sat back watching the movie, The First Grader, I'll recommend that movie to you. I couldn't help but relate this to our need as public speakers to keep at our dream of achieving our goals of speaking clearly. So I thought I should share that
concisely and
with you
professionally
today. So you never stop learning until you drop it.
Okay.
That's my nugget.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
And thank you. And thank you again. Thank you again. Thank you for giving us a wonderful opportunity to come to your homes and wherever you're watching and impact your life today. It's been Today with John and Helen live this last first Saturday in a new month. Oh my goodness. We'll be back same time next Saturday with more.
See you again.
Bye now.
Yeah.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hello and welcome to VOS Red Carpet. I'm Jackson Vunganyi. This week on Red Carpet we chat with Cameroonian award-winning rapper and singer Naomi Achu. Cartoon Network and Max announces an all-Nigerian cast for Iyanu, the epic superhero animated series created by Nigerian animator and storyteller Roy Okupe. We visit Washington's National Portrait Gallery to check out an exhibition featuring one of Hollywood's greatest portrait photographers. We have those stories plus the story of the Victorian dress among the tribal Damara women in Namibia. Let's get on with the show. Vivo Fashion, a Kenyan company, recently launched its first U.S. location in Atlanta, Georgia, becoming the latest African fashion brand to go global. The store's inauguration was presided over by Kenyan President William Ruto on his state visit to the U.S. Founded by Kenyan fashion entrepreneurs Wandia Gichuru and Anne-Marie Burugu, Vivo, which sells mainly Kenyan-made products, has 27 locations across Africa. The Cartoon Network and HBO's Max recently announced an all-Nigerian cast for Iyanu, the epic superhero animated series created by Nigerian animator and storyteller Roy Okupe. The series is a blend of traditional African lore and contemporary superhero elements. Roy tells me why it was important for him that the studios announced an all-Nigerian cast to bring the uniquely African story to a global audience.
You know, I've been waiting and dying for this announcement to drop, because this was one of the first things that was very important to me. In a Nigerian show, I wanted Nigerians to voice Nigerians, talking like Nigerians for a global audience. So we have people like Adesuwa Itomi Wellington, Shafi Bello, Blossom Chukwujekwu, Sarah Johnson, who plays Iyan. We have a very, 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 very talented group of voice actors from Nollywood that are going to blow people's minds when this show comes out.
Naomi Achu is a two-time Afrima Award winner, songwriter, rapper, and singer from Cameroon. She She made waves in the music industry with her unique Afrofusion style. She is currently in the US and spoke to VOA's Sunday Shomari.
Boy, I'm losing my mind over you. Baby, don't waste my time. I can't get enough of you.
Tell me, Naomi, you won Afrima Awards twice.
Yes.
Tell me about this experience of Afrofusion.
Our main genre, I'm going to say, is Makossa. That's the one that the outside world knows.
Exactly. Everybody talking about is Makossa.
Yes. But growing up outside of Cameroon, like in Europe, that's where I adopted Afro beats and I was able to do an Afro fusion. I sing in English, I sing in French because Cameroon is a bilingual country, and sometimes I'll put one or two Bafoutou words, which is my father's tongue. So the journey of music for me has been very colorful because I look at situations, I look at stories, I take experiences and I just pen them down and turn them into music. Bad girl killer bam bam, bad girl killer bam bam, bad girl killer bam bam, bad girl killer.
You're going to be performing in Washington, D.C. in June, but you said you have done this before in Seattle. Tell me about it.
Yes. I performed all over America, all over the world actually, but Madaraka Festival started off in Seattle. It was a yearly festival in Seattle, and then they decided to make it an American thing, so they decided to tour the United States. So this time around, I am not only going to perform in Seattle, but I am going to be performing in 13 cities total in the United States. By God's grace, of course.
Tell us about Pepe and the production of Pepe and how things went until you came to Nigeria. Talk a little bit of that song.
Well, Pepe Them is produced by a Nigerian beat maker, and I went to Nigeria to shoot the music video there with his team. It was great. I figured that since the song is highly African, I'm singing in broken English, I'm rapping in broken English, why don't I go to Africa and shoot the music video there? So Executive Scott, who is the beat maker and the producer of the track, he, brought me in, took me to his people, and boom. Mercy Aigbe was a co-star, very big Nollywood actress. I'm so happy to call her my sister and for her to have been in the music video. All around, I felt like it was a great production, and I hope you enjoy it.
We know the ads, we the multiply. We know the caterpillar, we the butterfly. Why the vex?
He captured the most famous faces in the 1930s and early 40s cinema: Garbo, Crawford, Bogart, and Gable. Now the work of George Harrell, one of Hollywood's greatest portrait photographers, is on display at Washington's National Portrait Gallery. For VOA News, Christina Casiado-Smith has the story.
They were the A-list celebrities of their time, and behind the camera that captured these stars was George Harrell. With his elegant, dramatically lit portraits, the photographer made a name for himself in the 1930s and early 40s Hollywood, its golden age. Harrell's work is on display through January 5 at Washington's National Portrait Gallery.
And from that collection of 70 photographs, we've chosen 20 that we really felt were highlights of that collection, that show a range of actors who were really top drawer Hollywood stars during the 1930s and 40s.
Born in Ohio in 1904, Harrell originally studied to become a painter, but by the mid-1920s he had moved to California and found a bigger market in photography.
Glamour girl Marlena Dietrich.
An introduction to the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer studio in the early 30s changed his life. At that time, MGM was issuing dozens of films each year.
Basically, one film a week is going into the theaters. So there's a tremendous need for images to promote these films, and Harrell steps into that role with great ability.
Among the big names on display are Clark Gable and Joan Crawford, who starred together in the 1936 film Love on the Run, Marlena Dietrich, who Hurrell said used to take a full-length mirror to photo sessions so she could see exactly how she looked, and John Barrymore, a star from a high-profile family of American actors.
We like to show a variety of different time periods at the Portrait Gallery. We are unique in that we are both an art museum and a history museum. We have art curators and historians, and that really, it lends itself to telling biography.
Hurrell's approach defined glamour for the movie industry. He became known for inventing the boom light.
Gave him flexibility and the ability to move the light around and take advantage of, of the shadows that it could create.
Hurrell starts faded with the invention of smaller cameras. At the time, he declared, the glamour was gone. Cristina Caicedo Smith, VOA News.
Victorian dress was forcibly imposed on Namibia's indigenous Nakwe women by German colonizers in the late 1800s. Despite its origins, these styles persist today as a symbol of resilience. Lee Garises reports from Windhoek in Namibia.
This one is Elle, this one is Letitia.
In Windhoek's Aspangplatz business district, an unassuming clothing shop is quickly becoming the go-to place for the country's latest craze, the Horokwes. Here, designer Deborah Thomas-Zenjala spends hours responding to the growing demand for what was once a fashion pariah.
Previously, it was difficult for some ladies that are doing sewing seamstresses to make cultural dresses. And then with the demand these days, they can really make enough money, a lot of money, to sustain them.
Victorian dresses have been popular for some time in Namibia, but are experiencing a surge in popularity, especially among Damara women. Fashion designer Lerato Kabises is here for a fitting of her first Horokwes and says it's a way for Nukwe women to express themselves.
I'm quite excited for the era that we're in as a young Damara lady and as an emerging fashion designer for our Nukwe ladies.
To some women here, the dress has a strong sense of history. Speaking at the launch of the Nisa Nukwedi Horokwes cultural market, human rights activist and independent presidential candidate Rosa Namises says this is a way for Namibian women to reconnect with their past.
What we want to do as people and custodians of our culture, we want to reclaim it.
The Horokwes dress looks back to the European dress styles that were imposed upon Damara women during the 31-year German occupation of the country that ended in 1915.
So back in the day when women were transitioning from leather, or were forced to transition, for a better word, from leather to fabric, it was a very painful period. It was a period full of resistance. It was a period of somehow also for them losing a culture.
Wasis Njala says reclaiming the style is helping Namibian women reclaim who they are.
It's been such a long time, seriously, that we didn't show interest in our own things. But now I feel so good, even a little girl coming to me and says that I want a Damara dress.
The Horokwes is a dress that recalls Namibia's colonial history, but is also a powerful statement about moving beyond an ugly past. Lee Garises, VOA News, Windhoek, Namibia.
Chinese investments are increasingly finding a foothold in Africa, particularly in the vibrant entertainment industry. VOA's Kali Abdu explores how this funding is restructuring African music, film, and digital content creation.
In an era where digital transformation is paramount, streaming services play a pivotal role in the global dissemination of African music and arts. But as these platforms grow, so does the influence of international investments, particularly from China. Boomplay, a leader in Africa's digital music services, illustrates the transformative impact of streaming platforms. With over 75 million users, Boomplay facilitates unprecedented worldwide access to African music. Natasha Stambouli, an executive of Boomplay, offers her insights on this digital revolution.
I think with the rise of the internet, and we all are aware now the whole world is going digitally. So this has helped with the streaming services. It has helped to cross borders. You know, now the artists that probably back then used to have to sell copies, like physical copies, now you can sell it in a click and it's sold, and you can see your royalties real time.
Examining the broader ramifications of foreign investments, we see how Chinese strategies are interwoven with the evolution of Africa's entertainment sectors. Professor Marcos Vinicius de Freitas, an expert in global economic policies and Chinese investments, offers detailed insight into how China's strategic investments are influencing Africa's entertainment sectors.
So you do see that Chinese investments have made a lot of efforts to improve the infrastructure in Africa. So it's what we see is that China is developing networks throughout the continent in all sectors that are possible, and the entertainment industry is one of them.
As Chinese investments continue to pour into the African entertainment sector, balancing beneficial growth with the preservation of African creativity poses a complex challenge. The future of this relationship is set to significantly influence the cultural and economic outlook of the continent. Kali Abdul, VOA News, Washington.
And with that, we come to the end of our show today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voaafrica.com. We are also on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube. Don't forget to like, to share, and to subscribe. Until next time, goodbye, everyone.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision, and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. The Themes Plus agenda underscores Governor Sanwo-Olu's intensified focus on social inclusion,
gender equality, and youth development. This has been the driving force behind his efforts to strengthen and reinforce the state's governance agenda, ensuring that no one is left behind, regardless of their social status, gender, or age. Through carefully designed policies and programs, Sanwo-Olu is committed to ensuring that all Lagosians are carried along and their needs are catered to. As he marks the anniversary of the second term, the governor has once again promised that this period will be even more rewarding for the people of Lagos, with the consolidation of his reforms and governance at higher levels. This is a Greater Lagos vision, and it is indeed rising. On this episode, Governor Sanwo-Olu assures Lagosians of more dividends of democracy as he marks 1 year anniversary of his second tenure, commissions 15 locally built new ferries at Baduri, Aja. Justice sector reforms, Sanwo-Olu reinstates commitment to make Lagos safe investment heaven. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us.
I stood before you, Lagos, privileged beyond measure, to take a second and final oath of office as your governor, to ask you to join me on a journey to a greater Lagos.
With a promise to uplift and transform, Mr. Governor has steered us through a year marked by groundbreaking achievements and unwavering progress. Under his dynamic leadership, Lagos has witnessed unprecedented advancements. The inauguration of the iconic Red Line and Blue Line rail projects has redefined our city's transportation landscape, enhancing connectivity and opening up new avenues for growth and development. These rail lines are not just infrastructure projects, they represent the promise of a more accessible and interconnected Lagos for all. In the heart of our creative industry, the establishment of the $100 million Lagos Film City signifies a bold step towards making Lagos the entertainment capital of Africa. This cutting-edge facility will serve as a catalyst for innovation and talent development, propelling our city to the forefront of the global stage. Recognized as a global powerhouse, Lagos's participation in the Lord Mayor's Show was a landmark event, showcasing the city's dynamic cultural landscape and diverse population to the world. It underscored Lagos's pivotal role as a hub for commerce, culture, and innovation, further solidifying its reputation as the gateway to Africa. To strengthen food security, initiatives like Lagos Trader Money, the Lagos Food Discount Markets, and the Agro Fresh Food Hub are transforming lives, empowering small traders and farmers to thrive. With 750 million naira, Lagos Market Trader Money has empowered 15,000 beneficiaries, turning dreams into reality and businesses into success stories, while the Agro Fresh Food Hub and Food Discount Markets ensure everyone has access to fresh and affordable foodstuff. We also distributed 500,000 food boxes to vulnerable residents. These initiatives are empowering communities and driving inclusive growth. To unleash the full potential of our dynamic youth demographic, we successfully graduated over 4,000 trainees from our 19 skill acquisition centers. Geared towards empowering communities at the grassroots level, this program aims to cultivate self-reliance and entrepreneurial spirit. Lagos is experiencing unprecedented levels of investor confidence as billions of naira are flowing into the state's economy. Some other major projects on the way are the new Massey Children Hospital, 4th Mainland Bridge, Lekki International Airport, 2nd phase of the Blue Line Rail, the Lagos Food Systems and Logistics Hub. In the past year, Mr. Governor has laid the foundation for a brighter future for Lagos. Together, we are building a city that thrives on progress, unity, and resilience. Here's to a year of remarkable achievements and many more to come. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for your unwavering dedication to making Lagos the city of our dreams.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reiterated his commitment to make Lagos a safe haven for investments through the reform of the justice sector. Speaking at the opening ceremony of the Justice Reform Summit held in Lagos, the governor noted that Lagos needs a stronger justice system to attract more investments. The two-day summit saw a large turnout of men of the legal profession converging on this hall. They are here to brainstorm on pressing challenges facing the judicial system. In his welcome address, Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice Lawal Pedro, SAN, noted that the summit was part of measures towards the transformation of the state justice system. Pedro urged participants to recommend ways to address delayed justice delivery.
To underscore the objective of this summit, the State Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment just revealed that in the last 1 year, state government successfully attracted about billions of investment in both foreign and local direct investment. Therefore, in case of any dispute, the investment should not be unduly tied down by protracted litigation.
Declaring the summit open, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu called for innovative thinking and a robust legal system.
In 1965, less than 60 years ago, the per capita of Singapore was about $500. Now, the man says it's 98,000. Where was Lagos and where are we now? Where is our country? Are we just want to be the giant in Africa for nothing? Do we just want to take that accolade that says that we're the largest nation in what respect? We don't have proper rule of law. We don't have access to the judicial system. We don't have the real relevant things that can make us the real champions in that space.
At the forum, Governor Sanwo-Olu voiced his displeasure over inclusion of Lagos in the FG state suits. He said the state should have been left out of the legal action instituted by the federal government against 36 governors over alleged misconduct in the administration of local governments.
The Honorable Federal Government should have done a due diligence to identify which states are not in compliance so that nobody knows the state. I'm able to show a document that out of 36, 432 are exempted, is 31 that are taken to the Supreme Court. Yes. And that's part of the back work that we need to do. And you can see, and the conversation is about the judiciary. This is like two big conversations that we have in the news today. Yeah, last week, a poor man, or a big woman, and a rich man. Excuse this engagement to truly really be able to reform the sector.
Famed enhancing the administration of justice for economic growth, investment protection, and security in Lagos State. The ceremony had addresses from juries, including a representative of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the Chief Judge of Lagos State, Justice Kazim Alugba, and others also spoke at the summit.
To underscore the objective of this summit, the State Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment just revealed that in the last 1 year, state government successfully attracted about billions of investment in both foreign and local direct investment. Therefore, in case of any dispute, the investment should not be unduly tied down by protracted litigation.
So whatever you do with the law
will impact directly or indirectly on society, particularly starting from the profession itself. We cannot gainsay it that the profession is losing a lot of its pride. It is not for nothing.
There is no doubt in my mind that this justice summit will back much needed innovations in the justice sector, which will go a long way in alleviating the current challenges facing the administration of justice in Nigeria. The increased economic growth and the diversity in the population of Lagos State, with the attendant challenges, calls for constant law reform and implementation of the laws.
Reiterating lessons from Singapore, the keynote speaker, Gregory Vijayendran, a former president, the Law Society of the Republic of Singapore, said that the rule of law was the foundation of the growth of his country. He highlighted this in his presentation of lessons Lagos can learn from the island country and city-state. Love Oyeduku, Plus TV News.
Èkó Akété ìlú ọgbọ́n. Èkó Akété ìlú ọgbọ́n. Arọ́mọdé kò má já o. Èkó Arọ́mísà lẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́.
The governor arrives at Badore for the commissioning. These high-capacity commercial ferries constructed in Lagos have the ability to transport 40 passengers each. Prior to this, Governor Sanwo-Olu conducts an inspection of the boatyard, which is owned and operated by Keverton Marine in partnership with the Lagos State government. The governor swiftly prepared for the day's task, ready to tackle the business at hand. Filled with joy, Governor Sanwo-Olu expresses his enthusiasm for the new ferries, highlighting their capacity to accommodate 40 passengers each. These vessels operate on a convenient cowrie card payment system, showcasing the administration's commitment to sustainable transportation development.
But given the day and how momentous it is, we could not have had a better ceremony than what we're doing and having here today. What was chosen to come and tell the citizens of Lagos that the first pillar of our economic agenda, which is the T, which stands for transportation and traffic management. That's the pillar we have chosen today to come and demonstrate our commitment to you, to come and say to you that everything we've said to ensure that we have a comprehensive, integrated, urban mass transportation system will not be shortchanged. We will ensure that all the verticals around public transportation, none of those verticals are left unattended to. And today is the turn of marine transportation. We have done so many things. We have built so many ferry terminals. We built so many jetties. We've handed over several tens of ferries. But today, we need to increase that fleet. We need to do it in a bigger and a better way.
The governor emphasized that the addition of these 15 new ferries will not only save numerous hours wasted in traffic, but also enhance the efficiency of public investment in water transportation. He said the deployment of these ferries signifies a promising future for the residents of Lagos.
And to the good people of Lagos, these ferries are built for you, by you, and with your commitment and your contribution to us. It symbolizes better days ahead for us. As we launch them into our waterways, let us do with collective pride. Let's use this with collective pride and a sense of purpose. Let's see that another public asset that we need to take care of. Let's understand that once you enter the ferry, that there's another passenger that's coming right behind you. You don't need to keep it unwell. You don't need to keep it dirty. Please ensure that we keep it clean and safe, because there will be another passenger that will be coming right behind you. See it as part of your contribution into the public, goods, into the public assets that government has provided for you. Let us continue to strive for excellence in our collective endeavors. I think it's the former president of the US, Henry Ford, that once said that coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is work in progress, but working together, in his view and in our view, is success. We believe that we're on a journey of working together with you, Lagosians. We believe that we're on a journey and ensuring that all of the radicals around our team's agenda are being responsibly dealt with. In health and environment, just 2 days ago, we signed another MOU where we'll be doing over 2,500 waste conversion to electricity. It's a $140 million investment. That is a foreign direct investment. These are some of the capabilities that we're trying to develop locally. We've got over 12,000 metric tons of waste that we generate on a daily basis in Lagos. It's part of our cardinal deliverables under health and environment. In all of our hospitals, the new ones that we're doing, Massey Children's Hospital is going on well. The new General Hospital in Ozo will be nearing completion very soon. The massive hospital in Ketu is going on well, which is a massive, mental health hospital, and the will also is on track, is on budget, and other renovations that we're doing within our health institutions are going on. We have unbundled, the health access to ensure that health is not only accessible but affordable.
Oluwaseun Oshiyemi is the Commissioner for Transportation in Lagos State. During his address, he highlighted that the newly introduced ferries offer a more comfortable option compared to the current 20-passenger ferries operating on the waterways.
Testament to our collective commitment to enhancing the quality of life for all Lagos residents. This initiative is a bold step towards achieving a more efficient, sustainable and accessible transportation system, reflecting our unwavering dedication to progress and innovation. The Omnibus Ferries project is not just about improving transportation, it's about transforming how we live and move. It is about connecting communities, fostering economic growth, and reducing the stress and congestion that often characterize our daily commutes. These state-of-the-art ferries, with their modern amenities and safety features, will not only ensure passengers a comfortable and secure journey, but also herald a new era of convenience and efficiency in Lagos.
Lagos State currently manages a total of 7 terminals and jetties. Love Oyedokun, Plus TV News. The 1-month-long Lagos State Government Annual Ministerial Press Briefing to unveil projects and achievements of the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu-led administration 1 year into the second tenure has come to an end. The program saw ministries, departments, and agencies in the state brief the media on their achievements in the last year, as well as plans for the coming years. The Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, said the government decided to resuscitate the annual event 3 years after it was suspended in order to keep Lagosians abreast with some of the projects which Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has executed since he returned for a second term in office. Ahead of the first-year anniversary of the second tenure of the Babajide Sanwo-Olu-led administration, ministries, departments, agencies and parastatals of the Lagos State government besieged the Baguda Catholic Press Center in Alausa, Ikeja. For straight 1 month, they took turn to give account of stewardship of progress reports and achievements made into the lifespan of the renewed tenure of the Sanwo-Olu's-led administration. Gbenga Omotosho is the Commissioner for Information and Strategy. He said the government decided to resuscitate the annual event 3 years after it was suspended in order to keep Lagosians abreast with some of the projects executed this second term in office. One after the other, the ministries interfaced with the gentlemen of the press, reeling out their achievements and plans for the coming years, ahead of the one-year anniversary.
We have done quite a number of partnerships and collaborations within the last 1 year. Of note is the Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange collaboration with the Lagos State Government, particularly under the Lagos Rice Mill Imota. So the partnership is such that it gives Lagos the room to be able to do so much around the rice mill.
In the last 1 year of the second term of the administration, the ministry stepped up its activities in its commitment to attract and sustain viable and vibrant investment and develop commercial, trade, industrial and cooperative-based activities in the state. We sought to drive sustainable economic growth through improved business support policies and infrastructures to continue to attract foreign and domestic investments, and also to ensure that the equal growth of nanos and micro, small and medium enterprises also thrived.
Healthcare, as we acknowledge, is not just an individual concern, but a collective responsibility. It requires the concerted effort of every sector of society, the government, the private sector, non-governmental organizations, and the public at large. Our administration, under the leadership of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, recognizes the critical role of health in the socio-economic development of our state. Healthy citizens are the backbone of a robust economy, and every step we take towards improving the healthcare is a step towards a more prosperous Lagos.
The program was held between April 23rd and May 28th.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're at the Lock Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. We want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able to, for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Oyeduku. Bye-bye now.
love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what do you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from the family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates as what God put in you. That is not you.
The hair industry is a multi-million naira business in Nigeria. The industry has experienced impressive growth in recent years. From the sale of hair extensions, wigs, and hair care products, it is a huge market and it is largely buoyed by patronage from women. Women are mostly identified by their hair, but does that mean without hair they have no identity? Definitely not. There is a condition called alopecia. It causes the partial or complete absence of hair from areas of the body where it normally grows. And for women who have it, they experience baldness. We met an alopecian, Jasmine Oguns, who shared her story with us.
Alopecia is an autoimmune disease, but we alopecians like to define it as an autoimmune condition, so we don't scare people. So alopecia is an autoimmune condition that happens when the immune system attacks the hair follicles, thereby causing partial or total hair loss. You know, the immune system is actually supposed to protect us from germs, diseases, and sickness. But in this case, the immune system attacks the hair follicles because it sees the hair follicles as a stranger to the body system, so it attacks it. And once the hair follicles get attacked, then there's a problem in the roots of hair growth. Yeah, so that's where hair loss starts from. I started having hair loss in 2004. That was my first year in school, in higher institution. Before then, I used to have very long hair, like very beautiful hair. And a particular day I went to the salon and my hairstylist noticed a bald patch behind my head, just around here. It was very tiny, very insignificant, but she noticed it because she has been making my hair for a long time. Yeah, so she noticed it and called my attention to it, but I didn't pay so much attention to it because I felt it was a minor thing and my hair was going to grow back. So after 2 weeks, I went back to make my hair. She noticed another one on this side. She called my attention to it again, so I became scared. I informed my mom about it, and my mom also didn't see it as a big issue. She just said it would grow back. And after a while, the patches started increasing, and they started forming a map on my scalp. I stopped going to the salon to make my hair. It became a thing of concern, and someone told my mom it was lakpa caused by dandruff. But then I didn't have dandruff, so where did it come from? So she got sulfur, started applying sulfur on the scalp, but instead of it to get better, it got worse. That was how the alopecia journey started for me. How I knew it was alopecia. Okay, before I got to that point, it was a whole journey. Because after the Lakpa episode, there was always an extended family member who would come up with one name or the other. In fact, it metamorphosed to spiritual problem. So they tagged it a spiritual problem. I know in this part of the world, anything we don't know is automatically a spiritual problem. So that was when the frustration started. They started taking me from one pastor to another, and because most of these people, they're about what they can get into their pockets, they second, you know, and it was really traumatizing, you know, and I didn't know until after 10 years. Yeah, I didn't know it was alopecia until after 10 years. So I'll share a bit of my experience in that journey. First, some pastors said someone took my hair to the ocean. That's why I don't have hair. But there are some sacrifices here and there that we could perform that would make my hair grow. So I had times that I killed cows. I had times that I killed chickens. There were times we just give out the cows raw, like the meat, the pieces, you know, raw like that. There were times we cook and feed people with it, just in the quest for my hair to grow back. And there were other ugly experiences I had too, ugly encounters I had of some spiritual men asking to have some form of intimacy with me before my hair could grow. Like, it was really traumatizing. It was annoying. It was frustrating because at some point I got depressed, and I got to meet with a dermatologist who introduced some hairsprays to me that I used. It didn't work. And the moment I stopped using the spray, my hair fell off. In fact, at this point, I now lost my hair completely because the spray did not work. You understand? So it triggered some other hormones, and then I lost my hair completely. So I became completely bald. You know, initially, it was just in patches. And then after applying those sprays, I lost my hair completely. And I used that spray for a period of 1 year and 6 months. And at that time, a spray costs 15,000 naira. So I must use a can, like I must buy a new can every fortnight. It was a fortnight thing. I was buying a new can every fortnight. And I administered it for a year and a half. But instead of it to get better, it got worse. And I still did not stop. I wanted the solution. I wanted my hair back. So I approached another dermatologist who placed me on a wrong medication. And because I was so desperate, I didn't even bother to ask, what is this thing you're placing me on? What is this medication for? I didn't know it was using me as a specimen. For every time I got 0.1 mg, I took 5 as a dose. For every time I got 0.5 mg, I took 10 as a dose. So that was an abuse. And I discovered that my memory was diminishing. So at that point, I had to stop. But it had already caused some damage, and I became depressed. And I became suicidal as well. So at some point I became suicidal. I almost died because I made a suicidal attempt. But thank God my mother was at home on that particular day and she saved me. So it has been from one bad encounter, one bad experience to another until 2015, when I decided I was going to do a personal research to know what exactly my problem was. And that was how I stumbled on the word alopecia on the internet. And I realized it was a condition, or it is a condition, like what I've been going through actually has a name, and the name is alopecia. So that was how I got to know that the condition is alopecia. I started embracing myself in 2015. Yeah, that was when I did the personal research that I became aware. And okay, I stumbled on a particular lady's story online and I started following her up. Her daughter has alopecia, and I saw the way she instilled confidence in her daughter at every stage that her daughter was encountering. Like, it started with bald patch. From one bald patch, it increased to patches, and then she lost almost everything, and there were just few strands of hair left. I saw the way she would pack the hair into ponytail and go everywhere with it, you know. So I admired that. But I noticed that while I was doing my research, I didn't really see much of black people with the same condition. There were more of white people. And within me, I resolved that I could be a strength to other people, especially black people who are going through this same experience, who are experiencing the same thing. Because looking back to how my journey started, it wasn't funny. And at that point, I knew there were people who were going through worse situation than what I went through. So I decided I was going to be a voice to other people. I was going to stand my ground and create awareness. Though in the process of doing that, I opened up to a few persons, media personnel, who did not really understand my story, and they made a mess of it because I wanted to do a come out video, you get? So they made a mess of it and turned it to a comedy skit. That was when I knew there's really no bad publicity, because that was when I met my deputy, Moshidat Badmus. I was really sad about it because the whole thing went bad for me. You know, it went viral. A lot of people saw it. A lot of people misunderstood the message because they actually did not pass the message right. A lot of people misunderstood it. So it went sour, and she came online, saw the ridicule and everything, and she started fighting for me. So she was like the voice I didn't have at that downtime, at that point in time. So I approached her and I was like, you seem to know about alopecia. Do you have alopecia? She said yes. He needed to see the joy that I felt that day. Like, I didn't feel that kind of joy in 10 years. I was so excited. I was so happy. I contacted her immediately. We started talking, and before you knew it, I was on my way to, then she was in Ogun State. I was on my way to Ogun State from Kaduna. I took a trip to Ogun State just to meet her because, you know, it was relieving for you to see someone or know that there's someone who can relate you know, to whatever it is you were going through, because before then, people around me could not understand. There were times I wanted to talk, I wanted to just, you know, explain how I was feeling, but I didn't have people to talk to, because even when I talk, they don't understand. You understand? It was more like a mental thing for me, but when I met her, it was relieving. I felt so much relief because she could relate. Yeah, she understood where I was coming from, and that was how the foundation journey started.
The National Alopecia Areata Foundation states that alopecia affects about 147 million people in the world, and according to Africa Prime News, there are over 100,000 persons.
Another thing is for them to come out, right? So, like I said, when I met Moshudat, that was when the foundation journey started. Though I'd already started single-handedly before I met her. And then we took the race together, and we continued the race. Then some other members joined, and we grew to about 13 members rather. And in the process, we got to know more. We got to know that alopecia is actually a journey. You get? Some would accept the fact that this is what it is. Some may never accept it, but it's a good thing that you are aware that this is what the problem is, right? And we realize that a lot of people are out there suffering that don't know what this condition is, and they really need to know, because if you know that you have a problem and you know what that problem is, I think your problem is half solved already. So what we do basically is try to reach out to people, try to create awareness. Thanks to BBC Pidgin, I was featured on BBC Pidgin last year, and as a result of that publicity, our member strength grew from 13 to 70. Yeah, so right now we have 70 members. Majority are Nigerians. We have few of them in Ghana, some in Sierra Leone, Cameroon, Senegal, America, London. So we still feel there's a need for us to create more awareness, because if you'd ask for my opinion, I would say only 2% of people in Nigeria are aware of this condition called alopecia. I think a lot has to be done, a lot needs to be done concerning awareness. There was a training I went for recently at Nikkei Art Gallery, and on the first few days of the training, I didn't go with my wig. I didn't wear my wig. And nobody really paid attention to the fact that I don't have hair. I only got comments like, your hairstyle is nice, and because of what I went there for, I didn't have that time to explain to them that it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. Until after 5 days, I decided to wear my wig. So I went there with a wig, and after a while, I started feeling uncomfortable with my wig on, so I removed it. And people were like, it's better. You look better without your wig than with your wig. So another question popped up from someone else, that why the hairstyle? What inspired the hairstyle? And I told them it's not a hairstyle, but it's a health condition. So that got a lot of people's attention, and they're like, oh really, it's a health condition, tell us about it. So while I was talking, I heard whispers of two persons arguing about one Tokwe somewhere that has a similar condition, and the other person said, no, it's not the same. Tokwe's case is spiritual. You know, they were arguing in their dialect, in Kaba actually. So I heard, and I paused and asked, why did you say Tokwe's condition is spiritual? He said, because hers is not completely off like mine. She has patches and all. I said, yes, the patch is a form of alopecia actually. Like, there are different types of alopecia. Hers is alopecia areata. That's the medical term for her condition. And they're like, oh really? I said, yes. So I went as far as explaining to them that there's also a condition called alopecia totalis, where it's just limited to the head alone. You know, the hair loss is limited to the head alone. And I also explained about alopecia universalis, where the victim lose the lashes, the brows, and every other part of the body that has hair. And they were amazed. So when they told me a lot about Tope, I told them I was interested in meeting Tope. But guess what? Tope is dead. Tope died as a result of isolation. Tope died as a result of stigmatization. I also heard of the story of one woman in Benue State that died as a result of stigmatization. She was tagged a witch because her hair stopped growing, and she was isolated, far away from people. You know, they stopped giving her food, and that's how she died. I also heard of some girls in Benin who were constantly tied and flogged with broom because they have alopecia. And at the moment, we have two parents in Kaduna who are representing their sons because they are kids. One is 6 years old, the other one is 7. There's this belief in the north, when strange things happen to you, they just assume you have Anjonu, like a spiritual problem, like evil spirits. I think Anjonu is evil spirits. And they kept burning their scalps with fire, that they are chasing away the Anjonu, until they met me. Someone actually told me about them, and I went to visit the family. So when I got there and I removed my wig, I saw the relief. You know, there was this sigh of relief that, oh, okay, so this thing is not happening to our son alone. There are other people who have this thing, and it's a medical condition. You understand? So a lot needs to be done concerning awareness.
Alopecia can affect anyone regardless of age and gender, and in many cases, it takes a toll on their relationships.
To an extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people, because I remember back then in school, when it started at first, I didn't start covering it immediately. I still rocked it, and after a while, I started covering it with a scarf. And my friends were surprised, like, when did you start covering your hair? You were not like this, what's the problem? And some of them just tried to be naughty and they pulled the scarf off. And when they realized that there was something strange about my head, some gave space. The naughty ones tagged it a name. Some started calling me an alien. Like when I applied the spray and everything fell off, like I lost every strand of hair on my body. I'm talking about my lashes, my brows, every part of my body. I didn't have hair. I had a friend who was constantly calling me an alien, like to my face, and people would laugh about it. It became embarrassing at some point. And then relationship, yeah, I had a major relationship then that failed as a result of alopecia, because my supposed to-be mother-in-law called off the wedding introduction, 3 days to the wedding introduction, because of fear of the unknown. You know, she didn't want a situation whereby our grandchildren would have hair loss problems, so she called off the wedding introduction, not minding how far we had gone, and then the preparation for the event and all that. And the last disappointment I got to was as a result of alopecia, because I went for a consultation with the person I was dating at that time, and he heard all the medical advice I got about me. Like the dermatologist advised that I should not bother myself, because at this stage, at this point, the hair loss has really, it has gotten to an advanced stage where my hair might not grow anymore, you understand? So he heard all of that, and his countenance changed on our way home. So out of curiosity, I tried to question him about his mood and everything, and he said he's scared, doesn't want to raise kids that would not have hair. So to a great extent, alopecia has affected my relationship with people. Alopecia has really affected my family in a lot of ways. Like my mom right now, she still does not accept the fact that it is a medical condition. She's yet to come to terms with the fact that it's a medical condition. She still feels that there's more to it and the hair would grow. Yes, the hair could grow because alopecia actually has a mind of its own. The way it decides to go off, like the way your hair decides to go off, it could just decide to start growing overnight. That's another mysterious thing about alopecia because it has to do with your immune system. So your immune system might just decide, okay, I want to be good, I want to be perfect, and then your hair starts growing again, you understand? So it has really affected my family because I remember when I didn't know what it was, I was constantly being stigmatized because my mother would always have a scarf or a cap or something beside her. And the moment someone knocks at the door, she's throwing it at me to cover my head. I didn't like that part. I didn't like the fact that I could not just be myself, you know, and feel free like every other person. I didn't like the fact that I have to always cover my head, you know. And another thing is it became a prayer request. Like till now, it's still a prayer request. Everyone is always praying at some point, at one point or the other, for my hair to grow back. Yeah, so it has really affected my family, not just me.
1 in 20 people with alopecia also has a family member who has experienced the condition, which implies that most people that have alopecia usually don't have family members with this condition.
I'm not too sure that the awareness is really there. Having said so, I mean, if we think about the patients who come into the clinic, alopecia is, at least what I would say, some studies have shown that is one of top 10 dermatology consultations. And because the world is generally getting more visual, everybody's more concerned about appearance, and we talk about quality of life and all this. So you're seeing a lot more patients coming in. They're coming in. Areata in itself, a lot of people don't know. I don't think the awareness is really, really there. But remember that when you are dealing with a specialty, so if we talk in the general population, maybe no, but if you come into the specialty community, specialty hospital, we'll see we have a bit, a high enough number of cases. But I would say if you just ask for the general population, no. And so to the next question of how can we make them more aware of what you're doing? If we have people who suffer from, I remember that because of the stigma of alopecia, everybody knows that a woman's hair is supposed to be like her crowning glory. She wants to do things with it. She wants to look well. You don't really want to cover it. But with wigs and weaves, nobody knows who has what. Now, a lot of women will just take it out. So you don't know who has a problem because of the stigma or the quality of life. Very, very significant impact on the quality of life. So people are hiding. People are not able to get, and some people go to those who don't really know what to do. Some people, the salon, the hairstylist, who should almost be like your first sort of, oh, madam or girl, as the case may be, what's happening to your hair? Do you think you need to see somebody? Most times they might give you their own version of what they think works, and the hair loss is worsening. Where ideally, if you present early enough in alopecia areata, you may just be able to break that autoimmunity.
Alopecia often develops suddenly over the course of just a few days. This condition affects the mental health of the victims and sometimes makes them withdrawn.
Dealing with stigmatization before I became aware was not easy. I had days that I cried. I had days I didn't want to see anybody. Like I locked myself up in the room for days, for weeks. There were days I didn't want to see my immediate family members, my downtime and all, as a result of stigmatization. Like I mentioned earlier that there was a time I was depressed. It was as a result of stigmatization because I felt stigmatized by everybody, even those that were close to me. You know, at every point in time, I was expecting people to show me love. So at every moment that I don't, at every time that I don't get that kind of love that I expect, you know, I feel stigmatized. So it was really ugly for me. But the moment I got to know that this is what it is, I became free. You know, I got some form of liberty, I got some form of liberation, and I don't get stigmatized anymore. So when people try to mock me now, I just laugh at their ignorance. And if I have the opportunity to educate them, I don't hesitate.
Alopecia can cause a lot of anxiety and sadness. It is important we have more support groups in the society to help people living with alopecia deal with the psychological effects of this condition.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
one of the leading causes of disputes and even divorce in marriages. This week we get tips from financial experts as well as couples' testimonies on what works and what doesn't when it comes to handling love and money. Hello, I'm Oriani Tangishaka and this is Our Voices. In studio with me as usual are my co-hosts Seminisha Koye and Anastasia Tudiesh. Ladies, let's get right into it. A question for you ladies and also for our viewers to think about. When we observe couples both in urban and in rural areas in Africa, which personality traits seems to often lead the fight over money? Is it selfishness, recklessness, the stress of not having enough, or is it simply poor budgeting skills? Lack of clear, open conversation is sometimes what you say, Anastasia. What do you think?
Well, to me, I believe in C and A, the C word and the A word, communication, clear, open, honest conversation, and then action. Once we have established what was not working, what we were intending to do, let's act, let's take action. I think that this culture of rom-coms has kind of changed the way we look at couples, and we might look good together, but are we financially compatible is the right question, and I'm not sure that everybody asks that question.
That's true. There's lack of communication is sometimes when people think God will provide. Let's just get right into it, right?
That is the worst.
So, Manish, what do you think?
Well, I totally agree with you that lack of communication definitely can be one of the issues that lead to financial problems, because especially, communication is the key to starting, solving a solution. But I also think all the other problems you mentioned, like the stress of not having enough budget or selfishness, they also can be a problem that lead to financial problems, both in the urban and rural areas. And I don't think it's just one thing or another. Sometimes it could be just one thing. Sometimes it's a mix of all these other problems,
that's
right?
What I was saying. Well, communication helps to solve it.
I agree, but
if
ladies,
your spouse is selfish, you'll tell him, hey, you're being selfish. What about what we had established?
But I think my point to that, I agree with that. Communication is a key, but at the same time, sometimes we might communicate, but we may not be able to pin down to the problem precisely while communicating.
Well, you could just fight about it.
Exactly.
Okay.
Or we may not even be able to find the right solution we need, or sometimes even finding a solution, communicating, we might not be able to implement it because of different constraints.
I think it's
so communication can take us halfway,
yes,
but might not be the whole
selfishness
point.
Because when you love someone, you want to just give. If they ask you, give, and I think either one or both partners can be selfish, and then it just becomes a whole.
That is part of the problem. That is part of the problem, but it's not all one thing. It can be a mix of different things, and it can be, just one thing.
You can still share a little.
And also, it depends on what you call love. We don't. All of us don't have the same definition of love.
Well, but it's going to be about marriage. So once you're married, you have to love someone somehow
to be able to commit to spending the rest of your life.
Unless it was a financial agreement, contract, right?
That can happen.
That's true. I agree. Wow, some interesting opinions you guys have. Well, they say the love of money is the root of all evil. I would agree with this, as it seems to be more and more evident that the rates of divorce around the world have increased because of dispute over money. It also seems that many money lovers get married without ever discussing what each person think about the family finances, what it would be like, and how that would impact their marriage, for better or for worse, right? According to MoneyWeb, a South African media company that produces investment information and business news for marital union to prosper, couples must commit to, quote, honest and transparency, set boundaries, structure your banking in a way that works for you too, allocate roles and responsibilities, make decisions together, plan for emergencies and for the future. And a favorite of mine is keeping your financial affairs private. So with that, let's hear what actually works and what doesn't, and what can be improved when it comes to handling love and money.
Well, let's look at this further. Disagreement over money management in marriage has also become one of the leading causes of divorce in Zambia. Many couples find it difficult to balance family financial goals and individual preferences. VOA's Daniel Tonga reports from the capital, Lusaka.
Different attitudes towards money have become a significant source of conflict in many marriages in Zambia. Spouses have different spending habits and financial priorities and often can't agree on managing finances, which at times creates problems that could lead to divorce.
In most cases, you find that we disagree on what we want to do. You'll find that, let's say, for instance, if we have 5,000, I will say I want to buy maybe something in the house. He will say, let's save it. So in that regard, you find that we're always arguing on priority. So my husband is an accountant, so meaning he accounts for everything.
For some couples, financial transparency is critical in preventing arguments and conflict.
I think with my wife, we are completely transparent. So we declare all the income and then we agree on all the needs. For example, I take care of the rentals, I take care of some of the needs, but there is agreement. When she brings in her income, we also agree. So basically, we do the budget together.
His spouse, Alice Musole, agrees.
We don't face any challenges with my husband because we are transparent. We bring our monies on the table and we discuss. There's a lot of communication where finances are. So we don't hide anything. If I do overtime, I'll bring it on the table. He does overtime, he'll bring it on the table.
Nora Kalaluka, a couple's financial coach at Smooth Production Insights Limited, says cheating over finances in marriages is the cause of divorce.
Divorce cases in Zambia have risen from 31,000 plus in 2022 to over 36,000 last year, 2023. So that increase of 5,000 is too much. And when I did a research on that, yes, the financial aspect contributes. So in my line of work, I get to have a number of people that are really trying to mend. Some are trying to mend their marriages in terms of how they can align their finances because one spouse cheated.
Some marriage financial planners say although couples are struggling with limited finance to agree on individual financial priorities, creating a cohesive financial plan that aligns with couples' joint goals will help keep marriages intact. Daniel Tonga, VOA News, Lusaka.
Thank you so much, Daniel Tonga, for that beautiful report from Lusaka, Zambia.
I just loved the couple when they were holding hands. It
Yes,
was so cute.
it was beautiful. Well, to understand some of the realities that couples deal with, which could drive them to the brink of a divorce, let's hear from Lindy and Tando from Skilled Finances. They say finances almost ruined their marriage, and now they help couples to avoid what they went through. Tando and Lindy, thank you so much for joining our voices.
Thank you for having us.
Now, we want to hear what happened to you guys and what made you guys come to a point where you were arguing so much that it almost cost you your marriage almost.
Well, when we first got married, we had that whole perception of, oh, well, we love each other, so that's enough. We didn't really talk about how to manage our money, how to budget. We spent money together, we used money together, but we failed to sort of bring in the financial conversation into our relationship. So we failed to talk about it from the get-go. And obviously being two different people, that money habits crept in, money styles crept in, like our upbringing crept in as well. So had we had those conversations, that would have helped.
I love when you say money, your past crept in on you. You didn't even know, right? What do you think, ladies?
I can't believe there has been an argument or disagreements between the two of you when I see the husband smiling and nodding to what his wife is saying. It's just beautiful to see you like that. So about the fights, I'd like for you to share it with us. Did you openly discuss the issue at hand? And especially, for me, communication is key. So I would like to know how you made sure that the discussion you had was actually a discussion and not a fight about money.
So initially we used to fight a lot because we would wait until the issue was like really serious to be like, okay, let's have a talk about this thing over here. But at that point, we've both been like thinking about it for so long, it stressed each other out that we had to learn to have the conversation before the issue kind of arose. And then on top of that, what we also started to do was to then talk about money from the perspective of like thinking ahead. Okay, what do we want next month to like? What do we want, the rest of the year to look like, as opposed to why are we spending so much money in this area over here and then end up arguing about it.
And I understand also that you're not pointing fingers, right? It's a we problem. It's not you against, it's us against the problem and not each other against each other.
Exactly that. And then because of that us mindset, it then means that when we are having a disagreement of sorts, we both understand that it's not me against you. It's actually just the fact that we're thinking about it differently, but we also need to make a decision together because it is an us issue.
That's very interesting. Can you tell us how you overcome it once you had an issue and then you started, communicating? You've been communicating, but then the way you communicate was also a problem. But then finally, when was the point you said, okay, we need to change the way we are handling this, and how did you overcome it?
So everything came to a head for us when we realized that we'd gotten into about 5K of debt. We realized that actually we had nothing to ourselves and we're arguing a lot about money. But the one thing that turned it around for us was when we sat down and had a conversation of what we wanted our future to look like. What were our dreams? What were we aiming for? What were our goals? And we soon realized that actually we have similar goals. We have the same goals. We want the same things. But the only way to achieve it is if we work together as a team with our money.
See, ladies, what did they do? They communicated.
Right. And the issues, you know, can you tell us a little bit about how you help couples now that you have seen what you went through and it was very detrimental? What do you advise them to do, like, you know, right off the bat? Maybe as soon as they get married, maybe.
Yeah, for me, the first thing to do is to agree, number one, how are we going to manage money in our household finances? Because that's important. We need to pay our bills. We need to cover our food. We need to be able to travel and all the rest of it. So let's agree on, are we combining everything in a joint account? Are we keeping everything separate? Are we going to make financial decisions together? What are we going to do when your family asks me for money? You know, all of these discussions, have an agreement up front. And the second thing I would say is then think about what you want from your future. What do you want your 1 year to look like from now regarding your finances? And that will start to give you the vision to work together as a team as opposed to just paying bills all the time.
Okay, real quick, Thando, I want to get right into you. You know, Africa is a patriarchal society and men are supposed to be the breadwinner. You go out, you kill the lion, you bring the lion at home. Was there any of that, like, I'm going to handle this? Or, you know, because, you know, most African men will want to be, you know, the lead in what happens in money. Did you have that attitude coming in?
I think initially I did, I'll be honest. Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that's my upbringing as well. I'm from Zimbabwe, so it was a very, very similar approach until one day I started to actually reflect and realize that we're in a partnership, right? We're in a relationship, but we're also in a partnership. And she brings a different mindset, a different approach on the table. And if we learn to work together, we can do so much more than me just kind of taking that pressure and the burden on by myself.
That's interesting. And also, one thing Oriane mentioned as her favorite is keeping financial affairs private. So within African communities, you know, we tend to talk to our parents, especially mothers.
And they have a YouTube channel.
Exactly.
And they talk about it on their YouTube channels.
Not talking about privacy.
How private should it be, and how can couples exercise that?
I think as a couple, you need to set your boundaries from the get-go. Decide whether you're going to let people in or not. For some couples, it's absolutely fine to let people in. But for us, we've chosen to keep people at bay when it comes to our finances.
Why?
We don't always
Can you tell us why? Why? Why did you make that choice?
So the main reason why we decided to do that is we are in the partnership, we are in the marriage. So it's between Thando and I. So we will deal with everything financially the way we need to. If we ever need support and help, then we will speak to people. But it's very difficult when you let people in and then people have opinions on, well, you should be using your money this way, or we should be getting some of your money because we're your family. You need to support us. We're in Africa, we're in Zim. You need to be supporting us. But when people don't know exactly what you earn, it makes life a lot easier because they can't dictate how you then use your money in your relationship.
Wow. And I think, you know, sometimes I'm thinking, okay, what works for you guys? Was it to put it together and share? Or was it like, no, I'm going to take care of this bill and that bill? How does it work?
So for us, what worked for us is putting everything in one pot and kind of having that joint mindset. For us, that's been the best approach to ensure that we are working as a team. We tried the kind of, I do this, you do that, but we just felt like we weren't really on the same page all the time. And we also made assumptions about who's doing what. But when we put everything in the same account, we both have visibility into what's going on, and we both have a say with this is what's happening.
Okay.
That's fantastic. So what I like with your dynamics is that not only did you help each other, but you also help other couples. On the YouTube channel, Financial...
Skilled Finances.
Skilled Finances.
Yes.
I'd like to know, what is the video that brought you more views, and do you know why?
Do you know what's so interesting? The most watched video on our channel is how to 5 ways to budget as a couple. And I think the reason why is because couples want to know how on earth are we going to budget together and how should we do it, because you know, maybe we've tried one way and it's not working, or everybody says we should combine our finances, but we don't feel comfortable doing that. And so that's been the most popular video for us.
Not surprised.
Yeah, I want to go to watch
Me
that.
too.
Oh, yes.
That's very good. Well, thank you so much, for being with us, Thando and Lindy Jacobs of Skilled Finances. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much.
We want to wish you the best in your marriage and in helping other couples overcome financial stress. Now it's time for a break. When we return, we'll meet Nikki Pruitt, a couple relationship expert on financial management. She will help us understand some of the mistakes couples make, but also give us tips on what works in handling money and love. So make sure you stay with us. In the meantime, as usual, we ask you to share your thoughts on this topic on our social media platforms at VOA Africa. We are on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter. Use the hashtag VOA Our Voices. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
In times of change, when the world seems uncertain and what we hear doesn't reflect what we see, we seek the truth. When we are told only part of the story, we lose trust. In moments of crisis, our dreams, hopes, and wishes for a better tomorrow depends on a free press. At Voice of America, we bring you the stories that people take risks to see. We connect the world and unite it with truth. At Voice of America, we show you the whole picture.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. What are the main health concerns in Africa and around the world? Find out the latest on coronavirus. Connect with our experts and ask them questions.
How long does the virus stay?
Join me, Linor Moudou, in Washington every week on Healthy Living, right here on VOA.
You're watching VOA's Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Vunganyi. Thank you so much for joining us each week right here on Red Carpet. We bring you the latest in
with Our Voices. Welcome back. We are discussing love and money and how they can successfully work together. Let's now hear from Nikki Pruitt, a certified financial counselor and the coach of the Together program at the University of Maryland's Department of Family Science in the School of Public Health based in College Park. The free online training program helps individuals and couples talk about money to reach their financial goals and reimagine life. Miss Nikki Pruitt, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
We all are taking notes, so
Yes.
all of us.
And I will be taking the class as well.
Me too.
Because it's right here in
Me
Maryland,
too.
and it's free, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Even better. So, in your experience, what is one of the biggest mistakes couples make when it comes to money, and also, of course, how could they avoid it?
The lack of communication.
I've been telling them. Please tell them.
You got to start somewhere, right?
Nobody argues with that. It's just that, there are other additional problems. But of course, communication is
So you're saying that they should start with communication, right?
Yes, because talking about money as a couple can be one of the most difficult conversations to have, but it doesn't have to be. It's about understanding each other's money styles and having the patience when having the conversations, because money can easily, or emotions can easily get in the way. And this what brings in that power struggle.
Why is that, do you think? Why is it so difficult?
Because as it was just mentioned by your previous guests, our individual styles and as well as our money histories that shape at an early age and our cultures, yes, family dynamics. So it kind of brings in that emotion and it can creep into the conversation, which again creates that power dynamic and that struggle.
And if my money style is about spending, I don't really want you to know. You're probably going to have a problem with it.
That's what I was about to say. There's a little shame around, it can be.
Yes.
I'm a spender and I'm not ashamed of it, but.
Right, and I want to know how the Together program works and how is it tailored to make sure the couples have harmony? Because I am going to take it, but how is it tailored?
So the Together program brings couples together and provide tools, starting with stress management, communication, followed by the financial aspect, where couples can work on that together, and then create strategies based on their unique situation, whether that's blended family, coming from a divorce, cultural aspects. So that's how the Together program works.
So there's not one size fits all in the
No,
program.
it's not one size fits all. And in fact, it's not about either or, it's both and. How can we make this work together as a couple?
Yeah, that's interesting. So in terms of like knowing how to avoid these problems and, avoid financial issues, can you give us 3 main tips that helps couple, know how to handle money in their marriage?
Yes, have the conversation early and often. A lot of times couples want to assume how things should be handled. Have that conversation early and often. You want to set expectations. What are our expectations for one another? Make sure that conversation's open. And then no ultimatums. So you want to go in.
No ultimatums, right? And that means, people are willing to be open to different styles and not to just fight about it.
Right.
Because what really makes me want to come to the program is to be able to see what other options are there and how I can run my finances, because nobody's perfect. Because you could be doing something for years and years and you think that works, but and also having someone else tell my husband what I really think of how he should do things, because coming from me might be like, oh, right? Having someone
to follow up to the communication is key, but for couples to communicate and who know what their problems are in handling money, how can they find resources? How can they find how to further solve the problems they have? Because some communication is the start, but then also they have to solve the problem they have at hand.
Yeah, that's a very good point. So in addition to that, when couples may realize that communication is something that they struggle with, there are resources that they can reach out to. Like with the Together program, we offer couples therapy as a resource. We also offer financial counseling as a resource. There are other resources that may come in the family dynamic when it involves children. So there are plenty of resources that are available to couples that may lack the skills that we're talking about when it comes to communicating that can be offered.
Like for example, both couples can be overspenders and might, go over the limits they have, so they don't know how to restrain themselves. So are there financial helps that, advisors that can help them, like online resources, even people from Africa can tap into?
Yes, absolutely. So in addition to the Together program, there are other resources that are out there that are at no cost as well through like the AFCPE, which is who my accreditation is through. They can reach to find out no cost counselors. Financial therapy is also something that's evolving within this space.
Financial therapy.
Yes, because it
brings
in that intersection of the communication aspects. It could be previous traumas, also with the financial counseling aspect of it. So it's important to know, where you are within those dynamics. Nice. When looking out for the appropriate help.
I love it. You're all about therapy, right?
Absolutely.
You love that word.
Therapy, communication, healing, growing, and facing the issues and not trying to avoid them. So this is music to my ear. But I would like to hear something. With your experience, do you have a success story that you would like to share? Something that comes to mind when people would come to you and be, really, really in bad situations.
And then overcame.
Overcame thanks to your advice.
Yes, so that experience comes through the Together program since I've been working with them for the past 6 or 7 years, having couples come in that have no idea of where to begin this conversation. how to start the conversation, and to be able to walk away saying that now we have the tools that are necessary to know what it looks like to not only have an open and honest conversation, but the steps to take to be able to get on the same page of, you know, we, as you mentioned, it's not either or, this is about us. This is about being together and making those decisions together.
And do you find that is men or women who are the biggest problem?
That's a good one.
That's
a good one.
So when it comes to, I can say, to the Together program, it's a lot of the women that are approaching the program when it comes to seeking the help. Now, who's the most problem in the relationship? That's hard to say, you know, based on not understanding their money styles, but we do have more women that are interested in the program.
Fantastic.
That's very good. Well, thank you so much. Unfortunately, this is our show for today. It has come to an end. Thank you so much to our guests from London, and Tando and Lindy Jacobs, couple finances, educators of Skilled Finances, who joined us earlier. And thanks to our certified financial counselor and coach, Nikki Purett of the University of Maryland Together program. Now, be sure to watch our voices on the VOA website, voaafrica.com, or our YouTube channel, where you can catch up with the latest episode and keep up with the top news story from around the globe. On behalf of VOA and our Voices production team, thanks for tuning in. Until next time, it's cheers.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind.
I stood for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing.
They are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars, and it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement.
A February 2021 report by the World Health Organization says that globally, 2.2 billion people have a visual impairment. Of that number, 64 million people suffer from glaucoma, the leading cause of irreversible blindness in the world. It is projected that by the year 2030, 95.4 million people would suffer from the disease. Being a black person is a risk factor. At Ikeja Junior High School, Lagos, Nigeria, there are 55 steps from one end of the hallway to the other. There are 18 steps down the stairwell and 15 steps between classes. Cyril Ojime counted them all because he needed the figures as well as his white cane to find his way around work.
It's more than the cost price.
Cyril is a 48-year-old visually impaired mathematician. He teaches math here to students with and without hearing disabilities in junior secondary classes 1 to 3. This situation presents a peculiar communication challenge.
Imagine they will do sign language, I cannot see what they are signing. I will talk, they cannot hear what I'm saying. So if they want to talk, I cannot even hear them. They will make noise with it. And it has really been a very difficult situation. How are you today? Fine, fine. I had to learn a little bit of sign language, and that gladdened their heart. They love seeing me making that effort to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they feel, because I cannot see them back, they feel saddened about it, that I'm not seeing them sign back to me, communicating with me in their own way.
Here's where 30-year-old Tawalkat Babatunde comes in.
Take note, it's over the cost price, not the selling price.
She's a sign language specialist at the school. She works with Cyril to coordinate and communicate math lessons to the class.
I'll make sure the class is being arranged. Okay, keep quiet, watch what he's saying, explain. When he's explaining, I'll demonstrate. You do give them classwork and homework. I'll mark it, distribute it to the students. Honestly, the first day we worked together, I stood at just for like maybe 2 or 3 minutes, was like, a blind individual writing like this. Even a typical human being cannot do most of what he is doing. So I was amazed.
Cyril Ojime is a 1996 graduate of Pure and Applied Mathematics from the University of Ilori, Kwara State. He's also an award-winning math and further math teacher with experience spanning 11 different schools in 5 states across Nigeria since 1999. Cyril recalls a childhood experience that motivated him to take up teaching as a career.
I used to have a math teacher. He would just put some problems on the board and I would just be smiling. We would not be able to solve it. So in my mind, I said, I want to be a teacher whereby I will make math to look simpler than what this man is doing.
That resolve made in the early 80s still nudges him to demystify math for children today. However, in 2012, Cyril was diagnosed with glaucoma. This almost put paid to his life ambition of teaching math.
When I first of all found out 2012, it was like a shock to me. Because as a then, in my family, the extended family, we only know for maybe eye issues such as myopia or long distance issue. Then maybe at was cataracts, but nothing like glaucoma. So it was a surprise to me. And when it started, it was as if it was an insect in my eye that was blurring my vision. So when I was told it was glaucoma, I went to Google it to read more about it. When I learned it was white blindness, I got a bit scared at first, but I said, okay, let me see what can be done.
Dr. Adiola Onokoya is a professor of ophthalmology at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH. She throws some light on Cyril's condition.
Glaucoma is the commonest cause of irreversible blindness. It's a disease of the nerve of the eye. That nerve is like a cable that connects the eyeball to the brain. In glaucoma, what happens is there's some damage, inside the eyeball where you have those nerves originating from that we call the optic nerve. They are damaged. And what damages them? Well, it's either there isn't enough blood flowing into them, or because there's a lot of pressure inside the eye. And once those cells in the eye die, even the eye is opened, is looking at whatever object, but there is no connection. There's a disconnect between what the eye sees and the brain. So the eye looks normal, but no image processing is taking place.
What causes glaucoma and how can it be treated?
Nobody knows the cause. And if the cause of a disease is not known, then there's no cure. It's commoner in blacks than in the Caucasian. There's just an inherent, risk for us to develop glaucoma, being blacks. And then if you have a family history, because genetics is at the basis of glaucoma, really. And then if that pressure is high, that's eye pressure, intraocular pressure, if it's high. And then people who have severe hypertension, people who have very low blood pressure, even people who are using low blood pressure medication but they are overusing it. Management of the glaucoma, we can give eye drops. And if the eye drops are not working well, then you may have to go to surgery. It's a lifelong disease. But suffice is to say that once you have lost vision from glaucoma, it is not recovered.
Cyril was in the prime of his career when glaucoma struck. He was deputy head of the math department, mathematics coordinator, and was vying to be head of senior school before he began to have challenges with his vision. The new reality devastated him. He began to struggle with tasks that were once easy.
Then, to be moving around, it was difficult for me. There are times I would just miss my way when going to the class. I would not really know the right class that I'm going to until I therefore come back and count my steps again. Some of my colleagues will be assisting me in typing, to be marking that I'm going through a phase. And I thank God for my colleagues then who rallied around me to see that I was not failing. Being a private institution, they are not looking at whether you are going through a phase or whether you are going through a medical situation. There was for you to be effective, no matter what it takes. Be effective. Don't go down. Don't relent in your effort. So I was trying to meet up.
He sought medical help in 2012. However, the doctor's strike paralyzed healthcare services for 6 months. In that time, his eyesight worsened.
For 6 months, when they were on strike, I could not get medical attention, and that was when the eyes deteriorated. Thereafter, when they called back the strike, it was a bit late. The pressure in the eyes became very high and uncontrollable. Despite eye drops and medication, it just skyrocketed. If the doctors were on ground, I would have been able to get the proper medical attention on time. I would be able to at least know the right eye drops to take to preserve the vision. And I'll be able to at least, if it was not becoming better, at least the doctors would have been able to refer me to LUTH or even to another institution entirely for me to get proper attention.
Indeed, the lack of a reliable healthcare system in Nigeria does jeopardize the health of citizens. Additionally, glaucoma does not show symptoms. Therefore, Cyril only began to have signs of visual impairment in the advanced stages of the disease.
We usually advise that we should get our eyes tested regularly. Once you are above the age of 35, you should make it a point of duty to get your eyes examined once in 2 years. But if you have a family member who suffers from glaucoma, or you have a family member who is blind, you don't know why, you should check your eyes for glaucoma. So regular eye examination is the way to detect it at a very early stage. And once it is detected, treatment is started, and we can then slow down that rate of progression.
As Cyril's eyesight was deteriorating, his work at Olashere Grammar School in Osun State was failing. In March 2015, he made a decision he never imagined he would take in his early 30s. Cyril Ojemen resigned.
I had to meet the HOD, my supervisor, that look, I cannot continue like this, that I don't want to be a burden to the students, members of staff, and especially my immediate colleagues. It's best for me to quit while the ovation was still loud.
Nothing prepared him for the challenges ahead. He was about to face trying times due to a deteriorating vision and a lack of steady income.
2016 to 2018, I will call those 2 years the worst period of my life. Number one, I stopped going out. 2, feeding myself, my family became difficult. 3, paying for children's school fees stopped. After exhausting my gratuity, nothing was coming in, a lot of expenditure came in, no income, so everything was just dry. And I felt for my children because it was something they never expected, never wanted to experience. My wife did all she could to support, but it was all to no avail. She became more or less like a beggar, asking people around for assistance. Myself, I started calling people, calling my brothers, calling those that I know, those who I don't know, to see what they can do to help me out. I got almost to a stage of depression, but my wife and my children, they stood by me, they encouraged me that it's not over.
Just when the nights got darkest, some lights shone through. Cyril got to know of the Federal Nigeria Society for the Blind at Kappa, Oshodi. It's a special rehabilitation center for the blind. He didn't have the funds to enroll for the vocational training course. His friends and family began an online campaign to crowdfund his rehabilitation.
The help started with my classmates, Federal Government College Kano classmates. They came in. At first, they helped with the surgery, but after a while, they stepped back to take care of their own personal issues. But by the time I now raised the voice again in the wilderness to say, please, I need help, they came again, sent 1 or 2 things just to keep body and soul together. My elder brother came in, then ex-students, those that I taught, came in as well, and they rallied around, helped me out until I graduated.
With his fees paid, he began a 1-year process to rehabilitate for his new life.
I did braille reading and writing, did rehabilitation and mobility. Mobility is by means of how you move around without being aided with the use of a white cane. This is a white cane. It's a white cane. You just put it on the ground and you just be feeling around. It guides one, a visually impaired person, to move around freely without any fear of falling down. Then I learned how to operate the computer using keystrokes. My students from Ikeja Junior High School. So I'm going through their scores. Gradually, I started getting used again to the laptop, something I felt I could not do again. And what really helped me was the application that was installed in the computer. It's called JAWS, Job Access with Speech. On the phone, we have what we call TalkBack. So that's the way we started using handset and the computer in general. The experience changed my life and my way of seeing life in a new perspective.
In 2019, Cyril graduated as the best student at the rehabilitation school. Thereafter, he enrolled in another course by Sightsavers, an international non-governmental organization dedicated to empowering the visually impaired with digital skills.
Sightsavers really helped me out in terms of how to replan yourself, how to organize your career, how to work out your CV to make it to be a one-page document, how to prepare for an interview, what kind of questions to expect, how to do follow-up after an interview, then preparing for the work environment, and it gave me that boost and that confidence to be bold, to be self-confident, to be to have that charisma, to have that character, to move on. So Sightsavers did that for me.
Despite all this training, he was not quite prepared for the challenge of getting back into the labor market as a person with disability. Luckily, an old connection came through.
The person's name is Mrs. Grace Egbobi. I will be grateful to her. She got in touch with me and said, there's an opening in the public sector. They are looking for a maths teacher, and she's going to submit my name, being that that's my course. And an interview was conducted, and today I was employed. I was posted to Ikeja Junior High School When I first of all met the principal, Mr. Safiu, he said he's not going to reject me because he sees in me something that will be of benefit to the school.
He gave me a brief interview in my office, and he told me that he will be able to handle mathematics skillfully. So I said, let me give him a try. And since then, I've been watching him. What I noticed about him is that he has great passion for this job. You will never see him coming late to work. He's always front in the class, and he does the work with passion.
I'm happy his decision of accepting me is paying dividends now. And ever since I stepped in here, I've been putting my best, and I believe the best is still yet to come.
Just when he thought getting a job was hard enough, commuting to and from work as a visually impaired man became a tough road to travel.
When I leave the compound, I stay at the gate side. The person that do help us at times, he comes in, he will take me to the bus stop. I will enter a bus going to Oshodi. I will drop at Kappa. From Kappa, I will take a bus coming down to PWD. Drop at PWD. When I get down, God has been faithful. Somebody is always there. They will take me across the railway track and to the other side, bring me over to this side, to the GRA side, drop me at the gate. At times it will be a teacher, a fellow teacher. At times it will be a student. At times just be a passerby who has a measure of kindness in him or her.
This is David Okon, former president of the Nigeria Association of the Blind. He is the current chairman of the association's education committee. Okon was born sighted, but became blind as an infant. Like Cyril, he had a hard time securing a job despite his skills and education. He's now a staunch advocate for equal opportunities for persons with disabilities.
Blind people can work as long as they have the education that is required. They need training like other people. It might be some specialized training, but honestly, it doesn't cost the price of a rocket. They need equipment that will make them function appropriately. That might cost a little more than what you give. But every employer should think this way.
Okon also analyzes the role that the Nigerian society has played in perpetuating the belief that persons with disabilities are outcast.
The society is yet to come to terms with the fact that a blind person or a person with disability is a member of the society. Or they see him as that lesser being. You can even hear things like, this handsome man or this beautiful girl or lady is blind. That is just nothing but pity. But are they ready to see you as an equal stakeholder in the society, in the organization, in the workplace, in school environment, even in the church? The answer is not in the affirmative for now. A blind person would have ordinarily not been so disadvantaged if the society was more enabled. The environment, the road networks was not built with me in mind. And even when the government even did some walkways, pavements that you could walk and not be run down by moving traffic, you find out that that is not possible because the walkways have now become markets. The bike owners, the ones we call Okada, park their bikes on top there. And so I now it would then be as if I'm more handicapped than I should be.
Drawing from his personal experience with disability discrimination, Cyril makes a passionate plea for an inclusive society.
Those who have physical disabilities, they are pushed aside. They look them as perpetual beggars. And it's not supposed to be. Some of us, we are learned. We don't need pity. We need opportunities. We need encouragement. Those who are lacking education, they need to go to school. Those who need employment, they need to get employment. Those who need to even start their own crafts and their own little business, they need such help.
Every 6 minutes, someone is told they're going blind. Leading medical journal Lancet Global Health projects that global blindness will triple by 2050 to 115 million. Okon speaks to these figures as he calls for a paradigm shift in how society views and treats persons with disabilities.
I have not come across a blind person who have become sighted. Unfortunately, I've come across too many sighted people who have become blind. The question then is, why don't you think of making the society a better place? In case it will be that person you know, or even you, because there's nothing that says that it cannot be you tomorrow, so that will not join us in the cry and lamentations that we're going through.
In January 2019, President Muhammadu Buhari signed the Discrimination Against Persons with Disabilities Prohibition Act. The act criminalizes discrimination against persons with disabilities and requires all public organizations to reserve at least 5% of employment opportunities for these persons. But that law has the challenge of enforcement. As for Cyril Ojemen, he has found a job that pays him 2 times Nigeria's minimum wage, and he plans to retire in the teaching profession. However, many other PWDs are not as lucky. They can be found on the streets, begging for alms to survive, or locked up in homes, hidden by their families for fear of discrimination.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hesse Designs is a fashion accessory label that specializes in the design and creation of handcrafted bags and footwear. I knew I was going to do something in fashion. I didn't know what exactly it was going to be, but I knew I would be in fashion. If it used to be the cleaner in fashion, whatever, but I have to be in fashion. When we started off with just strictly bag making. But then you get people say, oh, can I get a matching shoe? And then over time, people say, oh, I would like to give my boyfriend a wallet, but I want it with Ankara or something. So over time, we had to listen to our customers and infuse their ideas into our brand. Okay, we wanted something with the African touch, with the Nigerian feel. We make leather bags. But if I'm making a leather bag and I put it in a store, if you don't know Hesse Designs is Nigerian, you probably think it's a foreign bag. So what's the point of promoting something that is not, if you look at, you can't link it to Africa, you can't link it to Nigeria. Wanted something to promote Africa, wanted something to promote Nigeria. We also want to empower our artisans here. So that's why we keep our content local, raw materials local, production local. We still get a lot of people from around the world ordering from our website. So I believe it's because of what we've built, the brand we've built over time that still speaks for us. In the last 3 years, we've done over 10,000 items. We've sold over 10,000 items to both corporate clients, retail clients, and wholesale clients.
This your treacherous body would have been manure for the motherland. Listen to the words of a corpse. You cannot win this war.
My production career started off practically by some form of divine intervention. I work in TV production, and I've done that in advertising for over 20 years. I do storytelling as well. I do narrative. I've done films, TV series, etc. I taught myself to draw, and that meant 4 hours of sketching every day, minutely competent, where people will say, this doesn't suck. You actually had to practice.
For God's sake, Emeka, we don't even have enough guns or food. What were you thinking?
If you and Uzogo had not unleashed your unique brand of madness last January, we wouldn't be swimming in Biafran blood.
It was a revolution!
I was with one of my uncles, and he got me a job in, then it was Vanguard newspapers in Apapa. And I got to meet all my heroes because in those days, I knew every cartoonist of every Nigerian publication by name because I would always look for the signature. Advertising was obviously the way to go. English then, if you're doing English, you're either going to be a teacher or something. I was like, no, this is a cool industry. This industry is really cool. It's really being paid to be creative. I was sent around the agency to learn every aspect of advertising. And when I got to TV production, the then head of TV production of ESO and you, then Mr. Greg Odutayo, said to me, okay, I want him. So he just made a request. There are many highlights. I've won awards for films I've made, TV series I've done. But let me just jump forward. The most recent thing I've done I'm extremely proud of is being one of the 3 directors on MTV Sugar, Niger. Then you have to learn. So when I came into production, I was always asking questions. So I was on a quest to know why this visual image was better than this visual image. And that got me into studying and learning about production. It helps to be always focused on what will make you win. There's a very healthy sense of motivating yourself to always get things right. Make sure your work is up to standard. It resembles anything else across any other platform across the world. The second thing is it must have your identity. It must have your strong cultural identity.
"60 Minutes with Angela" starts right now.
So when you serve the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as his special advisor on media and publicity, for 8 years. That's 2 unbroken terms. I suppose it makes all the sense to write memoirs. And that's where my guest today comes in. He says, without documentation, revisionism wins because human beings have short memories. He also goes on to say that the reason he's written his memoirs is to help Nigerians know the true and real Muhammadu Buhari, as opposed to the conjuration we have had over decades. His book, Working with Buhari, Reflections of a Special Advisor from 2015 to 2023, was publicly presented on the 16th day of January 2024. And it was the first time the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, would make his way back to the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja, since he left office on the 29th of May, 2023. Well, Femi Adesina, the former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity, joins me on the program today. Well, thank you for coming on 60 Minutes with me. It's been like 6-7 years of not really having these conversations.
Oh, that long?
But before your appointment as a special advisor, you wore many caps. You would be termed to have reached the height of your profession. You were the managing director of the Sun newspaper. You were also the president of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. That's top, in the hierarchy of journalism in Nigeria. And in spite of your initial misgiving, when you got that call from President Muhammadu Buhari, you served 2 terms as special advisor. Correct me if I'm wrong, you must be the first special advisor to do 8 years with the president since our return to democracy in 1999.
Yes, that would be correct.
Okay. Now, you've spoken about a certain myth about President Muhammadu Buhari, a narrative that his political enemies had sold and fed to the Nigerian public. What is this myth?
Over the years, you know that he first came as a military ruler.
Yes.
That's December 31, 1983 to August 27, 1985. And he ruled with an iron fist. That gave people the excuse to now say he was a dictator. When he came out in 2002 saying he had become a Democrat, they didn't believe him.
Yes.
They felt it could never happen. In fact, they felt he would be a worse dictator than he was as a military leader if he was ever elected. So there began systematic demarketing of the man Buhari. He's a dictator, he's a religious bigot, he's a Muslim zealot, he is a man who doesn't have a wide perspective of the country, he's too clannish, narrow,
Yeah.
and all that. All sorts of perspectives which were not correct. They succeeded in selling that to Nigerians in 2003, 2007, and 2011. So he didn't win the election in those years. But by 2015, Nigerians were not ready to buy those things again. Those arguments had become prosaic, jejune, and Nigerians just said, this is the man we want, and they voted him in. So a lot of people changed their minds about him, voted him, but there were some who remained in their entrenched positions. That was why, having then worked closely with him for 8 years and seen that he is none of those things they paint him to be, I just felt I'll write a book to put things in their proper perspectives.
And the book was well received by him. I just wondered, when you showed him the manuscript, because I know after you left office, you disappeared for a few months to finish the book, and then you got back and you went straight to see him in Daura. What was his reaction to the book?
Yeah, when I gave him the manuscript, the first thing he did was to go to the contents page.
Yes.
And when he looked at the titles of each chapter, some he will read and laugh, and then some he will just smile and nod. At the end of the day, he said, Nigerians will love to read this book. Nigerians will love to read this book. He flipped through the pages. There were some areas I asked him, I mentioned this. Should I remove it? He said, leave it. It's part of our history. Leave it there. Now that the book is out, I see them playing up all those in the media and trying to make mischief with it. I just laughed. They didn't know that even the former president had known and approved those parts to be
Okay, so I was reading one of the comments on Twitter. Someone said in reaction to your book that, it looks like this Mr. Adeshino, he don't plan this book. He knew that he was going to write these memoirs from day one. Your power of recollection is what they couldn't get over. So I suppose my question is, when you get an appointment such as that, is that the first thing that comes to your mind? I've got to start preparing for my memoirs. Or when does the idea come in?
Not exactly. If you asked me along the line, are you going to write? I would say maybe yes, maybe no.
Yes.
I wasn't quite sure whether I would write or not. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write at the end of it all.
Yes.
I could have written and I may not have written. I just sometime when we finished decided that, okay, I will write. So it was not as if I went into government planning to write this. Let me tell you an encounter between myself and the then General Buhari on phone. The first time he called me was the build-up towards the 2007 election. I had written an article about him in the Sun newspapers. The following day, my phone just rang, and he said, "This is Muhammadu Buhari." I said, "Which Buhari?" He started laughing, and I just started laughing. I said, "General!" And then we started talking. He said, "I read the article." He said, "You must have the memory of an elephant. All those things you wrote there, how did you remember them?" That was pre-2007. Okay. So most of the things in this book too, yes, some were jotted in the course of working in government, some were retained. Recalled. Yes, I retained and then recalled at the time I was writing.
So one of the more controversial topics that you touch upon in your book is that of Nnamdi Kanu, who is, by the way, still detained, been detained since June 2021. You alluded to the fact that if Nnamdi Kanu was not extradited to Nigeria, he would have been eliminated.
No. That was a twist of what I wrote. I read that twist, which is not correct. What the president said when the high-level delegation from the southeast came to the president, pleading that he released Nnamdi Kanu to them, they pledged that he would be of good behavior. And the president said what they were asking him was very difficult. One, because it was already a judicial matter, and he never likes to interfere with the judiciary. Once something is before the courts, he wants the courts to adjudicate on it. And then secondly, he said to them, "You asked me to release him unconditionally." He said, it's like a boy who stood outside and began to throw stones into his own house.
Yes.
Then why should he be released unconditionally? He said, we are a government. If we had wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, even abroad, we could have arranged it.
Yeah.
But we decided to bring him back home so that he can have his day in court and justify all the allegations he had leveled against the country. He said the country is a zoo. Let him say it before the court.
Yes.
So the president said, we did him a favor by bringing him home so that he can justify all the allegations he has leveled against Nigeria. There was no plan to assassinate him. And the president said, we could have if we wanted because we're a government. Said, but that didn't come into our thoughts at all. We preferred that he be brought home so that he could justify all the
or what he had been saying.
Yeah.
One of the most interesting recollections for me in that is the Emilio Con episode. And the decision, as you put it, by the principal aides of former president to brief him when you were airborne. I think you were on a travel
with
the
Spain.
president in Spain then. So you all decided that once you were airborne, you as his advisor would approach him so that, according to you guys, you didn't want him to get a varied and distorted version. Now, we all remember that speech of Emilio Con. What could a varied and distorted version look like that would be worse than the perception and implication that those words had already created, on that fateful day in Abeokuta? I'm trying to see why your team thought it was important to brief the president and why you thought it was possible for a varied and distorted version to be given to the president.
Now, when something happens, look at the newspapers and the news media generally. They take it from different perspectives. Some on point, some off point. Look at stories that have been written from this book, for instance. A lot have been distorted.
Yes.
So that was why we felt the president was going to land in Nigeria. He would read the newspapers, and then we didn't want it to be a surprise to him when he saw all the headlines and the papers going in different directions. He will now be wondering what is the truth. That was why we held that meeting, that once we were airborne, I should approach him and brief him on all that had happened, which I did.
What was his reaction?
He's a man of few words, very few words. He listened to me patiently, and that's one of his strong points. He listens. Anybody talking to him, he listens patiently. And after it, he said, Asiwaju said all that?
I'm surprised.
He's surprised. Asiwaju said all that? And then he said, thank you for coming to brief me. That was it. And that was it. But later I learned that when you go to Asiwaju met him, and I think
the iron things out.
Yes, the iron things out.
Because I'm thinking, to many of us observers who were watching the events leading up to the election, that speech would be said to have been targeted at the former president. It looked like a resistance. Of course, some of current president's supporters have always thought that President Buhari was lukewarm at best to President Tinubu's ambition. And so in saying, Emilio Con, it is my turn, no one can stop me. No matter what you all throw at me, this is my turn. Especially, if you recall, he used the words Olule. He tried the first time, Olule. Tried the second time, Olule. So everyone thought there's only one person who's tried to be president 3 times, and it's President
It was not
Buhari.
in doubt that he was talking about President Buhari. It was not in doubt. But then you see that immediately after that speech openly in Abeokuta, there was a press statement from Bayo Onanuga, who was a spokesman to the presidential campaign then, putting things in proper perspective. It's also in my book. You said lukewarm. Lukewarm is not the word I'll use. Neutral is the one I prefer to use. If a sitting president is lukewarm towards you,
Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen. If you know the power that resides in the presidency, you will know that if a sitting president is lukewarm towards you or doesn't want you, nothing will happen in your favor.
Yes.
The president was just neutral, and he allowed things to play out. And
He wanted a level playing field.
Which he ensured.
With all the candidates. Okay, so till today, some of Asiwaju's supporters still have it in their minds that President Buhari didn't want Tinubu as his successor.
They have a right to their opinion. But recall that even against the electoral law, when the president voted in Daura, he displayed his ballot, showing that he voted APC. So, how else will a man prove that he wanted somebody as his successor than that? Yes.
Okay, but you know, there's no doubt that the APC seems to have many blocks, and that's understandable. The four parties came together to form that party. Did you, as the head of the Buhari media team, feel at some point that the campaign of Asiwaju was distancing itself from the achievements of the administration that you served? In the run-up to the campaign, when the campaign first started, it looked as if they were going to be campaigning on the achievements of then Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu as Governor of Lagos, rather than riding on the many achievements of Buhari in the last 8 years, in which were the pioneer years of the APC at the presidency.
I didn't get that feeling. Maybe if that perception is there, some people try to play it up, but that is not the overriding perception, because President Buhari was with him in many of his campaign stops.
Yes.
If he didn't want him, one, he would not be there. If not that the Buhari achievements could be played up, he would not be there. Remember, I think the campaign flagged off in Jos. Remember that even candidate Tinubu could not speak. He was just saying, Buhari, 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 when he saw the overwhelming crowd. Without Buhari joining him in that campaign, I was in most of them, it wouldn't have been the same as what we saw. Yes. Because Buhari still, even after 8 years, he still had that cult-like following. Even today, when I go to Daura and he goes out, I go out with him, if you see how people still respond, oh, it's simply wonderful. So I don't have that impression that the Tinubu campaign wanted to distance itself from the achievements of President Buhari. And many times, President Tinubu has also said that Buhari was like their precursor. And when they met at this book launch, you heard what he said.
In fact, people were surprised that the president turned up at your book launch. Everyone thought, we will see if Tinubu really turns up.
He gave his word.
And he did?
Yes, because I sent him an invitation, and the feedback I got was that he said, oh, if you speak additional, I'll come. He is a good person. And since President Buhari is in town, I must be there as a sitting president. And he was true to his word.
Well, we'll take a break now. Join us again after the break. All right, welcome back, and I still want to stay on this issue of the alleged friction between former president and, you know, one of the things that the current president's supporters hold on to is that currency change, the Naira redesign. You know, at the time it happened, the general word on the street was that a lot of politicians had hoarded Naira notes, and President Buhari had been briefed about that hoarding, and that in order to have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP. It must affect Labour. It must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. And no doubt, President Buhari still keeps saying that, do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections? The retirement home. Well, he failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3? Nothing. Nobody answered their call, nobody brought a dime. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. That market, because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up to that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held, which I sat in, and I had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated. The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go. If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I ascribe it to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something, what should you do? Try to understand it. Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, the shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. So everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration, and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor in that last election?
He was neutral. If you had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of a president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped that person.
From emerging.
Nothing will have stopped.
So when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that it was President Buhari's choice. That wasn't true
There
at
was
all.
there was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody.
He didn't endorse his vice president either.
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was the father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, they thought...
They were endorse them.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him. This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Itai Epeyong from South-South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the north. You have removed a man from South-South. Why not replace him with another person from the South-South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations. 1, 2, 3. With number 1 being the best, number 2 second best, number 3 also appointable. Most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number 1. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and I bypass him, appoint another person, he said, Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's the bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only would look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor will. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him.
Yes.
Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle. Yeah. And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. The late Abba Kyari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it. Yes. If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. The video just took what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate, and
will latch on
will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration and. Because
it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments that President Buhari made.
Yes.
And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't. But we all knew your relationship with the then General Buhari.
Yes.
You know, so I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos here, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yeah.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Sun MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry, because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came, you didn't actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Japheth is his name, he sought me out one day, came to the Sun, he said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in the government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction then. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, you get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians, I had served for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And it wasn't called a thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. You remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He called me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa, he saw me, he said, Kuli Kuli, this job you are come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, wailing wailers. You know, your strict loyalty to President Muhammadu Buhari. I've always wanted to know your reaction to critics who said that statement, wailing wailers, was unbecoming of a presidential spokesperson.
There's a perspective. Perspectives are free. They have the right to it. But you know the truth about the wailing wailers was that it was directed at the PDP and Olisa Metu, their spokesman.
Yes.
In the first few months in office, you find that President Buhari could not do anything right. Anything he did, Olisa Metu will issue a statement. If it rained heavily, he will issue a statement. If it didn't rain at all, it was Buhari's fault. If you saw a wall gecko in his house, Buhari turned to that wall gecko. And all that. One day I now said, what is this? I now did a tweet that these people, they are forgetting that they have lost power. And they will be out of power for a long time. Wailing wailers. That was my tweet. Now, it was directed at Olisa Metu and his party. But anti-Buhari elements online say, he's abusing us, he has called us wailing wailers. So they appropriated that tag to themselves. If they decided to appropriate it, I left them. They were welcome to take it.
Welcome back to my concluding moments now with former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina. All right, so two major issues that made Buhari trend. I mean, very, very major issues. One, Jubril Al-Sudan, and of course his purported wedding to the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Sifia Omar. I mean, they even printed invitations. We heard Professor Shimbaji when he gave that anecdote at the launch saying, you know, he wanted to sue people who he felt had defamed him, and the president said, at least they didn't print IV for you. People were even calling color. Color will not move. So I want to get a feeling of what happens in the villa when issues like this come up. Give us a real look into how the president reacts to those sort of stories in conversations with you. Because I know you've told me that he reads the papers voraciously and you brief him every morning on, you know, issues that you
At
think
10 a.m. he wants to see.
he wants to know what is going on. So what was his reaction to that Jubril Al-Sudan first?
Well, the Jubril of Sudan was foolishness. It was completely obtuse. He left the country in January on a medical trip. He came back in March, went again in April, and came back finally in August. August 19 to be precise. The day he arrived, I remember that the then Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, was giving out his daughter in wedding. So I went to attend that wedding, and naturally I was in Agbada and cap. And before I left for church, I had got a message that he would be arriving that day, that I should inform Nigerians. So I issued a statement. From the church, we went to the reception. I left the reception about 3 o'clock.
Yes.
The president was to land at 4. And I didn't feel I should go back home to change before going to the airport. So I went to the airport. If you still recall the tape of that day, you will see that when he shook me, we were laughing. And what did he say when he shook my hand? He said, Adesina, this is the best I've seen you dressed. So you made it complete today. And by the way, we clapped him out and we laughed. Now the question is, if he was Jubril, will he even recognize me? Will he know I'm Adesina? Will he know how I normally dress?
Yes.
So that just knocked out the story of Jubril for me.
Yes.
Anybody that said it, I knew was being foolish. How do you think the man that was in the villa was another person and his wife would not know? He says I saw him every day.
How did that story start and how did it get entrenched to the point that people believed?
And you know it came from Nnamdi Kanu.
Right.
Yes, he was the one that started it.
That the real Buhari is there.
Yes, and you know that Nnamdi Kanu has a large following. Everything he says to some people is the gospel truth. So they received it, they believed it, but those of us that know. And you know, before the president himself left government, he responded to it.
Yes.
He said it was absolute foolishness, which I believe it is.
Did he laugh about it? I mean, at some point it must have been funny to him.
No, he just dismissed it.
Okay.
He just dismissed it. Just like one time there was this thing in the social media about his daughter getting married on a certain day at a certain venue.
Yes.
It was so widespread. And I went to his office and said, oh, so I see that a wedding is coming up in the family. He said, where did you get that? I said, social media. He said, don't mind those nuisance.
There was no wedding?
No, not at that time. Yet, they had appointed a venue, named one of his daughters, and everything was false.
The other funny one was his purported wedding and people turning up at the Central Mosque on Friday for prayers. And everyone assuming that the wedding was going to hold. And they all turned up.
Yes.
Even though they were not directly told by the president that I will be getting married.
That shows you how fertile the imagination of some mischief makers can be. When the president was ill and was in London, and after he had come round and he was recovering, I remember he placed a call to me one Saturday. And he said, Additional, thank you for holding out against the mischief makers. He said, I see everything you do. I watch. He knows that there are plenty of mischief makers in the country. That purported wedding was a product of mischief makers. Recall that the DSS arrested one man whom they paraded, who did a tape purporting that the president was going to marry the finance minister.
Yes,
Zainab. So that's just part of it. And then they say that of the humanitarian affairs minister too. Just concoction.
Those were funny times. Did the former president have any regrets?
I have attempted to answer this question before, and the media twisted it. That I said he regrets so many things.
Yes.
And my answer was that there is no human being who does everything right all the time. You can't claim that everything you do 100% all the time. No, there will be some shortcomings with the benefit of hindsight. But regret is a very strong word. What I would say is that President Buhari did what he considered was good for Nigeria at any given time. With the benefit of hindsight, he may feel, oh, maybe this one I should have done this way or this way or this way. But regret would be a very strong word. Why did he apologize for some things? Because maybe he felt it rubbed some people down the wrong way. So, regret would not be the word, but he just felt maybe this could have been done better. His guiding principle was to do the best thing for all Nigerians at all times, to the best of his ability.
One of the things that Nigerians are disappointed about is that they thought in President Buhari coming in as a former general that the issue of insecurity would have been tackled more than we saw. Yes, when he came in, Boko Haram was controlling some areas and some local governments in the northeast and all that, but we subsequently saw many incidents, the Buniyadi incident, we saw the Chibok girls.
Buniyadi was before him. Chibok was not even under him.
It was under Jonathan.
It was under Jonathan, and he recovered a large number of the Chibok girls. Dapchi was under him, and within that week, majority of the girls were recovered except about 3 or 5, including Leah Sharibu.
In terms of that insecurity, could he have done more?
He did his best. What I'd like you to recall is that before Buhari came, every day in this country, bombs went off 5, 6, 7 places. Daily. In fact, we, our friends of Ruben Abati, used to even jest that Ruben already had a template for his statements on bombing. He just will change the time and the date. Because there could be 7 bomb blasts in one day. Yes. He will just fit in the venue and the time to differentiate it from the last one he issued. But by the time Buhari left, did you still hear bombs? No, you didn't hear bombs. Schools were being bombed, markets were being bombed, motor parks were being bombed, lives were lost in hundreds. He had made tremendous progress on the security front. It was not fully accomplished, but a lot had been achieved. Those who live in the Northeast will say it better. I remember that in his last year in office, February of 2023, we went to Yobe. We were in the palace of the Emir, who told us that previous years nobody could stay in that palace. Everybody had evacuated, including himself, the Emir. He said they put $1 billion in that palace. Nobody but you were to go in there to say you want to take that money. Because Boko Haram was sitting there. But by that time, the emirs had returned to their palaces. Orientation camps for NYSC that had been shut down had resumed. Roads that were impassable had resumed. President Buhari did a lot in terms of combating insecurity. It was not fully accomplished, but that is why governance is a continuum. Wherever one government stops, another one continues.
No government can do everything.
I've never seen that government.
Chapter 21 of your book, you talk about the official trips. Total trips made by President Buhari were 94, 19 trips in 2016, 2023 and 2021, 5 trips each. 2020, 2 trips. I wondered why you only did 2 trips in 2020.
2020,
Yes.
no, it couldn't have been 2 trips. The only year that the trips were limited was 2017, the year when he had his medical challenge. Yes. And then 2020 was the COVID lockdown, that year too.
Yes, that's why.
Yes.
That's why.
You know, COVID came December 2019, 2020 was the year of lockdown. From January to August, September, there was nothing happening internationally. Even the UN General Assembly that we used to attend every September was done virtually. So the world was locked down.
What do you say to critics who say, well, 94 trips in 8 years, but nothing to show for it?
Well, it's a language they like, the critics. Nothing to show for it. They will see Second Niger Bridge, still nothing to show for it. They will see Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, nothing to show for it. They never see anything. They will see local Oweto Bridge, nothing to show for it. That's their language.
What do you consider to be President Buhari's legacy projects? The projects that will stand him out in years to come?
Infrastructure first. Do you know that Bonny never had a road? The Bodo-Bonny Bridge is on as we speak. In the first time in the history of Nigeria, Bonny will be linked by road, and history will have it that it was under President Buhari. Second Niger Bridge, President Buhari. Local Oweto Bridge that links North Central has cut travel time by about 3 hours. It was under President Buhari. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, since it was made in 1978, had never been done all over again. Now it is there. I remember reading a tweet by Dele Momodu, who is one of the Buhari critics.
Yes.
He said he left Oshogbo and he was surprised to find himself in Lagos in about 2 hours. That was the same journey that would take you 6 hours before Buhari. Because Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, you can do it in 1 hour. So those are things to remember President Buhari for. And then that's in the area of infrastructure. There are many others. But for me, one very important thing that Nigeria should never forget is that the economy was diversified. Our economy had been mainly mono-product, oil. All governments before Buhari had paid lip service to diversifying the economy. They never got it done. But under Buhari, oil that used to account for about 90% of GDP began to account for just 9%. Because Agric had taken the large chunk, ICT had taken another large chunk. Oil, there was a year oil accounted for just 9% of the GDP. So, if Buhari hadn't come and placed emphasis on agriculture that way, you know what would have happened? Particularly during the lockdown, the whole world was shut down. If you wanted to import food, nobody would sell to you because they needed the food in their own countries too. And cash was not available.
There was no movement.
No movement. Exactly. From Thailand, how would you move it? If he hadn't placed the emphasis on diversifying the economy through agriculture, how would Nigerians have survived? There would have been riots everywhere. In Venezuela, an oil-producing country like Nigeria, they were crossing the border to look for food because oil was the only thing they had. But because Nigeria had diversified the economy, we had rice, we had beans, we had maize, all the grains, we were not importing again. So I think that will stand Buhari's regime in good stead, that really Nigerian economy became diversified and oil was no longer the mainstay of the economy under Buhari.
And what would you say to those who say that he shouldn't claim the second Niger Bridge as his achievement because it wasn't started by him?
Oh, really?
It was started by former President Goodluck Jonathan.
From the ask Minister Fashola, he will tell you how that project began from scratch and how it ended. Buhari is not tussling with anybody. Do you know that a lot of projects that were started by his predecessors, he completed them? That shows you that...
Is there anything wrong with completing projects?
Exactly. You know, PDP was, I don't want to say foolish, unsmart. PDP was unsmart enough to say, it is our project that is completing. Is there anything wrong with that? Is that not why governance is a continuum? But second Niger Bridge from scratch was a Buhari project. Minister Fashola told me, and I recall he told you in a documentary you did, that when he was appointed, President Buhari called him to the office and said, there are 3 or 4 projects I want you to do for me. 1, Second Niger Bridge. 2, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. 3, Enugu Onitsha Expressway, and 4, Abuja Zaria Kaduna Kano Road. He said, do me those 4 projects and you can do whatever you like after that. That's President Buhari for you.
Well, you talked about Dr. Reuben Abati earlier on, and I remember when his term was over as special advisor, he had written this article when he said, when the phone stops ringing. So I wanted to ask you, now that you've left office as special advisor, has your phone stopped ringing?
There's no difference. No difference between how I received calls when in office and how I receive now. In fact, when my phones begin to ring back to back, my wife will say, don't they know you are no longer in government? There's no difference, really. Because before I went into government, my phones were very busy. In government, very busy. Out of government, still very busy.
All right, so on a final note, I want to take you back to November 2015. You were coming on a trip from Malta.
No, going to
Malta with President Buhari. You talked about wind share. I'm just imagining all of you on that flight. Were you all giving each other the look as if is this the end?
This is how that plane is structured. There are about 3 compartments at the tail of the plane. You had the security people and some media people. They sit there. In the midsection, you had the senior aides there. I usually also would sit there. The president had his own cabin, but to keep the president company, they will invite 1 or 2 senior aides to sit with him. So on that day of the trip to Malta, I was sitting with him in his cabin. It was an uneventful flight. When we were about landing, the pilot announced that we were to land and all that. Suddenly, as the plane was about touching down, it began to go zig-zag, zig-zag. We were looking at one another. When it now touched the tarmac
with force,
it was going to turn around to face where it was coming from. The president said, what kind of landing is this? And then the pilot came to us from the cockpit and he said, Mr. President and distinguished passengers on board, what we just experienced is what is called wind shear, when the direction of the wind suddenly changes. And that was how it happened. We'll fly according to the direction of the wind. So when that direction changes, it swings the plane. The plane almost turned back to face where it was coming. It was really a tough one. But we thank God that the pilots were experienced.
That was scary.
It was. But President said to say, what kind of landing is this?
I mean, imagine you as a pilot or a president, you don't really want anything.
No, that's why it must be the best set of.
Are there Nigerian pilots flying?
They are all Nigerians. Most of them are from the Air Force. We have a sprinkle of some others who are civilians, but most of them are from the Air Force. I want to tell you that it's a big relief that we finished the assignment, we finished it well, we finished it in one piece. We finished it with our names intact. It is good.
And the FCC is not coming
No, not even. You said just yet. It did not happen because it was a media office. Like I said in my book, in the first 5 years, we didn't even have a budget. So what will the FCC come to look at? What will they come to look at? So, and the way I was brought up, my father inculcated it in us. Honesty is the best policy. He got us to recite it as children. Honesty is the best policy. If there had been a budget of billions in my office, everything would be accounted for. That is the way I was brought up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adesina, for speaking with me today. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedokun. The Themes Plus agenda underscores Governor Sanwo-Olu's intensified focus on social inclusion, gender equality, and youth development. This has been the driving force behind his efforts to strengthen and reinforce the state's governance agenda, ensuring that no one is left behind, regardless of their social status, gender, or age. Through carefully designed policies and programs, Sanwo-Olu is committed to ensuring that all Lagosians are carried along and their needs are catered to. As he marks the anniversary of the second term, the governor has once again promised that this period will be even more rewarding for the people of Lagos with the consolidation of his reforms and governance at higher levels. This is a Greater Lagos vision, and it is indeed rising. On this episode, Governor Sanwo-Olu assures Lagosians of more dividends of democracy as he marks 1 year anniversary of his second tenure, commissions 15 locally built new ferries at Baduri, Aja. Justice sector reforms, Sanwo-Olu reinstates commitment to make Lagos safe investment heaven. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us.
I stood before you, Lagos, privileged beyond measure, to take a second and final oath of office as your governor, to ask you to join me on a journey to a greater Lagos.
With a promise to uplift and transform, Mr. Governor has steered us through a year marked by groundbreaking achievements and unwavering progress. Under his dynamic leadership, Lagos has witnessed unprecedented advancements. The inauguration of the iconic Red Line and Blue Line rail projects has redefined our city's transportation landscape, enhancing connectivity and opening up new avenues for growth and development. These rail lines are not just infrastructure projects, they represent the promise of a more accessible and interconnected Lagos for all. In the heart of our creative industry, the establishment of the $100 million Lagos Film City signifies a bold step towards making Lagos the entertainment capital of Africa. This cutting-edge facility will serve as a catalyst for innovation and talent development, propelling our city to the forefront of the global stage. Recognized as a global powerhouse, Lagos's participation in the Lord Mayor's Show was a landmark event, showcasing the city's dynamic cultural landscape and diverse population to the world. It underscored Lagos's pivotal role as a hub for commerce, culture, and innovation, further solidifying its reputation as the gateway to Africa. To strengthen food security, initiatives like Lagos Trader Money, the Lagos Food Discount Markets, and the Agro Fresh Food Hub are transforming lives, empowering small traders and farmers to thrive. With 750 million naira, Lagos Market Trader Money has empowered 15,000 beneficiaries, turning dreams into reality and businesses into success stories, while the Agro Fresh Food Hub and Food Discount Markets ensure everyone has access to fresh and affordable foodstuff. We also distributed 500,000 food boxes to vulnerable residents. These initiatives are empowering communities and driving inclusive growth. To unleash the full potential of our dynamic youth demographic, we successfully graduated over 4,000 trainees from our 19 skill acquisition centers. Geared towards empowering communities at the grassroots level, this program aims to cultivate self-reliance and entrepreneurial spirit. Lagos is experiencing unprecedented levels of investor confidence as billions of naira are flowing into the state's economy. Some other major projects on the way are the new Massey Children Hospital, 4th Mainland Bridge, Lekki International Airport, 2nd phase of the Blue Line Rail, the Lagos Food Systems and Logistics Hub. In the past year, Mr. Governor has laid the foundation for a brighter future for Lagos. Together, we are building a city that thrives on progress, unity, and resilience. Here's to a year of remarkable achievements and many more to come. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for your unwavering dedication to making Lagos the city of our dreams.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reiterated his commitment to make Lagos a safe haven for investments through the reform of the justice sector. Speaking at the opening ceremony of the Justice Reform Summit held in Lagos, the governor noted that Lagos needs a stronger justice system to attract more investments.
The two-day summit saw a large turnout of men of the legal profession converging on this hall. They are here to brainstorm on pressing challenges facing the judicial system. In his welcome address, Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice Lawal Pedro, SAN, noted that the summit was part of measures towards the transformation of the state justice system. Pedro urged participants to recommend ways to address delayed justice delivery.
To underscore the objective of this summit, the State Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment just revealed that in the last 1 year, the state government successfully attracted about billions of investment in both foreign and local direct investment. Therefore, in case of any dispute, the investment should not be unduly tied down by protracted litigation.
Declaring the summit open, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu called for innovative thinking and a robust legal system.
In 1965, less than 60 years ago, the per capita of Singapore was about $500. Now, the man says it's 98,000. Where was Lagos and where are we now? Where is our country? Are we just want to be the giant in Africa for nothing? Do we just want to take that accolade that says that we're the largest nation in what respect? We don't have proper rule of law. We don't have access to the judicial system. We don't have the real relevant things that can make us real champions in that space.
At the forum, Governor Sanwo-Olu voiced his displeasure over inclusion of Lagos in the FG state suits. He said the state should have been left out of the legal action instituted by the federal government against 36 governors over alleged misconduct in the administration of local governments.
The other Nigerian government should have done a due diligence to identify which states are not in compliance, so that nobody else can able to show a government that out of the 4 are exempted is 31 that are taken to the Supreme Court. Yes. And that's part of the back work that we need to do. And you can see that the conversation is about the judiciary. This is like 2 big conversations that we have in the news today. The last week, a poor man, or a big woman, and a rich man. Excuse this engagement to truly, really be able to reform the sector.
Famed enhancing the administration of justice for economic growth, investment protection, and security in Lagos State. The ceremony had addresses from juries, including a representative of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the Chief Judge of Lagos State, Justice Kazim Alugba, and others also spoke at the summit.
To underscore the objective of this summit, the State Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment just revealed that in the last 1 year, the state government successfully attracted about billions of investment in both foreign and local direct investment. Therefore, in case of any dispute, the investment should not be unduly tied down by protracted litigation.
So whatever you do with the law will impact directly or indirectly on society, particularly starting from the profession itself. We cannot gainsay it that the profession is losing a lot of its life. It is not for nothing.
There is no doubt in my mind that this justice summit will bring much needed innovations in the justice sector, which will go a long way in alleviating the current challenges facing the administration of justice in Nigeria. The increased economic growth and the diversity in the population of Lagos State, with their attendant challenges, calls for constant law reform and implementation of new laws.
Reiterating lessons from Singapore, the keynote speaker, Gregory Vijayendran, a former president, the Law Society of the Republic of Singapore, said that the rule of law was the foundation of the growth of his country. He highlighted this in his presentation of lessons Lagos can learn from the island country and city-state. Love Oyeduku, Plus TV News.
Èkó Akété ìlú ọgbọ́n. Èkó Akété ìlú ọgbọ́n. Arọ́mọdé kó má já o. Èkó Arọ́mísà lẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́.
The governor arrives at Badore for the commissioning. These high-capacity commercial ferries constructed in Lagos have the ability to transport 40 passengers each. Prior to this, Governor Sanwo-Olu conducts an inspection of the boatyard, which is owned and operated by Keverton Marine in partnership with the Lagos State government. The governor swiftly prepared for the day's task, ready to tackle the business at hand. Filled with joy, Governor Sanwo-Olu expresses his enthusiasm for the new ferries, highlighting their capacity to accommodate 40 passengers each. These vessels operate on a convenient cowrie card payment system, showcasing the administration's commitment to sustainable transportation development.
But given the day and how momentous it is, we could not have had a better ceremony than what we're doing and having here today. What was chosen to come and tell the citizens of Lagos that the first pillar of our economic agenda, which is the T, which stands for transportation and traffic management, that's the pillar we have chosen today to come and demonstrate our commitment to you, to come and say to you that everything we've said to ensure that we have a comprehensive, integrated, urban mass transportation system will not be shortchanged. We will ensure that all the verticals around public transportation, none of those verticals are left unattended to. And today is the turn of marine transportation. We have done so many things. We've built so many ferry terminals. We've built so many jetties. We've handed over several tens of ferries. But today, we need to increase that fleet. We need to do it in a bigger and a better way.
The governor emphasized that the addition of these 15 new ferries will not only save numerous hours wasted in traffic, but also enhance the efficiency of public investment in water transportation. He said the deployment of these ferries signifies a promising future for the residents of Lagos.
And to the good people of Lagos, these ferries are built for you, by you, and with your commitment and your contribution to us. It symbolizes better days ahead for us. As we launch them into our waterways, let us do with collective pride. Let's use this with collective pride and a sense of purpose. Let's see that another public asset that we need to take care of. Let's understand that once you enter the ferry, that there's another passenger that's coming right behind you. You don't need to keep it unwell. You don't need to keep it dense. Please ensure that we keep it clean and safe, because there will be another passenger that will be coming right behind you. See it as part of your contribution into the public, goods, into the public assets that government has provided for you. Let us continue to strive for excellence in our collective endeavors. I think it is the former president of the U.S., Henry Ford, that once said that coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is work in progress. But working together, in his view and in our view, is success. We believe that we're on a journey of working together with you, Lagosians. We believe that we're on a journey and ensuring that all of the verticals around our team's agenda are being responsibly dealt with. in health and environment. Just 2 days ago, we signed another MOU where we'll be doing over 2,500 waste conversion to electricity. It's a $140 million investment that is a foreign direct investment. These are some of the capabilities that we're trying to develop locally. We've got over 12,000 metric tons of waste that we generate on a daily basis in Lagos. It's part of our cardinal deliverables under health and environment. In all of our hospitals, the new ones that we're doing, Massive Children's Hospital is going on well. The new General Hospital in Ozo will be nearing completion very soon. The massive hospital in Ketu is going on well, which is a massive, mental health hospital, and the will also is on track, is on budget, and other renovations that we're doing within our health institutions are going on. We have unbundled, the health access to ensure that health is not only accessible but affordable.
Oluwaseun Oshiyemi is the Commissioner for Transportation in Lagos State. During his address, he highlighted that the newly introduced ferries offer a more comfortable option compared to the current 20-passenger ferries operating on the waterways.
Testament to our collective commitment to enhancing the quality of life for all Lagos residents. This initiative is a bold step towards achieving a more efficient, sustainable and accessible transportation system, reflecting our unwavering dedication to progress and innovation. The Omnibus Ferries project is not just about improving transportation, it's about transforming how we live and move. It is about connecting communities, fostering economic growth, and reducing the stress and congestion that often characterize our daily commutes. These state-of-the-art ferries, with their modern amenities and safety features, will not only ensure passengers a comfortable and secure journey, but also herald a new era of convenience and efficiency in Lagos.
Lagos State currently manages a total of 7 terminals and jetties. Love Oyedokun, Plus TV News.
The 1-month-long Lagos State Government annual ministerial press briefing to unveil projects and achievements of the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu-led administration 1 year into the second tenure has come to an end. The program saw ministries, departments, and agencies in the state brief the media on their achievements in the last year, as well as plans for the coming years. The Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, said the government decided to resuscitate the annual event 3 years after it was suspended in order to keep Lagosians abreast with some of the projects which Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has executed since he returned for a second term in office.
Ahead of the first-year anniversary of the second tenure of the Babajide Sanwo-Olu-led administration, ministries, departments, agencies and parastatals of the Lagos State government besieged the Baguda Catholic Press Center in Alausa, Ikeja. For straight 1 month, they took turn to give account of stewardship, of progress reports and achievements made into the lifespan of the renewed tenure of the Sanwo-Olu's-led administration. Gbenga Omotosho is the Commissioner for Information and Strategy. He said the government decided to resuscitate the annual event 3 years after it was suspended in order to keep Lagosians abreast with some of the projects executed this second term in office. One after the other, the ministries interfaced with the gentlemen of the press, reeling out their achievements and plans for the coming years ahead of the 1-year anniversary.
We have done quite a number of partnerships and collaborations within the last 1 year. Of note is the Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange collaboration with the Lagos State government, particularly under the Lagos Rice Mill Imota. So the partnership is such that it gives Lagos the room to be able to do so much around the rice mill.
In the last 1 year of the second term of the administration, the ministry stepped up its activities
in its commitment to attract and sustain viable and vibrant investment and develop commercial, trade, industrial, and cooperative-based activities in the state. We sought to drive sustainable economic growth through improved business support policies and infrastructures to continue to attract foreign and domestic investments, and also to ensure that the equal growth of nanos and micro, small, and medium enterprises also thrived.
Healthcare, as we acknowledge, is not just an individual concern, but a collective responsibility. It requires the concerted effort of every sector of society, the government, the private sector, non-governmental organizations, and the public at large. Our administration, under the leadership of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, recognizes the critical role of health in the socio-economic development of our state. Healthy citizens are the backbone of a robust economy, and every step we take towards improving the healthcare is a step towards a more prosperous Lagos.
The program was held between April 23rd and May 28th.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're at a Lord Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's Show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. We want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able to, for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Oyeduku. Bye-bye now.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what do you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from the family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates as what God put in you. That is not you.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have 3 interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, Nigeria's former president Olusegun Obasanjo has enjoined the management and staff of Punch Nigeria Limited to keep the flag flying and continue to sustain the legacy of the founder, late Chief James Aboderin. Now, Obasanjo stated this while speaking at a black tie dinner to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the newspaper. Plus TV crew was there to bring you all of the beautiful moments.
It was a night of encomium and commendations for the management and staff of the Punch Nigeria Limited for sustaining the legacy of its founder, Chief James Aboderin, as part of a week-long event to round off the Golden Jubilee of the Punch newspaper. The atmosphere was stunning, alluring, and mesmerizing with special lighting, sophisticated decor, flowers, and serene music. People of all strata graced the event. In her address, the chairman, Punch Nigeria Limited, Mrs. Angela Emuwa, said dinner was aimed at celebrating everyone who has contributed to the success story of the organization.
To you all, we say thank you. Today we also celebrate the countless stories told by our journalists, the voiceless voices that they amplify, and the boundaries pushed in pursuit of a better tomorrow. Amidst the celebration, let us not forget the challenges that lie ahead. In a world where truth is often obscured by noise and misinformation, the role of Punch becomes ever more vital.
Ex-Nigeria's President Olusegun Obasanjo is a close friend of the founder, late Chief Olu Aboderin. In his brief remark, he relayed fond memories of the late Aboderin, saying his objective of establishing the Punch newspaper is fulfilled.
When he conceived of the idea of Punch, he discussed with me. And again, I said we were idealistic. And it was out of idealism that Oluwaboderin decided to establish and found Punch.
IT expert Adedoyin Odunfa delivered the keynote address. She harped on the need for the Punch newspaper to unleash untapped potentials in a chartered territory.
Nothing short of a cultural shift. In this new world, we don't have the benefit of hindsight. Indeed, headlines are generated by artificial intelligence. The task then is to digitize the entire value chain to generate intrinsic value. At 50, foresight becomes more important than hindsight as we face the fierce future fearlessly. Unlimited possibilities abound. Thinking is no longer enough. Transformation is critical. Technology is the tool. Unexpected outcomes emerge. Unlikely competitors come to the fore. Reality is virtual. Reality is limitless. Reality's limitless reach and expanded range. Readers are viewers, readers are bloggers, readers are reporters. The right resources make the difference. Responsibility must rise to the fore. Engagement requires experimentation. To meet expectations, energy is required to embrace and embody the new. At 50, fear is not an option. There is no hiding place, for the footprint is global. Fast forward must be the motto. Incumbency is a double-edged sword. Inertia is dangerous. Informing is no longer enough. Interactivity is the norm. Ideas rule the world. Innovation wins intelligence, especially artificial, propels. Influence impacts.
Surviving 50 years in a challenging economic climate such as Africa is indeed no mean feat. No wonder the large turnout. Eulogies, encomiums, and commendations rent the air for staff and management of one of Nigeria's oldest newspapers.
One thing that Punch is noted for is that you don't bribe to get your story published. They choose what is right and they stand by it. And Punch has done extremely well. Other newspapers should follow the suit. You don't have to pay to be in the Punch newspapers. What you say, what you do will qualify you to be in the Punch newspapers. Punch will continue to grow stronger and stronger. And that is my prayer for Punch newspapers.
Definitely yes. And all of us need to agree that Punch newspaper has really performed quite creditably well in discharging the function a media institution should have in any given society. And they've been there for 50 good years. And I'm a member of this industry to say, and I know the importance all of us attach to what we see and how Punch, provides a story. And in 50 years, they've really done well. I was not there, or let's say I was not there in 50, but at least in the past 20, 25 years that I've followed Punch closely, they've discharged their duty. Good editorial, good stories. They serve as the watchdog for the society. They've kept government and every stakeholders in check. But to me, they've done quite well, and we need to praise them and praise the management of Punch over the years for sustaining the legacy left by Chief Abodeni.
Traditional media is going through a lot of evolution and changes. And like the guest speakers said today, at 50, it's time for Punch to fast forward, into the future, looking at the dynamics of the global media landscape and innovate to meet the challenging times. And I have no doubt that they've built resilience and they have the capacity to be able to evolve in response to the times that we are in. And I have no doubt that will evolve.
Earlier in her welcome address, the chairman of the anniversary committee, Wumi Tunde Obe, disclosed that the unity in the family had kept the media house going 40 years after the passing of the founder. Highlights of the event was a cutting of the anniversary cake.
The next event is on the birthday celebration of former LASU CMD Femi Olugbide at 70. Turning 70 represents 7 decades of experiences, adventures, wisdom, and relationships. It is an impressive milestone worth celebrating, but rather than throwing a lavish party celebration, former Chief Medical Director of the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Dr. Olufemi Olugbide, decided to mark it in a simple but unique way with a Thanksgiving praise and worship service. Plus TV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun was present at the Chapel of St. Luke the Physician, LASU, where the event took place.
This isn't the usual church service. It is a birthday thanksgiving, praise and worship service in honor of the former permanent secretary of the Lagos State Ministry of Health, Dr. Olufemi Olugbide, who got enlisted in the septuagenarian table. Family, friends and well-wishers all thronged the Chapel of St. Luke the Physician in LASU, where they joined him in giving praise to God. Taking his sermon from the book of Matthew 6:25-34, Bishop of the Chapel, Right Reverend James Odedeji, reminds the congregation of the need to have uninterrupted relationship with God and try to improve on society and make life better for others.
If God cannot provide for you, nobody can provide for you. If God is not sufficient for you in times of trouble, you cannot go far. What the Bible is saying here is about relationship. The Bible said, and God blessed them and said to them, they must talk, they must relate. And so father and son relationship must be cordial.
He eulogizes Dr. Olugbile for his selfless service to God and humanity.
And so 70 years is a year to appreciate the goodness of the Lord. Birthday celebrations is a service of gratitude. It's an attitude of gratitude that if it has not been God who has been on our side, when the enemy rose, the Bible said they will have swallowed us quickly.
This was followed by the Thanksgiving proper by the celebrants. Performance by the guest artist BJ Sachs further electrifies the gathering, catapulting the congregation into a higher realm of praise. Plus TV News crew gets up close with the celebrant, a prolific writer and well-known psychiatric. At 70, he feels fulfilled.
Excited and very thankful to God. It's been a turbulent ride, but God has been faithful. And that's why, more than any other reason, I felt compelled to celebrate him today and to focus on Thanksgiving. I am truly thankful to God for his mercies and for what he has done for me and my family, and for the protection that he has granted us. I take nothing for granted. I know that I have been favored, and I pray that I continue to receive favor. In return, I want to bestow favor on other people. I want to do things that will improve the lives of other people.
To his children, he's the best dad in the world, and to his friends, a dependable man and a trailblazer.
Daddy is a very loving and caring father, and is an amazing grandfather. I'm married to his son, Ayode Olugbile, and they have the same characteristics. They're kind, they're gentle, they're loving, and they're very understanding. And I'm so happy to be able to celebrate with him today, his 70th birthday. I pray that he celebrates many more years to come in good health, and most importantly, in happiness and joy.
To tell his kids and instruct his kids properly, but also on top of just instructing, he's also modeled very good and godly behavior for us, and so we've had a lot to work with. I'm thankful for having him as a father, but I think maybe to add, the most important thing that any father can do for his child is to continue to intercede for them, because when they go out into the world, you don't know what they get to see, you don't know what they get to face. And so apart from the instruction and modeling, the constant intercession has been a very good source of blessing for us.
He's a wonderful person, very, very wonderful person. And he's a fatherly person, and as a physician, he goes beyond service to serve the community where he finds himself. So I'll say happy 70th birthday and congratulations to him.
Prolific writer, a well-known psychiatrist, one of the best around. I wish him all the best as he lives the remaining parts of his life. And by God's grace, we'll be here at 80 and 90 to celebrate him.
Highlights of the event is the cutting of the birthday cake by the celebrant. Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events, It was a night of glam and excitement as stakeholders, directors, and volunteers gathered together to raise funds for out-of-school children. Worried by the increasing number of out-of-school children in Nigeria, a non-profit organization, IA Foundation, initiated this call to action to ensure indigent children have access to education.
And the way I feel now, cause I'll be with you till the end. Guess I'm on my way. I could just stay. It's time for me to come home. Guess I'm on my way. So listen, that on my mind, you can wait around home and ride me. Guess I'm on my way. I can just stay.
Over the years, the IA Foundation has been transforming lives and changing the face of education in Nigeria and indeed Africa through its charity bowl and fundraiser. This year's edition, the fifth in its series, was used to raise funds and create awareness to support the 20.2 million out-of-school children from poor backgrounds, orphans, physically challenged children, and the girl child in Nigeria. The founder/CEO of IA Foundation, Mrs. Ibironke Adiagbo, speaks on the essence of quality education, which she describes education as the bedrock of every society, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
The reason we have lots of out-of-school children is because so many years ago, some children were on the street, nobody paid attention to them. So those children have grown up now, they have no skills, so the only thing they can resort to is crime. And that's why we have a high level of insecurity. So this is an opportunity for me and you to do something to reduce the insecurity challenges we have in Nigeria. And the only way we can reduce the insecurity, reduce the kidnappers, reduce the bandits, is to make sure the future of Nigeria, which are these young children, that we pick them off the street and we put them in the classroom, because that is where they belong. They do not belong on the street. So the challenge for me and you today is to donate generously to make sure we can pick up more children.
The chairman/CEO, Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri Erewa, Femi Falano, the lead pastor of Trinity House Church, Pastor Itua Igodalo, and a stand-up comedian, Kofi Guru, among others, are billed to be part of this year's event.
They had biceps, muscles, and I was scared for myself. Back then, I probably would leave my door open, but I had to quickly lock down, because what I now saw were full-fledged men that if this continues, one day we will all be eaten. They now have the capacity, and there are many. Then guess what? Like she said, education is the saving grace. Most of them do not even know how to communicate. Remember when you go to events, you would always usually see area boys come and pack you. I was at a function recently. One Oyibo man came inside. Mr. Kofi, can you please? I don't know why the gentleman outside is asking me to cut my hand. I said, cut your hand. Okay, let's go. We got downstairs. I saw the area boy that packed the Oyibo. I like Kilon Shele. Baba mi. Shebi na me dey park this side. When the Oyibo come, he park. I open for him, he park. As he won't come out, now I tell him make he reverse back. Now, the tautology is allowed in Yoruba land. Reverse back. Reverse is to go back. When you add back, it's the same. So as he dey reverse back, now I tell him make he cut in hand. Now, how do you tell the white man the meaning of cut your hand in English? There is no English expression for it. So I was stuck as the translator. So I look at the area boy, I look at the Oyibo. What he was actually trying to tell you was that, okay, you know what, just bring your car here, I'll move your car for you. There's no translation.
Expressing her enthusiasm for the event, Dabiri Erawa noted that by investing in the education of out-of-school children, Nigerians are investing in the future prosperity of the nation.
If all of us do one thing for somebody that's underprivileged, we'll make a better society. Everything is not about government. So thank you, Ronke. We truly appreciate you. And we also appeal to all of you in the diaspora to do what Ronke is doing. You're comfortable in your zones, but give back to the country that made you.
We have a monumental task before all of us to remove 20.2 million children from the street. Nigeria has the highest number of out-of-school children in the world today, in spite of our enormous resources. But we cannot blame the government all the time.
Children who have benefited from the foundation showcased the impact of education through a short play, underlining its transformative power for the future of young Nigerians.
We should construct our future. It is widely acknowledged that children are the leaders of tomorrow. However, if our prospective leaders are deprived of educational opportunity, what will befall in our society? Education from every foundation is advanced in any community. Therefore, we must rescue every child from the street and ensure that return to school. After all, we cannot predict which among them will guide us towards a brighter tomorrow. Thank you.
The occasion attracted dignitaries from various backgrounds, all of whom commended the efforts of IA Foundation, encouraging all present to continue advocating and investing in the education sector, recognizing it as a crucial element for the overall development and prosperity of the nation.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the event on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your event to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Where would I start from? Because I started acting very young. I started 1997. And what would I say was my downtime? Well, maybe when I started Palace, I couldn't tell my mom that I was acting. But when they would show me on screen, the teasers, I was there. And my mom asked one day that, Foluka, is that you? I said, no, it's not me. So I had to go and meet my mentors to come and help me beg her to act. She first refused vehemently that she wasn't going to allow me to act, blah, 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 blah. And I had to beg. I was crying for days. So eventually, she now called me and said, okay, that she will accept on one condition, that I will make sure that I go to school very well. I'm still fulfilling that promise till now because I promised her PhD. And that I'll make sure that I have a home and I'll be a role model worthy of emulation.
Well, my journey into Nollywood has been an amazing experience, actually. I didn't just start off and became who I am right now. I actually started from somewhere. I can remember when I was still in school, UJ, I would jump from one bus to another, going for auditions and Sometimes when I get to the audition ground, I fail the audition. I actually worked with a director who said I failed this audition like twice or 3 times. And eventually I played a lead character, on that project. And it's actually very inspiring. And I also want to talk to everybody out there. Sometimes I believe young people just want to be stars and they don't want to work hard. And I feel it's not right. I feel you must, if you want to showcase your talent, you have to do it right. Focus on the important things, which is go for auditions, be nice to people, be humble, because once you're humble, you find purpose. Yeah.
One of my downtime moments would be probably when while acting, I had a terrible car accident that nearly took my life. My legs were broken, my face got burnt, my hands, legs, and everything got burnt. That was quite a challenging time in my life when that happened. So that's because it was life-threatening, life-changing. You felt like your whole life was coming to a stop. The things that your face is your business. You can imagine your face being burnt at that time and you're feeling that your career was over or your life was over. So that was a quite downtime. But God was merciful throughout this period. He gave me like a very strong, resilient spirit to pull through. But it was a difficult time because I had like series of operation. Like when you do the first operation, you think, okay, you're fine, and then you do the second one and you get heartbroken, and they have to start all over again. So it was quite a challenging time for me, but I knew I drew the strength from the fact that God kept me alive, so I felt maybe He kept me alive for a reason. And it just gave me a new lease of life to do and see things differently, and that's it.
Personal life and life issues sometimes, and family and relationships and things that they have to like settle like as well before being in the state of mind to record and create good music. Sometimes you might just be in a creative block or any of that stuff, and you need time to chill out, because when you force it in that period of having like a creative block, then you lose it. You lose the plot there. And for us, like at some point in our lives, we're kind of like really down. To be honest, I won't even lie to you. Like that was like about 2 years ago, or like a year ago, something like that. It was crazy in the sense that there was a lot of pressure like from us, and we as of the time did not know how to handle the pressure coming from the industry, coming from the fans. The next P Square, we're waiting for you guys to take over from P Square, we're waiting for you guys to drop new songs and all that stuff. And
this week on The Inside Story, we travel to Ghana to investigate environmental crimes and those who are breaking the laws designed to protect the world in which we live. Who is reporting on them? And what is being done to stop them? Now, on The Inside Story, Nature Crimes.
Welcome to The Inside Story. I'm Steve Barragona, hosting this week's show from Ghana. Nature crime, that's illegal fishing, logging, mining, and poaching, costs the world as much as $281 billion per year in criminal profits, according to the World Bank. Today, we're going to look at nature crime happening here in Ghana. Not because Ghana is unique, it's not. These crimes are happening all over the world. And they're taking a toll not just on nature, but on the people who depend on it for food, water, and livelihoods. Today on The Inside Story, nature crime. Ghana's coastline is home to dozens of historic forts, castles, and other UNESCO World Heritage Sites. They're threatened by coastal erosion, and illegal sand mining for construction is making the problem worse. A photographer whose ancestral home has washed away is using photo exhibitions to raise awareness about the situation. Senanu Tord reports from Adag, Ghana.
Along the coast of Adan in Ghana, photographer Ofoe Amegavi is taking photos of a ruined settlement. Occupants of this property were forced out after several tidal waves and coastal erosion demolished their homes and threatened their lives. Amegavi says his ancestral home was once about a 15-minute walk away, but has been completely submerged in the Gulf of Guinea. Born and raised in the capital city of Accra, Amegavi moved back in 2019 to connect with his ancestry and heritage, but he says there was nothing to show.
Then coming here, trying to trace some of the stories my dad told me, I now came to realize why most of his stories were coming from the past and not necessarily present continuous, but I was always referring to the past. It was due to the fact that his home wasn't existing anymore, where he was born and raised wasn't existing anymore because of the effects of coastal erosion.
According to UNESCO, Ghana's coastline is eroding at an average rate of about 2 meters per year, with some sites recording up to 17 meters of erosion in a single year. Between 2005 and 2017 alone, the country lost about 37% of its coastal land to erosion and flooding. Coastal residents say the erosion rate has increased even further in the last 2 years. John Kusimi is a senior lecturer at the Department of Geography and Resource Management at the University of Ghana. He says rising sea levels and climate change are increasing the frequency of tidal waves along the Ghanaian coast. Kusimi says the situation is made worse by increased sand mining, mostly for construction needs.
We have a lot of human activities such as sand mining, dredging, and also the harvesting of vegetative cover, mangroves in particular, along the coastline. These activities tend to reduce the resilience of the beach or the coastline to erosion.
Sand mining along the beaches of Ghana is illegal and punishable by law, but Kusimi says the country's boom in tourism and real estate along waterfronts has created a new market for the practice.
Because of the presence of security within the major cities, they go a little bit far off away the peri-urban localities and mine and bring the sand into the cities to develop. So you see a lot of hotels, estate developers, and then resource centers that are developing along the beaches and the coastline, and most of them often mine beach material illegally to use in their building and construction.
Through a recent photo exhibition titled Between Sand and Water and an upcoming exhibit in northern Ghana, Amegavi hopes to draw more attention to the ailing state of coastal communities and its effect on coastal biodiversity. Senanu Tord for VOA News, Adan, Ghana.
It's another busy morning at the fishing harbor in Tema, just outside Ghana's capital, Accra. Fishermen like Yasil Arafat Ali say this year is the worst in a long string of bad years.
What we have seen this year is quite different from all over the years. Though we started seeing our problems for about 15, 20 years back, but this particular year was a very mess.
The small fish that are a cornerstone of the Ghanaian diet are getting harder and harder to find.
If care is not taken, the artisanal fishery will certainly collapse. In actual fact, it is on the verge of imminent collapse.
Nana Jojo Solomon heads the Ghana National Canoe Fishermen Council, the association representing the artisanal fishermen. He says they know their catches and their livelihoods are at risk, so new government regulations are mostly welcome.
I think government is now focusing, on the industry as against the total neglect in the past years.
It comes back to
so many canoes chasing after very few stock of fish that we have. And that is the challenge that we want to, as much as possible, try to control now.
Richard Yeboah heads enforcement for Ghana's Fisheries Commission. He says the government closes the ports for a month each year to help the fish populations recover. And it recently put a cap on the number of fishing canoes.
Too much of everything is bad. So the idea of the government is good, to minimize the canoes.
Fishermen like Ashtai Ismail approve, but they say the bigger problem is illegal fishing by Chinese trawlers.
Even if we are reduce it in a certain number, and still the trawlers are doing what they are doing, it's meaningless.
To a large extent, the trawlers have their portion of the blame. Yes, definitely they are contributing to the illegal fishing activities.
Yeboah says that's why a new electronic monitoring system will soon keep watch on the trawlers.
All the vessels that will be given license to fish, they are all going to have the videos on them. You agree with me that videos are such that you can't hide from it. If you are conducting illegality and you are caught.
But he says the small-scale fishermen are part of the problem too.
Some of them we hear they are also using dynamite, and then some of them, recently we hear that some of them are even using detergents also to fish. So when you look at the fleet that we have, from the artisanal through to the industrial, they all have a part to play as far as illegalities are concerned.
There are glimmers of hope that the government's measures are helping fish populations recover, but it will take years to know if more is needed. That means more tough years ahead for Ghana's fishermen.
Mining is illegal in Ghana's forest reserves. Rivers running through the reserves provide food and drinking water for people downstream. But the Ghanaian parliament passed a law last year regulating mining activity in the country's forests. Environmentalists say it has essentially legalized the practice, and biodiversity reserves that were protected are now threatened. They're petitioning the government to repeal the law. Senanu Tord brings us this story from Atewa, Ghana.
Ghana's Etiwa Rainforest is a globally significant biodiversity area, as designated by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. The forest is home to about 5 critically endangered species, including the white-napped mangabe. The reserve is also the source of 3 important rivers that provide water to more than 5 million Ghanaians. Yao Krine lives around the Etiwa, and she used to get her water from streams in the forest reserve. She says in the last 5 years, illegal mining and tree logging in and around the forest have ruined these bodies of water.
Growing up, we always drank water from the streams that came from the forest. They were very clear streams. But over the past 5 or 6 years, they have all been heavily polluted, and we can't even drink or cook with the water from these streams. Even the water running in the taps has been contaminated by this illegal mining, and we can't use it for anything.
In 2018, the government of Ghana signed a deal with a Chinese state-run company, Sinohydro Corporation Limited, to mine bauxite from the forest, an action that environmental advocates say is illegal and risks the lives of over 100 threatened or near-extinct species. Although the official mining of bauxite in the forest has not begun, communities that live around the reserve say the forest has been under attack since the deal was signed.
People are mining seriously within the forest. There are illegal logging that is also going on. And the third issue is because the land, the traditional land that we farm on has been used for gold mining. And so people are entering the forest to farm.
In an attempt to police their forest, Tabi and his community-based organization have attempted to block road access to the forest to prevent access to tracks. They also criticize the government for not enforcing forest protection laws or prosecuting people who engage in what Tabi calls galamsey, the local term for illegal mining.
We think that the government has intentionally is looking elsewhere and allowing these galamsey people to destroy the forest so that they use that as an excuse, pretense to say that, oh, the forest has already been destroyed, and so if you are going to mine bauxite, why not?
In November 2022, the government of Ghana passed a law called the Environmental Protection, Mining in Forest Reserves Regulation. Environmental advocates say This law gives the presidency power to authorize mining in forest reserves that were supposed to be under government protection. They say an older law and guidelines for mining in production forests exempted globally significant biodiversity reserves, whereas this law targets them.
It is not in line with our commitment to climate action, towards mitigation and deforestation actions. It is not in line with Ghana's recently signed GBF, and that's the Global Biodiversity Framework Agreement, which is seeking to create safe havens for biodiversity to exist. And our GSBAs are not only for biodiversity, they are also for the provision of crucial ecosystem services.
The government of Ghana declined to speak with VOA about the mining law, despite several requests. Civil society groups continue to petition the government to repeal the law and protect the country's forest reserves. Sena Nutot for VOA News, Etiwa, Ghana.
Beginning in 2010, Chinese miners surged into Ghana's lucrative illegal gold mining business, spawning conflicts between the Chinese nationals and local communities who accuse them of polluting the environment. Attempts to crack down have strained relations between Accra and Beijing. Illegal mining by Chinese nationals and by locals is a major cause of pollution in Ghana. To learn more, I spoke with Erastus Asare Donkor, a journalist here in Ghana who has dedicated himself to covering the consequences of illegal mining.
Currently, as we speak, almost every major river across Ghana is highly polluted. So if you look at it, you're talking about above 8,000 highly polluted rivers and water bodies, the source of the pollution. And all along the riverbed, you could see irresponsible mining. When I say responsible mining, some of them you see that they've set up the washing bay at the edge of the river. They wash directly everything into the river. They use the river as a washing bay. They fetch it, pump it from the water source. One tube leads into the river, it pumps water onto the raft, it washes back into the river. We have spoken to a number of scientists who are also drawing links between soil contamination and the kind of food grown in these areas to the market. And so we have gone into all that and also fetched samples from these polluted rivers to test at the laboratory. So far we are seeing high levels of chromium, arsenic, and in some cases lead and cadmium, which of course is very poisonous to human health.
Who is doing this mining? Is it local people? Is it people from outside the country?
Both. Now, the situation on the ground is that the local people, some of who own the land, do not have the money or equipment to do the mining. So they fall on more of Chinese nationals who come in with excavators, the bulldozers, and others to mine, the technology to mine. Some of the monies, the sponsorship, comes from very powerful people in society, those who live in the big cities, in Accra, Kumasi, and others, who fund and sponsor these activities on the ground. They also provide protection for the people to mine in undesignated areas, forest reserves, along water bodies. And so, whilst they provide the sponsorship, these people also go in there and mine. Now there is an interesting twist, because there is the security at the local level. They are powerless in arresting these illegalities. They are illegalities, all right, but they cannot go in and arrest anybody. You arrest them, the big man up there will call to the ground and you have to release them.
How do you describe this? When you think about what's happening here, is there a word or an idea that comes to mind to you about what this means?
This means that our very existence as a people in Ghana is threatened. To me, in some areas, I describe it as cruelty, because the person who is washing his residue into the river, the person who is sitting directly on the river and mining, knows the health effects, but he's doing it anyway. Sometimes we speak to some of them and they know, but they don't care. That is cruelty.
Are there many other reporters in Ghana who are doing the kind of work that you're doing?
Myself and some few others who, but when you talk about going deep and into the hinterland, so far, well, I've been doing it. There are a couple of journalists who are also doing other things. This is about you, your family. So what we do today will affect the ones we love, whether now or in the future. And it's high time we have to come together to do something about it.
You're talking about people with power. You're talking about people with money. Is this dangerous work?
Highly dangerous. Highly dangerous. But what is more dangerous than knowing very well that the child you are trying to raise today will in the near future not get quality water to drink, or will die of an ailment that he's not even aware. And that's what keeps some of us going.
Have there been times when you've been afraid for your own safety?
Yes, many times, even now.
What's that like for you?
It's disturbing, and at the same time you look at what could happen if you don't do it. I feel that the more we talk about it, the more the problem is lessened in a way. What we are seeing now could have been worse if nobody was talking about it. If we're not getting the evidence to bring to the people, to show them, to see that this is what is really happening.
Illegal trades in fishing and mining threaten the Amazon's rich biodiversity and the communities and the reporters who expose nature crime taking place there. We have this story from Brazil.
The world's largest rainforest, the Amazon, is known for its rich biodiversity, but illegal mining, fishing, and logging all pose a threat to its future. Journalists from across the world travel to Brazil to report on how such activity affects the rainforest and the communities who call it home. But reporting from the region presents unique challenges, says Arthur Romeo of media watchdog Reporters Without Borders, or RSF.
Doing journalism in this region involves large costs and logistical complexities. So it's expensive to do journalism, and it's difficult to understand the microdynamics of conflicts that are occurring in these different territories.
Those conflicts range from small issues affecting very localized communities to cases of national interest, says Romeo.
Socio-environmental issues, issues of agrarian conflicts, issues related to human rights violations, issues related to cases of corruption on a mainly local scale with national coverage.
Understanding the political and economic complexities and the factors driving tensions is key. Failure to do so can expose journalists to threats, aggression, and arbitrary prosecution. Between June 2022 to June of this year, RSF documented 66 press freedom violations in Brazil's Amazon states. But the killing in 2022 of journalist Don Phillips and the indigenous people expert Bruno Pereira brought the dangers media confront to the world's attention. The impact of their case is the focus of a documentary, Reports of a War Correspondent in the Amazon, co-directed by journalist Ana Arana.
We went with the documentary crew to film this moment of shock and realization that we are also in the crosshairs and that we are risking our lives.
A project coordinator at the media and advocacy nonprofit Reporter Brazil, Arana has covered the Amazon for more than 14 years. She knows better than most the intricacies and risks of working in the region.
You have to spend a week there to be able to tell the story of the indigenous people, maybe more. And violence, too, is increasingly a problem.
The Phillips case changed how media cover the region, says Arana.
We started to increase our security protocol, and we started to avoid doing a series of things that we did before. For example, we no longer interview the other side on site.
Romeo of RSF says he has noticed efforts by indigenous communities to fill gaps in coverage, using technology to create networks and collectives.
Doing journalism today in the Amazon is an exercise of resistance and resilience. It is fundamental for the future, not only of Brazil as a society and a democracy, but is fundamental for the future of the world.
As scientists sound the alarm on the destruction of the Amazon ecosystem, the work of environmental journalists will remain crucial, says Romeo. Cristina Caicedo Smith, VOA News.
Ghana is the world's second largest producer of cocoa. And on our way out, we'd like to share with you a special treat we picked up here in Ghana, a trip to a chocolate factory.
We'll hit the route. This one is another farm.
Okreku Adade walks the perimeter of a cocoa farm in Suhum, 60 kilometers northwest of Ghana's capital, Accra. His handheld GPS device traces his path. It creates an electronic map of the farm for the government-run Ghana Cocoa Board.
You see where the farm is located from anywhere in the world. You can locate the farm right from your room.
Locating the farms that grow its main ingredient is critical for organic chocolate maker Ferrafrique.
And you can also see the location of the farm.
Spokesman Mubarak Ochere.
And this area also tells you that this farm is not in a deforested area. And that is how we get to know that these farms are free of deforestation.
Deforestation plagues the chocolate business. Satellite data from Global Forest Watch shows Ghana lost 22% of its forest cover since 2001. Cocoa farming is one of several causes. Under a new European Union rule, all cocoa beans must be traceable to areas free of deforestation starting at the end of 2024. The Ghanaian government is mapping the farms so it can identify farmers growing in protected forest reserves, says Cocoa Board spokesman Fifi Boafo.
Cocoa produced on that land will not be purchased by Cocoa Board. And if we say will not be purchased, it means that the essence of your whole business is lost.
Why is a farmer going to cut down new forests to plant cocoa? And that is because of poverty.
Obed Owusu Adai is a forestry expert with the environmental group EcoCare Ghana. At least a third of cocoa farmers in Ghana live below the poverty line. They receive less than 7 cents of the price of a $1 chocolate bar. And plant diseases, aging trees, and worn-out soil are cutting their harvests. That's why they seek out new land in the forests, says cocoa farmer Taylor Francis.
So what do you want us to do? Because you are also not supporting us in any form. And you are saying that we shouldn't go and cut the forest and plant the cocoa. So how do you want us to survive?
Cocoa farmers can get help from the government with fertilizers, pesticides, and farming practices. These programs aim to boost farmers' yields so they don't need to expand. Boafo says the industry is answering calls for more environmentally friendly chocolate.
These calls have come from consumers largely. And if the consumer is asking for a specific product, then the consumer must be prepared to pay.
Because, he says, making cocoa more sustainable does not come cheap.
Thanks for joining us on this special edition of The Inside Story from Ghana. Before we go, I want to say thank you to everyone on the production team, both here in Ghana and in Washington, who made today's episode possible. I'm Steve Baragona. You can follow me on X, formerly known as Twitter, at Steve Baragona. You can also catch up on past episodes on our free streaming service, VOA+. Stay up to date with all the latest news at voanews.com. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back next week with another episode of The Inside Story.
Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online.
In fact, according to psychologist Robert Sutton, disrespectful, demeaning, and downright mean-spirited behavior is worse than ever. This behavior is especially true of online discourse, which researchers describe as the online disinhibition effect. Stanford psychology professor John Sula in 2004 said, "The online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic manner, wherein they become abusive or threatening." "I am in my house, come and beat me," is a common saying online that alludes to the inaccessibility that emboldens even regular people to behave in less than civil ways online. Another factor responsible for this behavior, apart from anonymity and availability, is solipsistic introduction, a situation, according to Dr. Sula, where you don't have any physical cues associated with the person you're communicating with, and other person becomes just a voice in your head. As such, the people in your online conversations merely become characters in your imagination, formed by your own personal history and expectations. You might also hear his or her voice as your own, which makes you feel more comfortable with the other person and further lowers your inhibitions. As we have rules that guide our interactions in real life, unspoken rules need to be developed for our online interactions. Social media etiquette, or social mannerism simply put, means do's and don'ts for social media interactions. These etiquettes are also referred to as netiquettes. The term netiquette refers to all aspects of online communication, including email, instant messaging, social media, multiplayer gaming, and other forms of online communication. The main goal behind netiquette or mannerisms on social media is to treat others with respect and take care of intellectual property rights and associated implications. Personal information, images, or videos of anyone should not be shared without consent or mentioning credits where due. Except we seek to change such behaviors, it will pervade. Here are some social media netiquettes. When sending a DM, be polite and go straight to the point. When responding to posts, even if you disagree, be careful not to use condescending and insultive words. Take a 5-minute pause before you post any comment. Don't comment on topics that people tend to be passionate about. Don't respond to insults or hateful language. Don't say to people online what you won't have the audacity to say to them in person. Avoid excessive tagging of people. Ask before tagging people. Although it may seem inoffensive, tagging a friend or acquaintance on social media without their permission could in many ways cause problems for that person. Good social media etiquette means you should always request for permission before tagging anyone. Post only flattering pictures of other people. Apply the billboard test. Assume that everyone in the world can and will see everything you post. So if it's not billboard worthy, don't post it. Give credit where it's due. Don't post other people's photos or quotes without clear attribution. This means no screen grabs even if you have the best intentions. Instead, use a repost app to properly credit others for your own content. Think of the future you. Your taste will change, as will your sense of humor, but your photos will live on forever. Use caution when posting. Don't take screenshots of other people's private moments that they shared with you in confidence. Censor yourself. You might treat your Facebook or Twitter accounts as diaries. Don't share everything with your readers. Some things are meant to be kept private.
In the 12 months since President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's inauguration on May 29, 2023, Nigeria has embarked on a transformative journey towards stability, prosperity, and security, guided by the 8-point Renewed Hope agenda. This milestone is meticulously detailed in the Ministry of Information and National Orientation's report titled 1 Year of the Tinubu Administration, Forging a Safer, Stronger, and More Prosperous Nigeria, highlighting the significant strides made under President Tinubu's stewardship to address critical national challenges and implement comprehensive policies aimed at fostering national growth and development. Despite economic challenges marked by turmoil and unemployment, the administration's decisive economic reforms have stabilized the economy and ignited growth. A pivotal move was the abolition of the unsustainable fuel subsidy, redirecting approximately $10 billion annually towards vital sectors such as healthcare, education, infrastructure, and security. This bold action alone resulted in a 50% reduction in petrol importation and increased revenues for state and local governments. The elimination of the foreign exchange subsidy and the harmonization of forex rates fortified the Nigerian economy, propelling the Nigerian Stock Exchange to the pinnacle of global performance and bolstering the strength of the Naira. These claims by the Ministry of Information. To mitigate the impact of these economic measures, the administration rolled out several interventions, including a wage increase to 35,000 Naira monthly for civil servants, the establishment of a tripartite committee for wage restructuring, the creation of an infrastructure support fund for states internationally. The administration has successfully attracted over $30 billion in investments, enhancing Nigeria's global economic strength. However, the 2023 presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, on Tuesday said President Bola Tinubu's policies did not create prosperity, but have rather pauperized the poor and bankrupted the rich. In a statement on Tuesday, Atiku reviewed the administration over the past year, criticizing the All Progressives Congress-led government for not presenting any plans for economic remodeling, but instead implementing a mix of policies to address it. Joining us is the immediate past chairman of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN Lagos and District Society, Alistair Wilkos. We also have joining us a public affairs analyst, Dr. Kachi Ononuju, and the executive director, Center for Rights and Grassroots Initiative, Nelson Ekujimi. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, Bala, for having
good
me.
to
It's
see
my
you.
pleasure. It's my pleasure to be around, Bala. Thanks for having me.
Alistair, how would you want to summarily start your take on the last 1 year of President Tinubu's administration?
Well, Bala, I think I would say it's a mixture of the good, the bad, and the ugly, depending on the side of the stick you are holding. The president came in with, didn't mix words right from Igbo Square. He began to set out his policy directions. And well, people criticize him for that you made a statement without having the plans to manage the aftermath. But sometimes it's also good. I criticize it, but sometimes it's also good for you to shoot before you aim for the second bullet. So the economic agenda of the president was clear. We are moving away from departing from the old structure that has not worked and has put Nigerians in debt, even though it seems we are the so-called proverbial common man was having certain things easy. You just had to change the narrative. So economically, I think quite a wide range of options on the table, and they are trying out every one of it to see which will be better suited for the economy. In the last few months, we've seen where the CBN has come into play heavily in the monetary policy arena. The MPR has moved from about 22 basis points, 22,000 basis points, to now we're on a 26. That's quite a substantial move. And is it the right policies? We need to allow them to mature for us to know. But generally, apart from the economic space, one area that Nigerians has always had issues talking about security and food security of the land, and then agricultural production, food security. Now you discover that Nigeria has been plagued with wide range inflationary trend, especially food inflation, and
Alistair,
yeah,
I think it may be a good idea for us to make references to the inaugural speech of the president, especially as it relates to the sectors. I was just wondering, maybe I should start by reading out what he intimated the Nigerian public with his objective in security, although it must be accentuated at this juncture that is only 1 year into a 4-year tenure. But this was exactly what he said in his inaugural speech in relation to security. Security shall be the top priority of our administration, because neither prosperity nor justice can prevail amidst insecurity and violence. To effectively tackle this menace, we shall reform both our security doctrine and its architecture. We shall invest more in our security personnel, and this means more than an increase in number. We shall provide better training, equipment, pay, and firepower. What is your take? Taking each of those points, a review of the security doctrine and architecture, which would ordinarily, I would want to believe, given my understanding of English language, a total review, strategic reform of the security system, and his promise to improve the welfare and the operational wherewithal of the security personnel. Your take in the last 1 year of the administration?
Well, many Nigerians like me, sitting from my unvantaged position, Bola, will think that the president is not doing much in security. Well, because we are not seeing certain movement or which we expect to see. So one will expect that he is not doing much. But I would say, since I said from my unvantaged position, because I'm not in the theater and to know what is happening behind the scene, but in terms of on the street, we've not seen anything dramatically change with respect to the security architecture of the country. Yes, there were service, the heads of the services were changed, persons were retired, but we still have this widespread fear in the land, public fear in the land with respect to kidnapping, which is a major crime, with respect to banditry, which is a major crime with respect to even the so-called the high-headed Boko Haram and other insurgent group. They still have headway, but like you said, 1 year in a 4-year administration is well, it's just 25% of the time for us to see that meaningful and appreciable level of change that we expect to see.
How would you want to respond to the fact that there's a dictum in one of our major nationalities that speaks to the fact that the morning makes the day. What somebody is going to be doing later in the day would have been defined in the morning. Is this morning good enough for you in terms of the security progress thus far made, or security lack of progress thus far are discernible, depending on which direction you're looking at it? Okay, is
Well,
like
I
Dr.
wouldn't say that the money is good for me. With respect, yeah, I can.
Go ahead, Alistair.
Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you. But what I'm saying is, yes. What I'm saying is, I am not sure the money is good for me with respect to the security. How this president has tackled security. Like I said, I consider the fact that I'm in an advantage position. I wouldn't say advantage because I am not at the theater, but many Nigerians want to have this sense of being secured, whereby they travel on the roads without much praying, just as we used to do. I remember some years back, I used to travel to the north by road, and sometimes the night catches up with us, so anywhere, be it forest, and then you are just relaxed. But I don't think many Nigerians can do that today. Even going to Ibadan in the broad daylight, you might just be looking at your left and your right. So one will want to see, so the morning is not yet good for me. So one will want to see us returning back to that area when you are traveling from here to Bini and you sleep off and the driver is just going and you can sleep off in your car without having much to worry as to looking out on the road.
Okay.
So those kind of things. So the money is not yet good, but like I said, 25% over 25% is too small to judge a student. So let's see when 50%, when we get to 50%.
I'll come back to you, Alistair. I'll come back to you. But before I come back to you, I need to say this. As somebody who did a course once in criminal justice system, I know that the perception of crime is usually bigger than the reality of crime. However, that does not excuse the fact that if people are not comfortable emotionally and otherwise in an environment, security is also a game of perception. Once the confidence is not there, it's not there. Dr. Onanuju, welcome to the program.
Thank you.
Let's go in the direction of the economy. Let me read out verbatim what the president promised in his inaugural speech on the 29th of May, 2023. Regarding the economy, he said, on the economy, we target a higher GDP growth. On the economy, we target a higher GDP growth and to significantly reduce unemployment. We intend to accomplish this by taking the following steps. First, budgetary reform stimulating the economy without inflation will be instituted. Second, industrial policy will utilize the full range of fiscal measures to promote domestic manufacturing and lessen import dependency. Third, electricity will become more accessible and affordable to businesses and homes alike. Power generation should nearly double and transmission and distribution networks improved. We will encourage states to develop local sources as well. I have a message for our investors, local and foreign. Our government shall review all their complaints about multiple taxation and various anti-investment inhibitions. We shall ensure that investors and foreign businesses repatriate their hard-earned dividends and profits home. Dr. Onanuju, what would be your take, be your response to
what you were reading out are rhetorics that had to do with expectations. What we are reviewing after 1 year is reality. A lot of those expectations did not materialize. As you can see, economically, it's been one policy after the other, trial and error. And that's why somebody would say economically, it's been all motion and no movement. So we have to pray that the government changes tax, and start to think through policies before they are released onto the public space. We have seen 1 year of well-meaning economic policies that had not come in well because of the government did not take care of what it should have done. For instance, the issue of the foreign exchange market and the petroleum and energy markets. When he removed the subsidy, it was supposed to be something free for all private importers. But as you saw, the private importers were now battling for scarce foreign exchange, which those who are in custody of the 29 trillion Ways and Means extra printings by Mr. Emefiele and Buhari's administration. If you are not able to rein in those with that excess liquidity, they will continue to use it to compete for the ownership of the scarce foreign exchange you have in the economy. And by that doing, the importers of petroleum products wouldn't find the foreign exchange that they need. And that was why the removal of subsidy was met with scarcity of foreign exchange. And that forced the skyrocketing of prices, which we saw damage our economy. So if you will look at it, I will tell you that the government lacks the political will to rein in the activities of those with the excess capital, which they got through the printing of $29 trillion. So if you're not able to rein in those people, you're not going to stop them from seeking for any valuable dollars in the economy. And that's why I think it's a good thing about rhetorics. It's very important that the government finds the political will to fight corruption.
So for you, the major debilitating factor against what he had intimated the Nigerian public that he wanted to achieve is the potency of corruption. Is that what you're saying, sir?
Yes. His lack of political will to fight corruption undermine his ability to go after those keeping custody of the 29 trillion printed, Mr. Emefiele. And that's 29 trillion they now use to chase any available dollar within the foreign exchange market. And that's why you saw that scarcity of dollars that actually forced the painful inflation that you see everywhere, because everything has to do with import-dependent economy. And we have not stopped being an import-dependent economy. So where is the foreign exchange? If those in the APC that had the foreign exchange from the Ways and Means overprinting of Naira, of course they will use that money to pursue the few dollars you have in the economy. And that was why he was so challenged. He started using our foreign reserves to actually try to fund the foreign exchange market, but that was not sustainable. And now we're back to where the dollar is 1.52 the Naira. Yes.
I'll come back to you. Dr. Nonoju. Let me go to your colleague. Alistair. Okay, Dr. Nonoju. Okay, Alistair, here you are. Okay, let me read his declared intention for job creation. He says, my administration must create meaningful opportunities for our youth. We shall honor our campaign commitment of 1 million new jobs in the digital economy. Our government also shall work with the National Assembly to fashion an omnibus jobs and prosperity bill. This bill will give our administration the policy space to embark on labor-intensive infrastructural improvements, encourage light industry, and provide improved social services for the poor, elderly, and vulnerable. Alistair, Your take of that in the last one calendar year, and with the caveat that it is still one in a 4-year tenure. Alistair Wickham.
Well, I've not seen that omnibus legislation with respect to the job creation that the president promised. However, Bola, some of the bold infrastructural activity of the president is a spin-off, it's a job creation, creating adventure. Now, are those jobs there? Look, I know that the admin is doing quite a number of things, but unfortunately, the seemingly high-headed monster inflation that is characterized the system is what is diminishing some of the president's noble steps. Quite a number of things is going on in providing the much needed critical infrastructure in the country. And when you're building infrastructure, you are creating jobs, direct and indirect. Now, if that's what the president means, I think he is working in accomplishing that. I also know that the Ministry of Digital Economy is up and running, and there's a lot happening in the digital space. So those numbers I don't have, but every day we see them roll out plans and activities. And the president has also gone ahead to do quite a number of, like for instance, now the highway is being built, the Lagos-Calabar highway. I mean, it has kicked off, and you can't imagine the number of jobs that we create. So infrastructural development creates jobs, but Nigerians want to see maybe more blue-collar jobs. This industry springing up left, right, and center. But again, with the, like you said in your intro, with the over 30 billion in terms of pledges of what do you call it, FDI, coming to the country, some will go into manufacturing, some will go into business creation. So there's no way those money will come in or those pledges will be made that jobs will not be created. I think marketing the country is key for this kind of things to happen. And I think the president is doing a good job in terms of marketing the country. And it also behoves on us as citizens to throw away our political leaning, our political frustration from the elections. A lot of people, the elections give them frustrations, and we've not come out of that frustration. So that is undermining some of the bold moves. And rather than applaud some of the moves of the president, we find fault, we carpet it, we rubbish it, and that is not good enough. I am not satisfied. Like I said, I've not seen that omnibus.
Amlesa, okay, I was just going to ask you a follow-up question on the promised omnibus jobs and prosperity bill. To the best of my understanding, and especially to the best of my understanding of the legislative processes, bills coming from the executive tend to get more priority. One would have thought that at this juncture, 1 year into a 4-year tenure, the ministers of finance, trade, youth, and say the minister of the digital economy ought to have gotten themselves together and ought to have packaged an omnibus bill, and that ought to have been submitted to the National Assembly as an executive bill that will naturally and normally in the process of lawmaking get more traction. Because an average person watching us now may think it's the failure of the National Assembly that they have not passed, they have not started deliberating on such a bill. But because the president promised it, one would have thought that the resources within the executive arm of government would have packaged it and submitted it to the National Assembly. What would be your response to that opinion?
Well, you're not far from the truth. That is the reality. And like I said, I have not seen the omnibus bill. I've not even heard that it's in the works within the state. Within the Federal Executive Council. In all their meetings, I've not heard of any such omnibus bill. Maybe did the president forget that he promised that bill? Remember the speed within which the student loan bond bill.
Alistair, don't let's overflog it. Your point is well made. Let me go to agriculture now and go to Dr. Ononuju. Dr. Ononuju, okay, we have the third guest available. Is he on audio? Okay, Dr. Ononuju, let me go to you on this. Agriculture. Rural incomes shall be secured by commodity exchange boards, guaranteeing minimal prices for certain crops and animal products. A nationwide program for storage and other facilities to reduce the spoilage and waste will be undertaken. Agricultural hubs will be created throughout the nation to increase production and engage in value-added processing. The livestock sector will be introduced to best modern practices and steps taken to minimize the perennial conflict over land and water resources in this sector. These actions, food shall be made more abundant, yet less costly. Farmers shall earn more, while the average Nigerian pays less. Dr. Ononuju, your take.
These were all wishes expressed through rhetorics, but in the real life, insecurity has impacted negatively our agriculture. You know that. So until we're able to deal with the insecurity that has impacted agriculture severely, we will not be able to see what has actually happened in the agricultural area. What I can tell you is, against all those dreams expressed through rhetorics, our problem has been insecurity, largely in the agricultural field. And until government is able to do something to reverse the situation about insecurity, where farmers are not allowed to go do their farming, neither are they allowed to do their harvesting without paying the taxes levied on them by the terrorists. This is the problem. The earlier the security services dislodge the terrorists and allow the farmers to have say over their land, the better for Nigeria's agriculture in general.
Okay, welcome to the...
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for having me. Good evening. Sorry for joining you late.
Oh, never mind, my brother.
I can hear you. Good evening.
Thank you for... Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for gracing the show. And Nelson, we're doing a...
Thank you very much for having me.
We're doing a review of what the president promised in his inaugural speech, especially the areas where he detailed some of the things he would want to achieve. And now let's go to infrastructure. Yeah. On infrastructure, the president said, thus, we shall continue the efforts of the Buhari administration on infrastructure. Progress towards national networks of roads, rail, and ports shall get priority attention. Your take in the last 1 year of that promise relative to the reality?
Well, thank you very much. I must confess that we have seen the present administration key into the policies of its predecessor with regards to infrastructure renewal. We cannot run away from the fact that what the former administration of President Muhammadu Buhari achieved with regards to infrastructure. And you can see that the present government has embarked on that same course of action. We can see the Port Harcourt Abia train running now. We can see the linkage of the southwest and the south-south through the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. And quite a lot is going on with regards to road, bridges, railway as a means of transportation. So if you look at infrastructure, I think the government has lived up to its word with regards to, keying into those infrastructural transformation that it met on ground, that it is building on. It's a fact that the government is well home and dry with regards to that.
Thank you very much. Alistair, about time now we went to the direction of fuel subsidy. And I'm happy that, Alistair, you are the chartered accountant amongst the three guests we have this evening. I know Dr. Ononuji has a background too in development economy. I think I'd love the two of you to take this on. But let's go there. Alistair, I'm reading what the president said during his inauguration on fuel subsidy. We commend the decision of the outgoing administration in phasing out the petrol subsidy regime, which has increasingly favored the rich more than the poor. Subsidy can no longer justify its ever-increasing costs in the wake of drying resources. We shall instead rechannel the funds into better investment in public infrastructure, education, healthcare, and jobs that will materially improve the lives of millions. Alistair, how would you want to compare reality to this promise?
With the announcement at Eagle Square, subsidy is gone, Nigerians woke up to the sad reality of the fact that we need to pay more for petroleum products, especially the PMS, which is the only link of the process that was being subsidized. Did we go the full hog? Apparently no, because if we compare what we pay now and what we should be paying, we have gone the full hog. I think the government is still magnanimous in still absorbing some of the cost elements, because if you look at other economies, other countries, you understand the fact that the government is still magnanimously absorbing some of the cost on PMS. I just came back from a trip to Accra. I know what fuel costs in Accra. It's almost at the equivalent of 1,500 naira per liter. And conversely, transportation cost in Ghana is far cheaper than that in Nigeria, even though they pay far more for PMS. How they do it, I just cannot tell. But you see, the flip side, the good side of it is the fact that removal of the subsidy has brought in more money into the government coffers. If you look at FAC now has far more money to share. If you look at state government, they now have more money. Unfortunately, we still do not hold our states accountable. We still rely and put all our focus on the federal government. And everything that happens, we think the federal government is the one doing it. Meanwhile, the states have increased resources. Local governments have increased resources, but we don't look at them. We keep bombarding our attention to the federal. The federal cannot provide you primary schools, secondary schools. That is the work of the states. The federal cannot provide you primary health care or even general hospitals. That is the work of the states. So we should look at our states. With the increased resources available to them, we should not only be putting our attention on the federal government, but we should look at our states. These states are autonomous. They are autonomous and they control their resources the way they are supposed to control it.
Alistair, if one were to juxtapose what the naira are used to buy to what it now buys, an average governor or an average spokesperson of a governor may tell you about the increased, the so-called increase is only increase in paper figure, but the reality is that what it can buy relative to what the naira could achieve before has been so duplicated, not even depreciated, duplicated. So what would be your response to that? Just a quick one before I go to
that is, but that's a lie of the devil, and that is what that is part of what is fueling the inflation crisis in Nigeria. We use that lie to extrapolate everything and to enrich ourselves as government circle. Now, I agree with the fact that the dollar, the exchange rate has gone up drastically, but it shouldn't affect the price of Gari. Gari is a domestically produced item. It shouldn't affect the price of beans, the price of plantain, the price of those domestically produced items. If imported items might go up, yes, I agree. But domestically produced items should not. So I only lie to ourselves. Yeah.
Alistair, a quick one before I go to your two colleagues. Alistair, an average person producing Gari will tell you that inevitably in the production of Gari, he or she has to buy petrol. An average person producing Gari would have to also factor in countenancing the cost of transporting the Gari from the rural area where the Gari is made to the places where he or she is going to be selling the Gari. So this, although Gari is not imported, like you rightly stated, but the inevitable cost of getting Gari from, like somebody, like a famous Pentecostal pastor once said, salvation is free, like water is free, but piping water from the river to your house, reticulation costs money. Water is free, but reticulation costs money. How would you want to take that before I go to your colleagues?
Well, like I said, it's still lie on the devil. It is not every Gari produced in the rural area is eaten in the urban. The one sold in the rural area, what about that? And I just made an allusion. Let me just be quick. I said in Ghana, which I just came back from yesterday, petrol is 3 times higher than the cost in Nigeria. Yeah, transportation is cheaper in Ghana than in Nigeria. So how do we rationalize that? You see, most times we use the dollar as a benchmark or as a benchmark to exploit ourselves, to ally to ourselves, and to exploit ourselves, and then we blame the government. So there are some economic factors that is helping us
Let me go to Dr. Ononuju. Alex, let me go to Dr. Ononuju, but before I go to Dr. Ononuju, let me corroborate the point you've just made. One of the jackets, one of the suits I've been wearing since I came to England a couple of days ago. Somebody came to me and said, Gwela, this is classic Savile suit, and if you want to buy this kind of suit now in England, you're going to be buying it for around £800. And I looked at him, I said, the boy who made the suit for me in Lagos, the total amount of money spent on this suit, I may be looking dapper in it, total amount of money with buying the clothes, sewing it, and you see everything is less than, just about £100. It's even less than £100, to be honest with you. And I was telling him that should be the advantage for those of you who are in the diaspora now. The PPP, purchasing price parity, that you could bring things from Nigeria. I have a friend who takes out 10 tons of agricultural produce. He's actually the biggest customer of DHL now. And I was joking with him the other day, about 2 days ago, that now you're laughing to the bank because, what you buy to bring to England, you're buying at a relatively cheaper rate if you change the pounds to the naira through which you buy them. Let me go to Dr. Ononuju. Dr. Ononuju, given what your colleague Alistair stated, And we also have to go to monetary policy. Let me quickly read out the president's promise on monetary policy. Monetary policy needs thorough house cleaning. The central bank must work towards a unified exchange rate. This will direct funds away from arbitrage into meaningful investment in the plant, equipment, and jobs that power the real economy. Interest rates need to be reduced to increase investment and consumer purchasing in ways that sustain the economy at a higher level. Whatever merits it had in concept, the currency swap was too harshly applied by the CBN given the number of unbanked Nigerians. The policy shall be reviewed. In the meantime, my administration will treat both currencies as legal tender. Dr. Nanuju, your response to that. Hello, Doc. Are you there? Okay.
I'm here, and I'm telling you that my response is, you're reading to me a wish list. It has nothing to do with reality. Like the gentleman was talking about Gary, I wanted to tell him that Gary has factors of production. And these factors include those who harvest the cassava, the money that brings them to do the harvesting work, their transportation go up. The person who also does the grinding of the cassava to paste for Gary processing buys petrol. The person who also does the grinding buys machines. And those machines that are used to grind the Gary, the prices will go up when you go to purchase any of them or condiment that gets spoiled in the market, because those things are imported items used as machinery for grinding Gary. And those imported machinery do get controlled by the behaviors in the furnishing market. So Gary is not that local. No, Gary has a lot of factors that go into making them available in our homes and on our breakfast and lunch plus.
Dr. Nanuju,
yes.
Dr. Nanuju,
yes,
how would you then want to rationalize the point that the gentleman made regarding the fact that he just came back from Ghana and the price per liter of petroleum product in Ghana is almost double or about twice the price in Nigeria, and yet transport fare in Ghana is not as lousy or lousily exorbitant as it is in Nigeria?
You're talking about Ghana, a nation where people are a little bit measured and people do advise themselves when they behave. That's not the same as Nigeria. Nigeria is not a nation. Nobody's loyal to Nigeria. Just by saying the rumor of what government intends to do, people will astronomically adjust their prices. Nigeria, everybody wants Nigeria on their own terms. Understand that. The government officials are not sincere. So why would you force, as he's speaking, he expects the Gary seller to be patriotic. Who is? Why would they be patriotic when the government officials are not patriotic? That's the issue. We need to do a holistic patriotism about who we are. The politicians are not showing patriotism. So why are you going to demand from the Gary seller or the person who buys the Gary?
Dr. Nanuju?
Yes.
I think I want to disagree. I think I want to disagree vehemently with Dr. Nanuju on that point. I mean, vehemently.
Please, 1 minute. Alistair, 1 minute, please. Dr. Nanuju, you say the politicians are not honest? Hello?
The question was asking.
Dr. Nanuju, are you still there?
I am listening to you. Yes, I am here. Go on.
Did I hear from your remark that the politicians are not honest? Why would we expect the ordinary Nigerian to be honest?
That is my word, yes.
Is that not an indictment of somebody like you who is also a very visible, very notable political within the context of our partisan space in Nigeria? Are politicians like that?
If 85% of the politicians are not honest, I think that does not encourage the other Nigerians to also show honesty when you now demand patriotism from them. That's what I'm saying. There is a lot of dishonesty in our system. And that dishonesty is also the reasons why you see people arbitrarily increase prices, because they really do not have that patriotism. Yes, we have just changed the version of the national anthem we want to, because the government does understand that there is lack of patriotism amongst our citizens. That's why they believe that
Doc. We need to. I'll come back for your epilogue. I'll come back to you for your epilogue. But Nelson, let's go to foreign affairs now. Foreign policy. Nelson Kujimi, I'm reading the president's promise on foreign affairs, on foreign policy. Even the world in which we reside, please permit me a few comments regarding foreign policy. The crisis in Sudan and the turn from democracy by several nations in our immediate neighborhood are of pressing concern. As such, my primary foreign policy objective must be the peace and stability of the West African sub-region and the African continent. We shall work with ECOWAS, the AU, and willing partners in the international community to end extant conflicts and to resolve new ones. As we contain threats to peace, we shall also retool our foreign policy to more actively lead the regional and continental quest for collective prosperity. Nancy, your take of this before we wrap it up finally for today. Is Nelson there? Nelson Kujimi? We seem to have lost him. Okay, Alistair, your epilogue, how would you want to wrap it up? You know, I don't like going the simplistic way of saying what percentage would you give an administration, especially when we were just 1 year into a 4-year tenure. But Alistair, summarily, what would be your take of the first year and what would be your advice to the administration in the direction they should be going subsequently? Alistair.
Well, let me just say a little on just a few words on what my colleague said. I think I disagree on the fact that it's because politicians are not patriotic. Therefore, that's why Nigerians are not patriotic. Look, we have remained unpatriotic even before the time of Idiagbo that came to bring war against indiscipline. And when Idiagbo left government, Babangida tried and Becha tried, but by the time we came back to civilian rule, our indiscipline became extraordinary. It didn't start today. It didn't start by this government. So blaming the politicians or the government as why we are not disciplined. Look, it's not because the Ghanaians are not all patriotic. Yes, they have higher level of patriotism. Here, politics divides us, party divides us. We wish the country bad. We're not happy with the country when it makes progress because it's not from our party or from our side of the country. So it is an inborn thing, and the profiteering after COVID.
Alistair, in the last 10 years, the Ghanaian partisanship too has gone rabid. I know that their political environment is as acrimonious, as acrid and venomous as ours is. I guess, and that is a function in most liberal democracies. That is a function of the direction that social media is taking us. Everybody lives in his own cocoon. You want to listen to those in your own group, and the other group, you abuse everybody there. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria. I want to believe.
But the difference is they can abuse the president, they can abuse the the speaker, they can abuse the opposite party, but they don't abuse the country. They love Ghana. They remain Ghanaians. And that is what is lacking in Nigeria. And if the government makes a rule, they obey. I mean, there is infraction. So, just in a nutshell, I will appreciate that the president does better in the second year.
Thank you. Let me go to, thank you for being part of this today. Dr. Onanuju, how would you want to wrap it up?
I will tell you that the government needs to wake up and find the political will to do the right thing, fight corruption. Once the citizens see that you're serious through the kind of signs that you give them, they will fall behind. But when the citizens think that you're just not serious, that you're corrupt, you will not get their cup. Yes.
When I hear the phrase "fight corruption," I sometimes think it is too nebulous. What are the strategic suggestions you have for the methodology to fight corruption in Nigeria? Because Buhari's administration supposedly for 8 years fought corruption. We later got to know that the cesspit was indeed worse under him. So what strategic points would you recommend for the fight against corruption? It's seemingly nebulous to justify corruption.
Buhari is a fundamentally dishonest person, so you don't cite him. He just deceived us with rhetorics, and then he showed who he is once he got into power. So he is someone I would tell you is irredeemable, and you've seen that he is just not the man you should fight. Let Tinubu show us through signs that he is serious about fighting corruption. Once we see it, we will wrap it up for today and embrace his government.
My good doctor, thank you very much for your virtual presence on Plus Politics today. About time we wrapped it up. I remain Bola Oba, and have a good evening.
Good people, I greet you. It's great to reminisce about good memories of my past. A past that shaped my present, and a present that hopefully will shape not only my future, but that of our children and incoming generation. My name is Igo Temu Oko, born and bred in Warri, Delta State. Warri of those days was a town of peace, purpose, and communal spirit. Trusts were hardly betrayed. Support for each other was the order of the day. Growing up in Warri was fun. With the beauty of our rich culture and traditions, we often looked with nostalgia to the season of Okere Juju, an annual masquerade festival with epic center of the celebration at Okere main roundabout or square. The elegance and beauty of the festival, graced by masquerades in attires almost akin to the costume and apparel worn by Eyo Masquerade in Lagos. It is a mix of culture, tradition, dancing, and humor. So don't wander too far when you ask how Warri has evolved to be the root of comedy. It is rooted in our culture. I also recall with fond memories the great Agbasa Juju Cultural Festival, a colorful festival celebrated by the people of Agbara Warri Kingdom. It is a warlike festival popularly called Agbasa Juju. The date of the festival is chosen according to the Urhobo native market days by the Olotu and the elders of the kingdom, where the respective towns are expected to come in a dance procession with their warlike costumes. What a beauty to behold. I wonder how deep and rich our children are today in our culture and traditions. Interesting cultures are warning for different reasons, ranging from westernization to mere indifference of traditional institutions and practice. Time won't permit me to delve much on what we miss as a nation if we do not preserve our culture. This is a serious food for thought for us as a nation. Yes, Warri was fun, but the need for education took me out of Warri at the age of 17 when I got admission to the University of Lagos. At 17, I was bold enough to take on the world. I was wise enough to understand the import of education and the need to be focused in life. Strange enough, it was also my first time in Lagos, Warri boy in Lagos, but I was armed with enough street sense needed for my survival, and of course, I never went back. Coping with life in Lagos was no challenge. It was not different from life in Warri. Those trust elements of my days in Warri were also found in Lagos. In the mid-80s, I recall one particular scenario, and it sets me thinking if such still exists in our Nigeria of today. There was this vendor in front of the big Senate building at that time. I describe the Senate building as big because it was probably one of the biggest buildings I've seen at that time. Those were years when our local football league was popular and embraced by all Nigerians. You read about the exploits of Iwayawu National, New Nigerian Bank of Benin, Bedell Insurance of Benin, NNPC Football Club of Warri, Seasiders Football Club of Warri, ICC Shooting Stars, BCC Lions of Boko, Abiola Babes, stationery stores, and a host of others. Every Sunday morning, we will rush to the front of the Senate building to read results of the matches played over the weekend from the back page of Tribune newspaper. How such news got published early in those days still baffles me. We were the ones they call Free Readers Association. Then we will pick the papers, read and return. Those who wish to buy will drop money inside a cup or a bowl by the newsstand and walk away. Curiously, in my 4 years in Unilag, I never set my eyes on who the vendor was. Nobody had the mind of stealing his papers, and we never heard for once of any incident of theft. How it was done, I could not even figure out. Such was the extent of trust in our time. Can we make bold to say the same scenario can play itself out in today's Nigeria? What do we have today? Mutual suspicion of each other? Distrust in all facets of life? How did we get here? What happened to those glorious years of our local football, rich culture, and enviable traditions? Can we change the narrative? Can we turn back the hand of the clock? With a will? Yes, we can. Let us start from our youths, the leaders of tomorrow. I think that the best thing we can do for our children is to allow them to do things for themselves, allow them to be strong, and allow them believe more in themselves, imbibe in them that identity that was so strong in molding us to who we have become today. Then we are building a foundation for their greatness. It is not enough to revel in the glory of the good old days. It is important to take the lessons, right the wrongs. It is not too late. Our children deserve a better and greater future, not stories about the good old days. To this end, I therefore join Sir Shomore Badejo in this patriotic drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you very much.
You're welcome to TW Conversation. In this lounge, we discuss topics of interest to us. that concerns the rest of the world, but we give you our take. So today, we're going to talk about the big party culture. You know, we like to say that Nigerians love to party, but I also remember Lord Lugard's quote about Nigerians years ago. And a lot of Nigerians hate to hear it or think about it. He said all those years ago that I don't think he was talking about just Africans, he was talking about Nigerians, that we love to party, that once you give us merriment, we're happy. But he also said we would not think about the future or plan for the future as long as we have means to party today. So today, here with me in the lounge are my sisters. Right there at my far right is Anne. Anne is a young mother, but she is also what you call a new mom's coach.
New moms.
I think that is good. In the Africa of today or Nigeria of today, we don't have all those old midwives who used to help us with raising little babies. So I think she knows all about it. She's got two herself. Next to her is Dion. Dion
Mama D
is a writer. She's a writer, and she loves to read. I'm not quite sure she likes partying, but she will tell you all about it.
In this all this regalia. Check out this abaya.
And next to me is baby Omoye. Omoye, I call her my baby.
Yes, I'm your baby.
Yes, she's not necessarily the youngest in the house, but she's an actress. She's a very serious media person. And I am very impressed with her, sheer love and passion for what she does. You should hear her recite poems.
Oh.
And of course, it's Adesua Oyenokwe. She's my sister. She's a producer. All I ever think about when I see her is the microphone. I've known her with the microphone for years, but I've experienced her recently as a producer. So we'll be back. And myself, my name is Fumi Oyetunji. Before you go.
I foresee.
I join my sisters in the lounge regularly. So when we come back, you shall get our take about the big party culture.
Go party. Go party.
Welcome back to the lounge. So before we left, we told you that we're going to be talking about the big party culture in Nigeria. So I want to know, what is a big party? What actually categorizes a big party?
This is where you get dressed like this. Because this is definitely not me.
Really? Huh.
Yes, so...
But you have to wear this for parties.
Yes. I bought it for a party, actually. It was bought for me for a party. So this is where you get dressed like this. It's expensive. Look at those blinking things on the chest. Oh, goodness. What's the big party to you?
The big party, it's growing by the minute in Nigeria. The parties are getting bigger. You know the ones I'm talking about.
I don't.
Huge halls, a few bands.
Few bands?
Not one band?
Not one band.
Different bands?
Different bands, you know that.
Like three bands in a wedding?
Yes. And then where there are, like 8-course meals.
Yeah.
Right at the end of the day, new things are just being brought in.
Food is not bad,
people.
So food,
it's a good idea.
Party, though. I'm just thinking, is it the food, or because I went for a party recently and someone was like, man, that party was big, and the reason why the person said this because when we got, it was a baby dedication. When we got in, we had like rice or fada, a different mix. After we finished, we're like, oh, do you want cocktails, mocktails? When we finished, do you want soft drinks as well? Do you want small chops? When we finished, there was ice cream, there was
baby
cake,
dedication.
there was
money.
baby dedication. No. Just before we left, someone just said, have you eaten abacha before? There's abacha. And I'm like, oh my goodness.
Okay. I think this is where, you remember, there was once, our president, his daughter got married. And then they gave out those LV cases, right? There was, the Glow Adenuga wedding that they had, they gave out gold-plated, what do you call it, iPad at one point in time. So I think at the end of the day, big party is a function of how many people are there,
Yes.
how much food is served, how good the goodie bag is. You know, at the end of the day, you're talking about money.
So you can have a party of only 100 guests, and it's a big party still, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, it's not about the numbers. It's about the quality. Vintage champagne, top of the range, or has a case. 6.
So are we defining
per
big
person.
party here?
By money? Yes,
I think numbers. I get some invitation cards, and I ask my husband, have we just been invited because we happen to be on his contact list? So when not because I don't know them, but I didn't expect to be invited in that way. So when 1,000 people are invited and they say prepare for feeding, 1,500. And the two sides of the weddings are inviting 450 each and things. Those are huge parties.
Hello, sisters. We keep talking. Is it only in weddings that these things happen?
No,
She just said there are
anniversaries,
many strange things.
Any
Landmark,
opportunity.
Graduation.
Actually, any opportunity
Funerals
Nigerians
as well have become really big these
Oh
days.
God, that's really, really annoying.
Really big.
I say to my mom all the time, she says, that she's going to leave money aside because she doesn't trust her children. We're very able. She's going to leave money aside, she'll pick her coffin, she will already have the grave graveside thingy,
ghost
but
better
and she
be
will
there to
leave
make
money
sure
for
I
the
spend the
party.
money on
I
those
said,
things.
when you are gone, how do you know how I'm going to spend the money?
You don't know.
I'm not buying a cow for anybody. If she doesn't eat the cow now that she's alive, nobody eats any cow when she dies.
So are we saying that this thing is irrelevant?
For me,
No, but there's a Yoruba
depends.
proverb that somebody said. I'm not sure if I sound it right. Correct me if I'm wrong. Bushilere. What does that mean?
Well, you know, somebody has said it before while we were discussing. And it's meant to really mean, there is an advantage to, or they have some advantage or gain from going around partying. That's, ere
There's a reason
is
for
a gain. Is gain. So there is a gain from it.
Which is the point I'm making. There can be a case for a big party.
Say, why can't they have that party? They have the money for it. But I'm going to go in just two directions. I already said one when I quoted Lord Lugard.
What is that one?
It's the fact that we just spend money on merriment. Okay? So there's that. And I believe that the fact that you have money, partying is not necessarily where to expend it. You might tell me that because you're the owner of the money, you can choose. But let me give you what I just came back from a philanthropic forum in South Africa. Okay. And a non-African came on stage, and she had a point. They're one of these donor bodies
like
that donates seriously to Africa. And she said, you know what? There's enough capital, there's enough money in Africa. But the average African, is simply not philanthropic.
Exactly. True.
Because
is it because
that
like
money
would
party?
be put to
better use
throwing
in
a party?
merriment.
I think even if you had all the
correct.
money that you had and you wanted to throw a party just for the sake of it, I believe that Nigeria is in such a state that you shouldn't be allowed to do that.
Yes. That it is insensitive.
It is insensitive. It is actually insensitive. I believe so.
In a day.
Yes, I believe so.
You know what you would do? Go and pay the press. Let them cover you, giving out all that money to a good cause.
Should I really?
I won't even begrudge you.
Jebu, and the people were taking leftovers.
Yes, people do.
I stopped. I said, what's he trying to do?
He's taking
begging for. No, but why?
He's taking food.
I said, why didn't the caterer give them food? Because there was some more food.
Yes.
No, they're not the ones.
But they're taking.
No, they're not.
leftovers
It's
in
not for
bags.
them. It's not for them. Is that fair?
Well, for me, I actually believe that if you're going to spend the money, for me, my take is that you should plan it well. So recently I went for a party and I know that this woman spent money. I want to believe that when you spend money, you should get the value for it. So she spent money on this child's first birthday, and then the party was supposed to start at 3. I got there at past 5 thinking I was late. And then I got there and the celebrants hadn't arrived and people had been there since 3 o'clock, so the place was a mess. When I got there, I saw guys pulling up their hands. A friend of mine was like, and you have to put your hand in the drum to get water by yourself.
So you said they spent a lot of money.
She spent money, but she didn't get the value for that money because it was scattered, disorganized,
lying
that she spent that money. I could see
So
the value of the
do
place
you
already.
believe in big party, you just don't like them not well orchestrated?
If
Is
you
that
have
what
the money, my
you're on
sister,
the same
spend
page, my
it.
dear, because it's your
But
business.
make sure that you get value for that money that you have spent. Let it be something well. I mean, let people enjoy it. Let people have. So I mean, if everybody's fighting for food at your party, I don't know. I know that sometimes you can't really help these things, but man, if I spend money, let me see the money I spend.
So, but is it more rampant though? Does anybody have experience about literally every party now? Everybody wants to outdo the
Yes,
that's the trend.
Yes,
that's the trend.
If you're in the event management business, what they tell you, because I've worked in that industry for years, is that they say, what did that last person do? Top it. Oh, what cake did they have last time? Top it. I want them to see it from far.
At a
You know,
wedding,
you're looking and thinking, I know you're going to get the money, but please, come on.
Yes.
But she's
They're going to
business for
eat-
you.
No, but they're going to eat it that day and forget now.
Some people say that the event planners are actually the ones that make you like go up.
No, it's the
I've
clients.
heard that. I've heard that. And
It's both.
Let me ask you, is it everything you're offered that you
buy?
actually take? So it also adds to the fact that is the Nigerian gullible? I'm not saying so, I'm asking. Is the Nigerian gullible, or the event planner just plays on the fact that the Nigerian wants to top the last one? So it's about the kind of people we are.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
my biggest problem, Adesua, I love to party. I'm not that wet.
I see you
I'm
now,
not that wet.
consent, you know?
I'm not that wet. My question is, how enjoyable are some of those parties as parties?
I don't understand.
Some of those parties are
if
no
you go
fun. Give you an
suits.
example. There's a wedding. You go to a wedding, and you know most weddings these days are just an event featuring Tola and Tunde. The couple don't even have a good time at their wedding because it's a production.
They don't know half the
and
people
everybody
there
has to be at their positions on cue. This has to happen. Then the chandelier, then the lights, the smoke. Then the bride and groom now drop from somewhere. They're suspended. They come down. Nobody has a good time. It's just a show. How about you curate an enjoyable event, create activities so that everybody at the party has a good time.
So
if
are
you
you
even
saying
spend
that-
money on that, we'll say, okay, we
Are you saying that it's
understand.
never justifiable to do a big party?
I wouldn't say that it's never justifiable.
Give me
However,
instances of times that it's justifiable to spend the money.
You like enjoyment, this girl. I'm beginning to
I
support
don't
you.
see that.
Enjoyment.
No, she's the new generation that has met the big party culture. And she doesn't know otherwise.
No, but Owambe in Yoruba land, though, I won't say.
Yes.
Owambe has always been there.
But like you said,
Ashwebi
it's
has always been there.
No, but you're
It's
saying
simple
it's
party
trending
from,
up.
what is that
That's
Simi
what we're
song there?
saying.
Ijó tí mo jó lánàá o, kò má ì tó mi rárá o. Is that not the way of life?
No, but the chief proponent of the okay, let me ask you. I went to a wedding party recently. Huge hall. We must have been over 1,000. Okay, wife side, husband side.
Friend side.
One side,
Friends of-
their family, they were very disciplined, so they didn't invite too many people. So their side was very comfortable. In our side, you couldn't get up from your chair. How they packed it tight to contain us. You couldn't get up from your chair. And I'm just thinking, after a few hours, I'm just thinking, I'm not having fun. Can
I get
leave?
you. I get you.
And then
I
the
think
fights that happen.
for the gifts.
No. Apart from the gifts, have you seen bride
two
and
sides of
groom,
the family.
bride's mother
talking about
and
Wole marriage.
fights?
That one
What
is
color
just
they are going to
marriage.
put on the cake? What color is going to be in the hall? No, we have more money. We are spending more. We get to say what you guys will do. You know, there's all that whole drama. Why?
I think that you should just, if you have
What
some
happened
family
at your
drama.
wedding? Your
I
wedding
didn't
is
like
the
it.
nearest-
I didn't like it.
Why?
I didn't like some parts of it. I liked some parts. I didn't like some parts. I felt like there's too many people there.
Okay.
I had over
But you didn't
1,000
know.
guests. I felt
Okay.
like if we had had less people, we would have had more fun.
More fun.
I had too many people dragging me from saying, you don't know me. You don't know me. Your daddy's cousin, sister's brother. Sorry, auntie. Someone even told me, because it's your wedding, your eye is here, you cannot see us again. No problem.
Okay,
you come
so
back. So I
that's
just,
why you are not coming to my wedding.
no, we must come.
You mean at your wedding, people were talking like that?
Yes.
I would
People say
No,
that
but
to
I think okay. I think that it's a question of who's doing what. If it's a wedding, for example, what we're having now is that parents take over the wedding,
Yes.
right? So because they have these huge numbers and they want to show off.
Yes.
I mean, my niece got married recently. Come on, man.
You're now moving on to our side.
No.
They want to show off.
It is
so that's the whole point.
But what I'm telling you is that people reserve the right to show off if they want to.
Okay, what about the funeral?
That's what I'm
I went to a
saying.
funeral in Benin, and this man apparently was a bit of a lad. So he had children with 7 different women.
That's
But
our style.
wait.
Sister,
So
your
each
father is
child
not
had each child had a canopy, and they had ashwebi.
That's how we do it.
We were with the bona fide children that they know. We didn't even feature. Each person was trying to show he's my daddy. So
Okay, ladies, can I ask my initial question because I contributed this topic? So let me ask that exact question, and I would like to hear from you all. Big party culture, celebration or waste? Considering, I want to help you, considering we've already said how the bride did not enjoy herself. She was, people were actually threatening her about when her eyes calmed down.
Exchange of rings and they kiss the bride.
Auntie of the bride. And the auntie of the bride, who has talked about show off.
Yes.
And
I beg, my brother didn't show off.
plenty. Okay. And some people who have said they don't even enjoy the thing. Okay, we won't go to Dion. Dion just doesn't like parties.
And she's dressed like this. I will take you up.
it's an irony.
I need people to tell me, from what we are doing as a people now, is it celebration? Mark the word celebration.
Oh, okay.
It's not show off. It's not. Is it celebration or is it waste?
Waste.
Celebration.
Come see, come sir.
No, let me say
You're the
why.
deciding factor now.
Well, celebration means that you're celebrating with people like you, people
Exactly.
who you connect with,
Yes.
your people. If it's a celebration. So if you invite me when I'm only just that person down the road that you only see twice a year,
On the contact list.
then it's a waste. You know, but I enjoy
So
parties
it's
that are...
context. No. There's no way it's context. At the end of the day, that you're saying
Yes.
it's context. Because the truth is, if I want to have a party and it's only 10 people, I can still spend 10 million naira, 1 million.
Why?
No, so that's not the question. So that's what I'm saying. So it's context. Yes, I can buy each of them a Rolex.
I'll put it on
I think the
the
question
seven
then,
dishes.
honestly, we just need to consider it from our cultural point of view.
Yes.
What culture? Nigerian culture? African culture?
The queen's grandchildren, did you think their wedding didn't cost money? You know, so let's not bring everything to money. Because we are not envious of those who have the money and can put up a classy show.
Sure.
Okay? But what we are asking is, by the way, have you also heard that some of the people who put up the big party have borrowed to put up
That's a very problem.
That's a perfect place for us to get to take a break. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Once we take a break.
Welcome back to the lounge. Just before we went off, we were speaking about borrowing money to throw this big party. Is that justifiable or no?
I asked the question, so I'm listening.
Sorry, I'm looking for something
Borrowing
to
money,
eat
you're
inside
an
this
accountant,
bag.
So borrowing money is never justifiable if it's not going to make more money, as far as you're concerned. Is that the perspective from which you're coming from?
It's not about it making more money.
Like
You
borrow
have
money to start a
no
business.
business getting into debt
Okay, on any grounds.
for a show-off day.
Okay.
What if it was
Going.
to give your parents a befitting?
What is a befitting?
What if they have told you? What if that was a dime?
Like Beyonce's
My mother
mom.
has told me she's
that
not
was a
getting
So they
dime.
would have put the monies aside.
Would you
No,
spend
you
it even
didn't-
if they put it
so,
aside?
No. Then you would not have borrowed.
Okay.
You would not have needed to borrow.
Okay.
So, but anyway,
So, no. Does anybody think it's justifiable to borrow money for a
no,
party?
at least I don't agree with that.
Okay.
I don't agree.
But a lot of people do, especially people that are on the lower end of the financial
No,
economy.
I met a photographer recently.
Don't imagine.
In fact,
to-
on the cover of TW magazine, the last one we did what we did in November, when was it? September edition. No. August edition of the magazine, July-August edition. We had a commission with men. One of them was a photographer. And his biggest concern is what happens at weddings. And he has seen grooms who will hire limousine. Many limousines of all kinds of money to make the party happen.
So big.
And then they have not paid the rent.
Yes.
That is not good.
Thank you. Can I also ask you something, Anne? Because, you know, as an accountant, you can borrow from the back and pretend you're borrowing for something else. If you're sitting there and your business owes money in the bank, and the bank is running after you. Okay?
No business having a party.
They say, so the money you have put aside for the rainy day, you use it for the party. You have inadvertently borrowed money for this party.
Yes. How?
Because you owe the bank.
Even if you have cash, even if you have money.
Personal cash. But you owe, and they're running after you. They're asking you to come and pay. And this, you've heard, I'll give you a little one that happened with a banker MD, who I love. Because he met somebody, in quotes, he met somebody in the first class cabin. The story has gone around in the banking sector. We know the one that did it, and we know that we know he would do it. Met somebody in the first class cabin on the plane, and this person has owed, and they've chased, and nothing.
I'll jack you up, man. Boy, give me my money. I'm not like this.
And then he just goes, madam, my people report back.
It's a woman?
Yes. Everybody does this thing. Says, everybody, my people are frustrated by how you run your account. You're flying first class, really? And, so you borrow money to do business, you borrow money you don't pay back.
So what you're saying therefore is that sometimes we overplay our hand just to show off. That's what the problem is. Because you're talking about, is it celebration or waste?
Overplaying your hand means,
putting it mildly,
your money that you have that you are owing. You basically are going into debt for party.
But some people earn a living from this industry.
There's the that's another side of the balance sheet.
It's feeding some people. So why kill the culture if it's putting food on so many tables?
Okay, are we killing the culture of party?
Food on their table with
I know. Well, people earn money. Okay, you have some people, like caterers. I've seen it happen to caterers a lot because their money is usually like a huge chunk. So what they say, the owner of the party, the person having the party will say, okay, I've paid you 70%. You take the last 30% at the wedding from the money that's sprayed to us.
Sometimes they never get paid the 30%.
No, they take the money that's sprayed to them. Then the caterer comes and dances, and they act like they're spraying somebody too. So the caterer is dressed properly, and they spray her balance.
They are just about
that. That's a matter of style.
Yeah, close your mouth.
It is not a matter of style. It is
it's an insult.
No, it's total pretense, and
rubbish.
Actually,
so
it's almost fraudulent. It's almost fraudulent.
No, but this Lagos, Sha.
If they don't spray that,
there's nothing you will not hear.
No, are you sure? Well, Lagos is the biggest culprit, Sha.
I would like you to actually, because I don't want this accountant mind. I would like you to speak to the point that because some people feed from the big party culture, therefore, should we be partying just because? Is this philanthropy now?
No, you said it's job creation. No, it's not job creation. Now, while jobs have been created and people can earn a living, they shouldn't extort people just so that they can earn a living.
Yes.
You can still be an event planner and make a decent sum on a decent party.
They are playing on people's weaknesses.
It's exploitation. It's exploitation.
They don't force you to do it now.
No, they inspire you to do it.
Let me tell you.
They give you incentives.
Yeah, but it's the loss of the person.
Yes.
It's the loss of the person. So
we feed your
now, we could go on forever about these parties. So I'm going to have to go around, ladies, and I want each of you to tell me in not longer than 2 sentences what you think is the state of play about big parties and what we should be encouraging.
Can I go first?
Go first.
Hey, now wow. As far as I'm concerned, for me, the big party has relevance for as long as the person that is doing it can afford it and doesn't kill herself in the process. Don't owe a debt, but if you can afford it, please do it. Because first, it's giving people a job. Secondly, you get satisfaction from celebrating and giving people. So I think if it's good for you, go ahead.
Well, I think you shouldn't be ostentatious. I think also that if you spend money on a party, just make sure that you're enjoying it and you're getting your money's worth.
You plus your guest.
Yes, but also remember that we shouldn't always be superfluous and ostentatious all the time.
Okay. Yeah.
For me, I would say if you can afford it, have it. Life is for the living. you can only, I mean, you're going to only live once in this life.
YOLO.
Parties are an opportunity for you to meet so many people and bond and build friendships and all of that, for me. So if you're going to make sure you're getting your value for it and you're having fun while at it, if you have the money spending, if you don't, please don't borrow.
Well.
Plan it well. Do not borrow, please. It's never, ever worth it at the end. People are going to go home and forget the party. They're going to live in debt for a long time.
I'm going to borrow this at Bayasha.
For the next party.
10 million for a party, 10 million for a good holiday in the Bahamas. Holiday.
So it's about priorities.
Priorities for me, yes.
Yeah.
Holiday.
Good.
I'd rather do that.
Personally, how I see it is that there is room for philanthropy. And we are not represented in the philanthropy. As long as we are not represented in the philanthropic space as much as we need to, considering the amount of money in our hands, I think it's a bit insensitive, I believe.
Yes.
And then the question is, big party, celebration or waste? The question is, if it's a celebration and we are in this party and we can see celebration, people are not fighting, people are not sitting on top of each other, and people can go away thinking they've had a good time, then it's a good party. We should never borrow to have a party. So next time you're having your wonderful party, I'll be there to attend.
Hesse Designs is a fashion accessory label that specializes in the design and creation of handcrafted bags and footwear. I knew I was going to do something in fashion. I didn't know what exactly it was going to be, but I knew I would be in fashion. If it used to be the cleaner in fashion, whatever, but I have to be in fashion. When we started off with just strictly bag making. But then you get people say, oh, can I get a matching shoe? And then over time, people say, oh, I would like to give my boyfriend a wallet, but I want it with Ankara or something. So over time, we had to listen to our customers and infuse their ideas into our brand. Okay, we wanted something with the African touch, with the Nigerian feel. We make leather bags. But if I'm making a leather bag and I put it in a store, if you don't know Hesse Designs is Nigerian, you probably think it's a foreign bag. So what's the point of promoting something that is not, if you look at, you can't link it to Africa, you can't link it to Nigeria. Wanted something to promote Africa, wanted something to promote Nigeria. We also want to empower our artisans here. So that's why we keep our content local, raw materials local, production local. We still get a lot of people from around the world ordering from our website. So I believe it's because of what we've built, the brand we've built over time that still speaks for us. In the last 3 years, we've done over 10,000 items. We've sold over 10,000 items to both corporate clients, retail clients, and wholesale clients.
Hello and welcome to Timeless Conversations. Well, today what we're going to say would end up being very, very timeless because we can repeat it from time to time. I guess it's something that had started with creation itself or with the evolution of mankind itself. I have a guest with me. He's someone who, once he comes on now, you'll see why he has the title Sage. But real name, Samuel Hassan. Hi.
Hi, hello.
Yeah, good to see you.
Good to be here.
Your profile says you are a teacher.
Yeah.
And I said, you know, I love teachers a lot.
Right.
Without teachers, we don't be here.
I agree.
Right. So why do you call yourself a teacher, or why are you called a teacher? Are you a real teacher? Did you go to learn teaching?
Yeah, so I teach quite often. When I was young, my best game was to pretend to teach.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'll be in a classroom or gather a few younger kids, and then I'll pretend to be teaching them. But I realized back then that I didn't have the information to teach. I didn't have material to teach. So I just pretended. But it bothered me even at the age of 7 or 8 that what I was teaching was not accurate.
Wow.
Yeah.
So.
But then the funny thing about it is, I also didn't like school. I never really liked school. I felt it was a bit too constraining, too constricted. I have to wear a uniform, I have to sit in one spot, you have to speak for 40 minutes as a break. I felt constrained by it. So it was a conflict for me. What kind of teacher are you going to be since you don't like school? And I grew up and I realized that teaching was a concept that was bigger than school. It was much bigger than school. Teaching was about life itself. So I have taught in very, very different many capacities, and I realized that you don't have to teach mathematics or English or chemistry or science. You know, exactly.
So what have you been teaching?
So I've been teaching life.
You've been teaching life.
Yes, you just spoke about life coach earlier on.
Yes.
The issue about the life coach, and this is my story for that. One day I was at the field. I like to exercise quite a bit. I was on the field and I was watching a team of footballers play. Now I don't like football. But I was watching two teams of footballers play.
We're kindred spirit, by the way.
See, I just don't understand it. So there are two teams playing, and I was watching, and there was something wrong. And I don't like football, but I saw that there was something wrong with how they were playing. And I was watching, and because I was running around the field, and at some point it hit me. These teams do not have coaches. And I understood that the difference between a good team and a bad team, a good player and a bad player, is a coach. That's when I understood what it meant to be a life coach. And I understood that the life coach, his primary goal is to teach. Teach you, not teach you how to play the game, but teach you how to be better at playing the game. Because it's possible that as a teacher or as a coach, I am not better at the game than you. But I can see what you are lacking.
Yeah.
I can see how you can be better. Because the whole essence of a teacher is to look at your subject, to look at your ward, and to love them enough to want them to be better.
But let's talk something.
Yes.
Your background.
My background, yes.
What's it?
You mean educational background?
Yes, let's talk education and then we'll go into family background.
So I didn't like school.
I know.
So I studied mostly at home.
You did?
Yeah. My father didn't finish secondary school. So he ended up living with some white guy, one retired military guy, a British guy in Minna. And the man said, "You're really smart." So the man made him do, I don't know what they call it.
That's
Cambridge GC.
Cambridge then.
And my father had to do it from home. So I think my father learned the benefit of home study.
Homeschooling.
Yeah. You know, so I went to school, but I didn't even pay attention in school. Everything I learned from home.
From home.
And I ended up learning a lot more than was taught in school. Because my father was quite a disciplinarian, so you had to learn it.
Yes.
So I just go to school and I'm playing, you know. But in university, I practically just didn't go to any classes. Practically just sat somewhere, did some stuff that we're doing, and didn't finish. You know, so that's my educational background. But when I was done, because I'd learned to study at home, I began to study by myself. And I gave myself a target of reading 100 books a year in my early 20s. Yes. So I'll read psychology, I'll read philosophy, I'll read motivation, I'll read science, whatever it is. The goal is you must read 2 books a week. The goal was 2 books a week, but there was 56 weeks. But I never read 100. This was the target. Read 100, but I always stopped at 94 or 96.
Why?
I don't know. I just never made 100. So my younger brother, who was following my footsteps, ended up doing 110. He spent more time at home than me.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But how are you able to hold your own without what would be called conventional education?
So I did go to the school, but
Yeah,
I
I know.
didn't really pay attention. So as far as I'm concerned, I didn't really do it. So you see, I'm from the north. This
Yeah.
is going to sound really bad. You know, I think we have a different system of education, or different system of cultural, social cultural education. You know, and we learn through the language that we speak. You know, I grew up in Minna and in Jos, Kaduna. You know, I grew up in the north. So I think we learn. Our system is a bit different from the Western here, the Western system here, where, you know, everybody must have a master's degree and a PhD. You know, it's really pertinent for you guys here to have a master's degree and a PhD, you know. And for me over there, what was really important is you must know. So I chose an informal structure of education.
Yes.
I needed to just know. I wanted to understand philosophy. I wanted to understand psychology. I wanted to see what was quantum physics. I just wanted to know this thing.
Yeah, quantum physics.
Yes, I thoroughly was interested in quantum physics, but that came much later because when we were growing up, physics was not that. There was no quantum physics.
Yes.
There was physics, but when I grew up, I began to see quantum physics in my 20s, and my interest kind of shifted. So the whole goal is, what are you going to understand? You need to understand life. I needed to understand, you know, astronomy, astrology, not so well. Just understand how the whole world affects you, which is what quantum physics was for me.
But, you know, I said, let's go into your background, because
Yes.
you already started speaking like a life coach. Just before we came on, I asked you, I said to you that I wanted to ask you
about the life coach. Yes.
About this life coach business. Who is a life coach? Who needs a life coach?
Right.
What does a life coach do?
Right.
Then I'll add the clincher. What
Oh.
does a life coach know?
So the life coach might not know too much, but the life coach might not even do too much. So I think I got my idea of coaching from, I don't know if it's Socrates or Plato, who was a teacher. But besides gathering knowledge and whatever, putting knowledge together in books and teaching knowledge, there was a way that Plato or Socrates, I'm not sure which one of them, because one was a student of the other, but one of them was coaching his students. This is what he did. What the job of a life coach, I see it in their action. Anytime a student asks him a question, he answers back with a question. So his job is not to teach you. So that's the difference between a life coach and a teacher. His job is not to teach you. His job is to make you think.
Reason it out.
Make you find. Because the belief is that all knowledge is resident in all of us.
That's powerful.
Yeah. So the job of a life coach, if you were going to be a writer, my job as your coach is not to teach you to write. It's to help you discover the tools that will help you bring out your writing skills. That, to me, is the primary job of a life coach. And because we're saying life coach, we're trying to help people navigate through life. Whether you're going to be, you're going to be a businessman, it's just to help you navigate through life. Give you the tools that make it a little bit easier. Help you, develop, the tools of having vision, purpose, discipline, those tools that will just help you be better at what you are. I'm not teaching you how to be a business person. That's different. I'm only teaching you how to be better by being you. That's basically.
So it sounds like the life coach is a mirror to the student.
Yes, you can be a mirror. So that's the difference. The one that's a mirror is a mentor. So I look at you and I want to be like you. The life coach is the guy behind posting like this. But the mentor does the same thing. But, you know, the mentor doesn't have to be with you all the time. But the life coach is someone that, you know, they're basically almost the same.
So, but as a life coach,
yes,
how do you measure your performance as a life coach?
Great. So, I measure my performance from feedback. You know, now I coach quite a number of people individually, you know, and by the way, I don't take money. So I just do it.
You don't take money?
I don't take money. Yeah. You know, so I coach quite a few people. Maybe, I'm not saying there's 1,000, maybe 20, 30 over the years, you know, and I coach them on different aspects. Some might be some emotional trauma, and then some might be professional advice. Some might be writers like me. Some might be coaches like me. So I measure my success based on how much improvement I see in you, you know. If you're going through emotional stress, and I see that the tools that I provide, or the tools that I help you find, help you discover, you are utilizing them, I know that I am making headway. You know, but it is not my responsibility that you succeed. It's my responsibility to show you and give you the tools. I think you can do it like this, you can do it like this. It's your job to, you know, make it work.
So why don't you get paid for being a life coach?
Because I grew up in Jos. You know, grew up in Jos. We never thought, when we were growing up, we never thought you're supposed to be paid for anything.
I didn't grow up in Jos, and then I didn't think you could be paid for most things.
So growing up, when I came to Lagos, I was shocked to realize that people were going to pay you for stuff. Yeah, you're going to pay me to do this? Really?
Yeah,
you know, I thought that the only way to be paid was to get a job in an office and do something there. I didn't know that I could give you advice, and I never ever imagined that was possible. You know, so it's hard for you to come to me and say, oh, I have this problem, and then I'm supposed to give you advice, give you suggestions. It doesn't matter how long I'm supposed to do it, and then say, give me money. I can't do it. I haven't been able to do it. But I take money if I was going to come to an office to speak, if I was going to go to a church to speak. It's church not all the time, but I'll take it. I'll take money if I was going to come to a group of people are gathering, come and give us a talk. I will take money. Because that's how I make a living, from performing poetry and giving talks.
Oh no, well, you just jumped the gun, because I was going to go to
I'm in a hurry.
Poetry. I was going to go to poetry later to find out, okay, how did that start? But let's still talk a little bit more about life coaching. What I've discovered is that most times now, well, in these days, you found a lot of people who say they are life coaches and all that. And please pardon me, I sometimes feel that even those coaches need some coaches themselves.
Yeah,
so,
coaches need coaching.
You understand? So that what's going on? It's like a fad now.
Yes.
Everybody says, well, most people say, oh, I'm a life coach, I'm a life coach, so and so.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is why I don't refer to myself as a life coach now. So if you see life coach in my bio, it's something that must have been done a while back. You know.
Okay.
So.
So what do you call yourself now?
I just say I'm a teacher. But the question is, they always ask me, what do you teach? And it's harder. So I say, I'm teaching life. Which life are you teaching? Which life do you know? You know. So it's harder. So sometimes I say, I'm teaching wisdom. They say, which wisdom do you know? So it's such a difficult place for me to explain what I'm teaching. So I just leave it quiet like that.
So it's like there's that tincture to life coach.
Yes.
That you don't like.
Yes, because like you say, it's a fad. You know, everybody has jumped on it. You know, and this is how the world works. People look for what will work. People look for what will succeed. People look for the easiest way to make it. You know, but I think that life coaching, I think, is an important and a vital aspect of modern living. I think is really, really necessary. I think the Western cultures, foreigners understand it, which is why, you know, you're not expected to know more than anybody, but you're expected to know the thing you're talking about, study it, you know, have a system of presenting it. The whole idea is spend 100 hours, 200 hours, 300 hours, 1,000 hours, honing your skill on the part that you want to present. Practice it one-on-one until you have developed a system. That even if somebody is an MD of a company, the people that I know MDs, they have life coaches.
Yes.
Just have, it's not that you know how to do it better than me, but just the way that you have that might make it a bit easier for me to execute my own purpose.
Yeah.
So I think it's an important, vital, necessary profession. But I also think, like you said, that life coaches need a bit more coaching. So all of us need to go to older coaches, more experienced coaches, those who have been there 40 years, 50 years, and learn. And then we also need to come together in seminars, in conferences, and then share and sharpen each other's knowledges, So, yeah.
Okay. So, you're with us on Timeless Conversations. My guest is Sami Sage Hassan. We'll take a short break now. Don't go away. So, Sami.
Yes, sir.
Your stage name is Sage.
Sage Hassan, yeah.
And Hassan is the family. But the full name, your regular name is what?
So, I'm very confused about my identity. My name is very funny because, I was born Muslim, so my name is Sani Hassan.
Yeah.
And then, I got a baptism name, Samuel Hassan.
Yeah.
Then I have an artistic name, Sage Hassan.
Yeah.
So sometimes I don't know which, am I Samuel Hassan, Sani Hassan, or Sage Hassan? Is a bit confusing for me too.
Your birth certificate will call you what?
My birth certificate, Sani Hassan.
Okay, so you're Sani Hassan.
But my declaration of age is Samuel Sani Hassan.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, well, that one comes before the other.
Yes.
So I think in law they say there's precedence.
So,
the precedence.
So I'm Sani Hassan.
You're Sani Hassan, yes. And now, you love the spoken word.
Yeah.
You perform it.
Yeah.
How did that evolve?
So I think it started from the storytelling and from the teaching, because Horace, an ancient poet, said the task of a poet is to instruct and to entertain. So I think, but my own started with the instructing. Like I said, when I was younger, I'll be talking. But before then, around that time, what I liked to do was tell stories. So it started with telling stories. But I have my cousins who will sit. Besides the teaching one, this one's my cousins, I will tell stories. So they would call me and say, tell us a story. And I would say, what story? They say, tell us a film. But we live in the same house. We'll watch the same film, all of us. So I'll start a film. They'll say, no, not that one. Tell us another one. I'll start saying, no, not that one. I say, but I don't want another one. Say, tell us another one. Then I started to formulate stories by myself. At the age of 7, I think, 7 or 8. I started to formulate stories. And then I kept on talking, kept on being a talkative. And I used to get punished during prep. Then at the age of 13, I went to go borrow a novel, and I saw somebody writing some stuff. What are you doing? And he says he's writing a book. So I came back, and instead of telling my stories, I started writing my stories.
Are you kidding?
Yeah, yes, I started writing my stories. And then I started thinking, do I only just want to write stories? So I was also starting to write lyrics because I liked music. And for spoken word, I was watching, they used to show Reggae Sunsplash in Jos a lot.
Yeah.
And there's this particular guy, I used to like to watch all of them. There's this particular guy who got on the stage, and he was a poet. They call them dub poets.
Yes.
His name is Mutabaruka.
Yes.
So he got on the stage and it was, it's no good to live in a white man country too long. It was just chanting, and I was wondering what that was. So I started writing the same thing at 14 or before 14, And I kept on doing it in the same Jamaican way. Then I also write poetry and publish in a newspaper. So I started working in the newspaper at the age of 16 in Jos, Nigeria Standard. So I published poetry, published short stories, entertainment stories. So I started doing that, But for this spoken word, gone. I don't think I've said this story in this way. My former boss, Dele Mamadou.
Okay.
When I write stories, Innovation Magazine, he used to read them out. So it was the seed, in a way, it was the seed of it.
He used to read them out.
Yes, he says, this guy is a poet, he's writing poetry. Because, Ovation Magazine at that time was doing a lot of weddings.
Yes, that's true.
And I got bored reporting weddings. So I had to create poetry around the weddings. I felt every day it's the same thing. I would attend 4 weddings in 1 month, writing the same thing. So I started writing poetic prose out of the wedding information, and daily would read them. I think that's the seed of it. But before then, that was the seed of jumping out in this way. But I was also doing this reggae part, doing the other one where I go, rage. Why do I rage? I ask myself, because I was told a lie that I could not fly, so I live my life by the lie. I was doing those things. But the way Daily was doing it made me think that maybe there was something more here. And then I started to, we used to also have, what's called GAP, Guild of Artists and Poets. We started in Abuja. I was working for Daily Momodu in Lagos, but I was in Abuja and Lagos. So we had that Guild of Artists and Poets, where we would come together and then we recite our poems, And then because I had the musical background, musical inclination of Muta Baruka, I began to make my own, a little bit more musical. And then Hip Hop Wall Awards was going to happen.
Yes.
And I presented, there was a poem I'd done about music. That poem had been on Rhythm FM Port Harcourt.
Yeah.
And there was a response. And every time I performed that poem among my guild of artists, poets, guys in Lagos, there was a reaction I saw. So I made it better, and I took it to Ayo, and he put me on that show. And it was...
Yes, Ayo Animation.
Yes, Ayo Animation. The response was like incredible. I still have one of the videos is still there.
Please. You need to send that to me.
Yes, I will.
That's like the response I can imagine would be like, where have you been?
Yes. It was like, first of all, everybody was just looking quiet, and then there was an uproar of applause, and it was wild.
Yeah.
Because I was doing the poem with the names of artists, the Nigerian ones. I was just going and going, and it was like, whoa, what's going on? So, yeah. So I credit Ayo in particular. I credit Ayo, I credit the Hip Hop Wall Awards for launching the spoken word poetry movement in Nigeria, because I was the first to start. And if he hadn't put me on that platform, it might have taken a while longer.
A while longer. But in the spoken word performance, what do you need? How do you prepare?
Very interesting one.
Yeah.
So, because spoken word is from your soul. So if I'm going to perform a poem, you can tell how connected I am to the audience by how I had prepared.
Yeah.
So if I'm not that well prepared, there'll be a loss of connection, How do I prepare?
There will be a lot of try again later.
Yes. So I go into myself. I do a bit of visualization, I must say. So I see myself, I'm closing my eyes already. So I see myself, reciting that poem, delivering it. I go through, in the past, we used to rehearse quite a bit. I will have practice and practice, and I come on that stage. And then I don't perform, I perform from my spirit. I try, because it's harder. I used to do all the major concerts. I've done the big comedy shows, this day music festival. I've done major events, and it's harder to just stand on a stage and belt out poetry when there's somebody playing music, So I have to go into my spirit and stand and then, project myself into the audience.
Yeah.
That's how I do it. But before then, it has to happen backstage or a week before or a day before, where I center myself.
Now, that seems to be quite some work.
It is very difficult. It looks easy, but it's difficult.
How can you teach that to somebody?
So I can coach you. So I can coach the poet, but I can't teach him. I can tell him this. So if I'm going to give talks to poets, I tell them my experience. Because I'm feeling that in the experience, the magic is in the telling. The magic is intangible. So it's an element that some things cannot be taught, they have to be caught. So I want them to catch it. And I've seen some who have caught it much, much better than I've done it. I've seen some poets who just get on there and they just deliver magic, and it's like, whoa, where did you come from?
Yeah. Now, there's also always this issue of once somebody starts something, others jump on it.
Yeah.
And when people report it, it sounds like they are protesting.
Right.
Should there be that protest?
That where people jump on it.
Yeah.
Was actually in my case when I started spoken word, I wanted people to jump on it.
Mhm.
So I gave myself a name that was, a precursor or a predeterminer, a prophetic for people to join. I said the sage has sons. The whole goal is this thing has to grow, has to increase. So I think it's important. Success to me is marked by followership.
There's even a rhyme to everything you say.
Success is
Yes,
success is followerships. I want for 8,000 people to follow. I want to see someone do better.
Yeah.
Because every generation we can't. Because I caught it from someone else. If he didn't want me to follow him, then where will I be? So yeah.
And now with the field that's further opening up wider and wider, and there's technology that's helping to project stuff, right? How do you protect your copyright?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Why?
So I have a very funny philosophy. I think that art belongs to the society. Anybody should take it. I think it is stupid. This is part of me that is stupid, but that's how I see it. When I throw a poem out there, I feel it belongs to the world. Take it. Now, I've said this, I'm also going to say that there's one particular young poet who took my line and claimed it. I didn't like that. So it's funny, as much as I want for take it out there, I don't want you to steal it. I want you to use it, utilize it, take advantage of it.
Acknowledge it.
Yeah, don't pay me even.
No, acknowledge it.
But don't steal it.
Yeah, but if you don't claim it, you didn't claim it. Somebody else will claim it.
So,
yeah, you did not patent it. You did not
how
copyright
do you
it.
patent this thing, this art? So the way I patent it, the way I will claim it is, I will have my byline, by Sage. So what I expect is, if you take it, write by Sage. Don't take it and remove by Sage and put by...
There's this thing about language, yeah?
Yes.
You use the word stupid.
Yes.
When you were describing it. No offense meant. Right. You could say that to yourself. If I said it to you, you would consider it
Yes,
rude.
I think that is,
You understand me?
I am not going to take
Again, you're the only one who can say that to yourself. Because if I say it, it will be rude. You will not like it. I'll be confirming what you are presenting.
I know.
And I don't want to confirm it.
But
No, I'm fighting it. I'm saying, please, when you get off this,
So I'm going to be wiser.
You have to be wiser. You cannot continue to do that.
But funny thing is, when I'm going to perform poetry, I have a very strict amount that I charge. I do free and I do also charge money for my work, but I do a lot of free as well.
Yeah, I'm not against the free thing.
Yeah.
What I am trying to open your mind to is, please, right, copyright your work.
Right.
We'll take a break here and then continue later. I'm still with Sage, who is not showing much sageness in the area of copyright.
I love it.
Welcome back. Yes, Sage is still here, and hit him below the belt a little bit. Before the break, we were taking that break, because I still don't understand how he would not copyright his work. You have to.
Right.
It's not just for your own sake.
Right.
You have children?
No.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Or no?
No. But not yet.
Not yet.
It's no, not yet.
No for now.
Yes.
Possibly later.
Hopefully. I really hope to have
okay,
kids
beautiful.
in
All
this
right.
decade.
Very good. So now those children, your offspring, can live off
That's
your
right.
copyright income. So
That's
please.
You need to,
for their sake.
you need to copyright material.
Yeah, copyright. And then even for the simple feel-good factor.
Right.
Where somebody uses your work and acknowledges
Very important.
it.
That hurts me when that doesn't happen.
Yes, and and people, it's not everybody who has your kind of ethics or ethos or ideas.
Right.
That's the truth.
Right.
So sometimes you need to force them.
That's right.
To acknowledge.
I agree.
What they know.
I agree.
Right. I wouldn't quote quote you without referencing you.
Yes.
That's the
But
right
this
thing.
last generation of people, they don't care. They just take whatever they're taking. So there's this particular life coach that I really liked. You know, I didn't know who he was. He's Indian, British. And then I think someone called me one time and said, oh, there's this guy that sounds like you. It was really nice. I said, what's his name? He told me his name. And I went online, Googled him, and I found him. And I saw that he had over 1 billion views. I said, wow, this is incredible. Like, you think he sounds like me? And it was so, I was...
Over 1 billion.
Over 1 billion, I think 3 billion.
What?
Yeah, that's like 3 billion views. He has a lovely story, you know, and he was just kept on going. And last year or the year before, a number of YouTubers began to pick on him, and they realized that everything he said were little bits and pieces that he took from 100 different people without giving them the credit, claiming that these thoughts were his. You know, so it was a number like 4 or 5 YouTubers just actually picked it and kept on saying they will show the original and show what he said. And he said that the point was when he was taken, he didn't learn, he just stole a whole, you know. So this last generation doesn't care. They just do what they want. You know, so I think he reminded me of that kind of level. I mean, he reminded me of the Gen Z millennial attitude of not, you know, having honor in instances like this. I just want people to be honorable. You know, take what you can, use it, you know, and just show some honor. But like you said, you know, it's stupid for me to expect honor.
No, I didn't say it is stupid.
Yes,
You said so.
Yes, I know.
No.
You know,
You said
I should
so.
stop expecting honor.
You
So
see-
this one I believe about wisdom. You know, one of the things I'm going to say why my name is Sage is because, you know, there was a lot of foolishness in my life growing up, and I didn't want it. So I think that no matter what, there's still some residue. But I think there's a lot of me that is not that stupid, that is pretty intelligent and pretty wise and pretty given. I think there's quite a lot of that, but there's still some residue that hasn't finished, you know, going away.
I really don't think it's stupid. I think it's just you not being bothered.
Yeah.
It's not stupid. That's why I refuse to use.
So I just say maybe I'm just maybe self demeaning. I'm just
No.
being
I
self-demeaning,
think
but
you're just putting it out there before somebody else says it to you. That's what I think you're doing, which is all right. See, take it from me. Right. I believe that the body of work that you have done and you're still going to do, right, should be protected.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
It should be.
I'm lowering you up on that. Is I have a new management, and that is part of the things that they're dealing with.
Yes, it should be protected, not just for today.
Yeah.
We say, look, if we still quote Shakespeare, it's because it's protected. If it wasn't protected, you wouldn't be. It would just be some random name. You can even invent a name for it, and then people will start, that's Shakespeare. I say, Utalunjebe. You understand? Who is that? Who is so called? Now, because of the works you have done, a lot of people believe that your contributions to the spoken word sector of the Nigerian art scene is such that it should not be wished away.
Right.
So you have to lead in that.
Yeah.
You have to.
Yeah.
And
I have let down on that, but yes, I'm going to have to pick up and get serious with that aspect.
Yes, because for instance, when you referenced Dele Momodu that you spoke, he used to speak out your story.
You just read it, and he always say, man, this. I mean, everybody knows it's my story.
Yes.
And the funny part was when he was doing that, I wasn't around. Is one of my colleagues or somebody else that would tell me this is what he did.
Yeah. No, because you see, there are some people. Dele is one of those people who would love to read out something.
Yes.
Yes.
He loved words.
Yeah.
He loved literature.
Yeah.
He loved good stories.
Yeah.
When you write, he really he was a fan of great copy.
Yes. He still is.
He is a fan.
Yes, you understand.
Yeah.
See, now that gave birth to something that was in you all along.
Right.
I didn't know it. which is why you must also give birth to something that others will come back and be able to say, that was what Sage did. And the spoken word as a performing art in Nigeria is just growing.
Yeah.
It's just growing.
Yeah.
If we want to trace it now, we'll trace it to you. Which year did you start?
Which year did I start? Officially?
Yeah.
Well, people got to see me in 2006. You know, but like I said, I've been doing it in little bits, even from my teenage. But from like...
No, we didn't see you then.
You
so
didn't
don't
see me
worry.
then. So the
You
day
just talk of when
they
people
started to see me.
Yeah.
But it was on radio, in rhythm, from 2004, 2005.
Yeah.
But it got on a large stage in 2006. That's when like, boom. You know, but from the early 2000s, there was a gap. Guild of Artists and Poets in Abuja. You know, from 2000, 2001, 99, 2000, around that time.
Yeah.
So that's actually where we were just reciting, you know. So I think let's leave it from the 2000s.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
But it came to the general public attention of everyone on television 2006.
So then you evolved from being a writer to being a poet, and then to becoming a performing poet.
Right.
And you have written some book or books. You also write for a living. You write for others.
That's my work. Yeah, I write. I'm a commercial writer, so I write for organizations.
Commercial?
Yes, that means you pay me money to write a book for you.
Okay. Oh, good.
You know, so it's ghost writing. I can say ghost writing, but sometimes it's just commercial writing.
It's better that way.
You know, because the ghost writing is when you want to write a book in your name and you want me to do it for you. So I do that as well.
Yeah.
You know, but I also do books for organizations. You know,
Okay.
I do even coffee table books. I've done one I did one fantastic project for Ikoyi Club some time ago. I've done something for Nigerian First Ladies. I've done quite a few books, you know. So I do books for organizations, for individuals. The last book I did, for instance, is on Olokun art, the Olokun heads.
Oh.
You know, I'm not Yoruba, but I did a book on Olokun heads.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what I do, you know, for a living. I also write I have a poetry book, but much more, I have poetry albums. I've had 2 poetry albums. I'm working on the 3rd right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, an album, poetry with music and like that.
And it's performed by you?
Yes. So I'm working on one currently, you know, and then I make film. Yes, I make film. So it's all about storytelling. I make documentary film, and I'm starting to make feature films now. So the first one is, I just made a short film right now. I'm working on the 2nd. So I'm allowing...
So how are you exposing that, the short film?
So I just finished doing one short film, and I'm hoping to either YouTube. I'm going to present it first to Mnet to see if it's something they might want to use.
Okay.
Because they have those fillers.
On Netflix?
Yes. You know, but I'm going to put it on YouTube. And then I want to do maybe a screening. There might be a screening here and there for the short films. They're setting people who do short film screenings.
Okay.
You know, so I want to present it.
We could work with you for that.
I'm looking forward to
We could do that.
Yeah.
We could work with you for
Yeah.
that and push something.
Yeah. So, but I also make documentary film. But that
Okay.
one's usually the same thing as the books, usually commissioned.
Yeah, it's commissioned,
You know,
yeah.
so I did a documentary film called The Nigerian Dream, and you know, it was shown on like a number of TV stations, one in the UK, one here, you know, and then there have been some festivals where the films were screened.
Okay.
You know.
Okay, let's go into unfamiliar territory now.
Right.
We're familiarly unfamiliar, and that's about the love life of artists.
Right.
It's said that it's very turbulent.
Yes. I think this is what I find out about artists a lot of the time. Someone says that, you know, when you see a man, when you see an artist, an adult artist, is a child in him that survived. So there's a little bit of scatteredness in a lot of artists. Now, I have some senior colleagues who are single. And some of my friends are telling me, looks like you're going to be exactly like these people. They're telling me. There's some that are 70, there's some that are 60, some just turned 60 recently. And they say, looks like you're just like one of these people. And I'm looking and I'm thinking, looks like I'm one of these people. I don't want to be one of these people. I don't want to be one of these people, but it looks like I am one of them. Because I mean, they were single in their 40s, single in their 50s, and then now they're 60, 70, and they're still single. And you're looking and you're thinking that, oh, man, no, you are going to be different. But time is passing. But I'm making my mind is made up to not be one of those people, to halt this singlehood right now.
Because what I learned or heard, I shouldn't say I learned it. What I heard was that it's very difficult to be with an artist. Females say it, of the males, and the males say it of the females. So.
Yes, but I think I'm able to. I'm able to, at this point in time in my life, I'm able to rein in my madness, rein in the difficulty, mature enough to understand my difference, and to, keep it under control, so that a woman being with me will not be as bad as it would have been if I was just a mad artist like normal. Because there's a lot of us artists who are not single.
Can you just hear yourself?
Yes.
You said, I'm quoting you.
Yes.
If I would have been a mad artist.
That's because
that as normal to be a bad artist.
Yeah,
a mad artist.
I'll tell you this. I went for a book festival in Port Harcourt. A lot of us writers were there. This is a book festival, so it was writers. Now, this is 10 years ago. That was my first major one with everybody coming in, and we're just there hanging around, and I just said, wow. So my other friend, who was a writer and a publisher in the UK, he turned to me and said, these people are mad. He said, they said, yes. So I told him, yes. So he said, I used to think I was the mad person, but now I'm seeing madder people. It's insane. The writers are crazy. See, there's this particular one writer amongst us who came. Every day he wore a different color hair. Every day he sprayed his hair. Today is like football. Tomorrow is stripes. He wore one long dress. This is just what writing makes you, because it's creativity. Your brain is constantly trying to bring things that are not there. It actually affects how you live your life.
And that's normal.
That is normally what it means to be a writer. It is insane. So one of the writers that day, and that particular thing, had just won a very big prize. He came all the way to that place wearing one jumper. I don't know what they call it. It's a native thing.
Native thing, yeah.
He had it on all through. And I was thinking, all he had to do was carry a bag with one extra. He came like that. He's not combing his hair. Just everything, he's just talking. And then he's talking philosophy, talking literature, and talking quantum physics with me, because he liked quantum physics as well. But this particular person has a very normal relationship with a wife, married, no problem. But the rest of us, there's a lot of issues, to be honest.
Okay, so then in that wise, would say he was normal.
He is normal.
And you guys were the not so normal.
Even though we thought he was, I thought, you're not very normal. You don't bring one shirt. Where's your comb?
Because you already said, oh, he's married, he has children.
So he was quite, that part of him had already been settled.
Yeah.
But this other aspect could have been better, Okay. So I think with writers, there's always one thing that, just always one thing.
So to use your words now, when are you going to settle that aspect?
This one?
Yes. Yeah, so.
Before the middle of next year.
Before the?
Middle of next year.
Okay. Before the middle of next year?
Yes.
Okay. God will preserve us.
Amen.
And I will be there.
Yes, so. Yes, sir.
I will be there.
Yes, sir.
Now, see, if we go a little bit back to the teaching aspect, you started off as a child, expressing the desire to impart knowledge. but you found that you needed to first acquire that knowledge before you could share it.
Yeah.
Have you stopped acquiring?
No. I'm always thinking. I don't read as much as I did in my 20s. You know, but I'm always meditating, always thinking, always trying to learn new stuff. Always trying to increase with information, you know. And so sometimes, nowadays, this is what happens. When people want you to come and speak, they give you a subject. Can you come and tell us something about this?
Okay.
You know, so that gives you room to now do some research, do some study, you know, and when I quote someone, I will actually give them credit. I don't quote and tick, you know, so you just study and then you come and try to present, try to, you know, do that stuff. You know, so I also I've written books that I've taught my philosophy. You know, I have one little book called The Quantum Chemistry of Success, you know, it's my perspective of what success is outside of the material, you know. And then I have another book that was really, really liked at one point. It was done a while ago called Dream Maker. You know,
Dream Maker,
yes, it's philosophical, it's fictional, but it's philosophy, you know. So yes, you know, I study and I try to impart.
Okay. All right. Well, as I said, you really cannot impart anything if you don't know anything. Can you build something on nothing? You can't.
Yeah.
We will take a short break now and come back for our final segment of my talk with Sage. Please stay tuned. Yes, Sage is still with me.
Yes, sir.
And we referenced your book, The Dream Maker.
That's right.
And something about success, how to define...
Quantum chemistry of success.
Chemistry of success. Now, how would you describe success?
So it's really simple. It's really simple. You know, and it's not the same thing for everyone.
Yes.
Success is just the achievement of a set goal.
Of a set goal.
Of a set goal or a series of set goals. That's what success is.
Yeah.
You know, that's how you succeed. But if you want to say a man is a success, that's a whole different level of it. When I say you're a success, like you now, you're a success. You know?
Thank you.
Yes, you are. So a success is a man who has achieved set goals so well that he's not recognized for it. And he becomes a standard of achievers in that area. That's a success. But success is simple. If I say I'm going to wake up at 6 o'clock today and I'm going to do 10 push-ups and I do it, that's success.
I feel that because I know some people who say they want to work out and they don't ever
So they're not
work out.
succeeding in that aspect of their lives.
Yeah.
So whatever goals you set, achieving it is success.
No, but as a filmmaker,
yes, sir.
When you go out to make those films, those short films or your documentary films, when you're commissioned for them, what do you see of Nigeria?
That's what the Nigerian dream was about. I'm not. Nigeria is something else. You know, I see. Let me try not to be negative, you know, but I see a system where it's on its head. It's like when we're acrobats, rather than standing on our feet, we're standing on our head, and we haven't really tumbled over yet. You know, a lot of things have been turned upside down. That's what I see here.
Is there hope?
I honestly don't have too much hope.
That means there's still hope.
I don't know.
No,
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Hope.
When I was under 10, I remember when they started taking light. When I started noticing that, I was not 10. I waited 40 years to see 40 years, and I'm thinking, man, how long am I going to have to wait to see things change? You know, I saw the 80s. I saw how things were. You know, I saw that it looks like it's improving in the 90s or in 2000s, and then I see them tumble back, and I'm thinking, wow, what is going on? Is there going to be a situation where this country will actually move forward? You know, I do not know.
Because you're a thinker, what do you think could be the solution? Or what would you prescribe?
Somebody asked me this question yesterday. I was on another TV interview yesterday, and I gave them this is my solution for this. We're going to start with Generation Alpha. Luckily, Alpha means the beginning. So we're going to have to start with Generation Alpha. that is the children that the millennials and the Gen Zs are giving birth to. We're going to have to start with them.
Oh, they are the ones that you think we should.
That's the only way I see a permanent solution. Start with Alpha. I have two options, but I will start with Alpha. Take all the Alpha. I don't know how many they are. They might be 300,000. Change their education system. Don't put them in the same type of schools we are in. Create a whole different type of education system for them, a whole different type of orientation, and inculcate in them that they're going to have to fix the country. Not give them this mentality where, millennials and Gen X's and Gen Z's that you just find your way. You have to give them the mentality that you all have to fix it. So they start from primary, knowing that we are supposed to fix stuff. Now, they're not going to be on the same side with their parents. Parents have to accept it, that these kids, this is a whole different generation. So I think that to fix Nigeria might take another 40 years. Now, the second way is to have a leader like Lee Kuan Yew, to have someone like that who is that intelligent, that incorruptible, that hard. There has to be someone really, really hard, because the Lee Kuan Yew said that, when he was leading, people had to be afraid of him. He wasn't there to be loved. But you love him for what he's doing. He was so strict that if you did what was wrong, if judgment was, there's no shortcut, no, he's my brother, no, So instead we're going to have that kind of leader, where Gen Xers, millennials, Gen Zers are forced to abide to a rule of law. If you go off, you face the full wrath of the law. And then, as well, Alpha is now being trained differently. To me, that's the only real solution.
That sounds like a book you're writing.
There's a midway point. There's a midway point as well, where we'll be managing ourselves and fixing everything. As we're managing, we're fixing, we're managing, we're fixing. That one too will work, but I honestly don't have that much hope, because, I've waited 40 years and I'm not seeing anything yet.
Because what I see is that the rule of law, the respect for simple rules must be enforced.
Yes. They must force us to follow.
We must
but then
force,
Alpha
we must force ourselves. And because see, the children learn from example. They learn from beholding.
Yeah.
They learn from seeing.
Yeah.
You started your story. Yeah. You learned from your dad.
Yeah.
And the first thing you established was that he didn't go to secondary school.
Yeah.
But
he went to university.
But whoever he worked with found that this guy is smart. So started teaching him.
Yeah.
And so he went on to write Cambridge. After Cambridge, went to university. He left you to go through the same thing. That's why you can speak about him now and say, this was what he did, and that's where I copied from.
Yeah. But you know what the army does?
Yeah.
What the army does? The army takes a civilian, put you somewhere, break you down, and then build you up anew.
Yeah, sure.
That's what needs to be done with Alpha.
Yeah.
So even if the old, because there's 200 million of us, tougher. Yes, maybe for Nigeria, tougher.
Yeah, tougher, and who can succeed in changing the constitution? Because there are stuff that you will need to do.
Yeah.
It has to be law-based. It has to be law-backed.
Yeah, true.
If it's not, we're wasting our time.
That's true.
You understand? But at least that's what you feel.
You
take a number of them.
All of them.
All of them. Change their particular orientation,
completely.
Their education, and then watch them grow.
Yeah.
Nurture them.
Right.
Right. But if any one of them goes astray, what happens?
He knows that he knows that
I'm not talking what
full
he knows.
wrath of the law. That's what they are taught.
Yeah.
You're taught, because what Gen Zs were taught is the millennial parent or the Gen X parent is ready to pay a teacher a bribe. These things happen. Parents are paying bribe to put their children, to give their children advantages. They pay bribe to put them in school. This school doesn't like, so you bribe. So the child believes that this is how this thing should be done. you know. But the alpha should, the government should take over. You know, that system doesn't work here. These guys, the first 7-8 years of their lives, they grow up knowing that things must be done a proper way. I think it helps.
Okay.
And I think maybe when they're 40, 50, we might have a different society totally.
Okay, on a final note, do you still work out?
I work out like a beast.
Why?
Oh, I'm a beast. My whole life is working out. I work out 3 hours a day. But yes, I'm a beast. I love working out.
3 hours a day?
Yeah,
What's the purpose?
Pleasure. Pleasure.
Because the doctors say you don't need to work out that much.
Yeah, they say. But I don't think the doctors know that well. You know, I love it. So the whole workout is about the last like 2-3 hours, but it's not that I'm working out every minute in that 2-3 hours. So I take breaks. I'm 51, so I take breaks. I will do a set, then I'll take a break.
Okay.
You know, I might be doing 100 push-ups. When I'm done with those, I take a break. Then I do something else. You know, so there's breaks in between a routine, but there's longer breaks. You know, so that's why.
So you have a regimen of different sets and all that, but there are infused.
Right. There might be like an hour running, an hour walking, 30 minutes running, the different sides, the different things. You know, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's your typical day like?
My typical day. Some days I'd never have a typical day, but basically my ideal day is I wake up, I do some meditation, do some praying, you know, and then I go to the field to work out, either to a gym or to the field. When I'm done, I come back, I take a little rest, I eat fruits. I try to eat a lot of fruits, oranges. I try to eat a lot of fruits, and then I should write some script.
Okay.
You know, or write something. The goal is I need to write maybe 100,000, 20,000 words a year. So every day I try to write something. You know, if I have a job, then I work on that job.
Okay.
You know, if not, then I just do my scripting. And evening I might do a little walk again, an hour or an hour and a half, or whatever it is. And that is my day. Exercise, healthy food, and writing.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sage?
Yes, sir.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having
really
me.
Enjoyed it. It's been a very lovely time with Sami Sage Hassan as my guest on Timeless Conversations. I hope you had a very good time. I did, and I look forward to when next you will come, because I'll call you soon.
I look forward to
follow up on that. 2 things to follow up on. Remember, 1, in a few months' time.
Yes.
Before the end of next year.
Before the middle of next year.
Before the middle of next year. And then 2, that's your film.
Right.
Yes. Let's work on that.
Yes, let's work on that. Yes.
So, thank you very much for watching. It's been Timeless Conversations. I'm Lekon Obumbanwo. Bye.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello, this is the Greater Lagos Vision and I'm your host, Love Ikuku Oyedoku. The Themes Plus agenda underscores Governor Sanwo-Olu's intensified focus on social inclusion, gender equality, and youth development. This has been the driving force behind his efforts to strengthen and reinforce the state's governance agenda, ensuring that no one is left behind, regardless of their social status, gender, or age. Through carefully designed policies and programs, Sanwo-Olu is committed to ensuring that all Lagosians are carried along and their needs are catered to. As he marks the anniversary of the second term, the governor has once again promised that this period will be even more rewarding for the people of Lagos with the consolidation of his reforms and governance at higher levels. This is the Greater Lagos Vision, and it is indeed rising. On this episode, Governor Sanwo-Olu assures Lagosians of more dividends of democracy as he marks 1 year anniversary of his second tenure, commissions 15 locally built new ferries at Badore, Aja. Justice sector reforms, Sanwo-Olu reinstates commitment to make Lagos safe investment heaven. Details of these and many more when we return. Please stay with us.
I stood before you, Lagos, privileged beyond measure, to take a second and final oath of office as your governor, to ask you to join me on a journey to a greater Lagos.
With a promise to uplift and transform, Mr. Governor has steered us through a year marked by groundbreaking achievements and unwavering progress. Under his dynamic leadership, Lagos has witnessed unprecedented advancements. The inauguration of the iconic Red Line and Blue Line rail projects has redefined our city's transportation landscape, enhancing connectivity and opening up new avenues for growth and development. These rail lines are not just infrastructure projects, they represent the promise of a more accessible and interconnected Lagos for all. In the heart of our creative industry, the establishment of the $100 million Lagos Film City signifies a bold step towards making Lagos the entertainment capital of Africa. This cutting-edge facility will serve as a catalyst for innovation and talent development, propelling our city to the forefront of the global stage. Recognized as a global powerhouse, Lagos's participation in the Lord Mayor's Show was a landmark event, showcasing the city's dynamic cultural landscape and diverse population to the world. It underscored Lagos's pivotal role as a hub for commerce, culture, and innovation, further solidifying its reputation as the gateway to Africa. To strengthen food security, initiatives like Lagos Trader Money, the Lagos Food Discount Markets, and the Agro Fresh Food Hub are transforming lives, empowering small traders and farmers to thrive. With 750 million naira, Lagos Market Trader Money has empowered 15,000 beneficiaries, turning dreams into reality and businesses into success stories, while the Agro Fresh Food Hub and Food Discount Markets ensure everyone has access to fresh and affordable foodstuff. We also distributed 500,000 food boxes to vulnerable residents. These initiatives are empowering communities and driving inclusive growth. To unleash the full potential of our dynamic youth demographic, we successfully graduated over 4,000 trainees from our 19 skill acquisition centers. Geared towards empowering communities at the grassroots level, this program aims to cultivate self-reliance and entrepreneurial spirit. Lagos is experiencing unprecedented levels of investor confidence as billions of naira are flowing into the state's economy. Some other major projects on the way are the new Massey Children Hospital, 4th Mainland Bridge, Lekki International Airport, 2nd phase of the Blue Line Rail, the Lagos Food Systems and Logistics Hub. In the past year, Mr. Governor has laid the foundation for a brighter future for Lagos. Together, we are building a city that thrives on progress, unity, and resilience. Here's to a year of remarkable achievements and many more to come. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for your unwavering dedication to making Lagos the city of our dreams.
Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reiterated his commitment to make Lagos a safe haven for investments through the reform of the justice sector. Speaking at the opening ceremony of the Justice Reform Summit held in Lagos, the governor noted that Lagos needs a stronger justice system to attract more investments.
The two-day summit saw a large turnout of men of the legal profession converging on this hall. They are here to brainstorm on pressing challenges facing the judicial system. In his welcome address, Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice Lawal Pedro, SAN, noted that the summit was part of measures towards the transformation of the state justice system. Pedro urged participants to recommend ways to address delayed justice delivery.
To underscore the objective of this summit, the State Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment just revealed that in the last 1 year, state government successfully attracted about billions of investment in both foreign and local direct investment. Therefore, in case of any dispute, the investment should not be unduly tied down by protracted litigation.
Declaring the summit open, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu called for innovative thinking and a robust legal system.
In 1965, less than 60 years ago, the per capita of Singapore was about $500. Now, the man says it's 8,000. Where was Lagos and where are we now? Where is our country? Are we just want to be the giant in Africa for nothing? Do we just want to take that accolade that says that we're the largest nation in what sphere? We don't have proper rule of law. We don't have access to the judicial system. We don't have the real relevant things that can make us real champions in that space.
At the forum, Governor Sanwo-Olu voiced his displeasure over inclusion of Lagos in the FG state suits. He said the state should have been left out of the legal action instituted by the federal government against 36 governors over alleged misconduct in the administration of local governments.
The Honorable Federal should have done a due diligence to identify which states are not in compliance, so that no party wants to I'm able to show a example. Out of 36, 4 are exempted, is 31 that are bringing to the Supreme Court. Yes. And that's part of the back work that we need to do. And you can see, the conversation is about the judiciary. This is like 2 big part conversations that we have in the news today. The last one. A poor man, or a middle man, and a rich man. Let's use this engagement to truly really be able to reform the sector.
Famed enhancing the administration of justice for economic growth, investment protection, and security in Lagos State. The ceremony had addresses from juries, including a representative of the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the Chief Judge of Lagos State, Justice Kazim Alugba, and others also spoke at the summit.
To underscore the objective of this summit, the State Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment just revealed that in the last 1 year, state government successfully attracted about billions of investment in both foreign and local direct investment. Therefore, in case of any dispute, the investment should not be unduly tied down by protracted litigation.
So whatever you do with the law will impact directly or indirectly on society, particularly starting from the profession itself. We cannot get say it that the profession is losing a lot of its pride. It is not for nothing.
There is no doubt in my mind that this justice summit will back much needed innovations in the justice sector, which will go a long way in alleviating the current challenges facing the administration of justice in Nigeria. The increased economic growth and the diversity in the population of Lagos State, with the attendant challenges, calls for constant law reform and implementation of the laws.
Reiterating lessons from Singapore, the keynote speaker, Gregory Vijayendran, a former president, the Law Society of the Republic of Singapore, said that the rule of law was the foundation of the growth of his country. He highlighted this in his presentation of lessons Lagos can learn from the island country and city-state. Love Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Èkó Akété, ìlú ọgbọ́n. Èkó Akété, ìlú ọgbọ́n. Àrọ́mọdé kò má má já o. Èkó Àrọ́mísà, lẹ́gbẹ́lẹ́gbẹ́.
The governor arrives at Badore for the commissioning. These high-capacity commercial ferries constructed in Lagos have the ability to transport 40 passengers each. Prior to this, Governor Sanwo-Olu conducts an inspection of the boatyard, which is owned and operated by Keverton Marine in partnership with the Lagos State government. The governor swiftly prepared for the day's task, ready to tackle the business at hand. Filled with joy, Governor Sanwo-Olu expresses his enthusiasm for the new ferries, highlighting their capacity to accommodate 40 passengers each. These vessels operate on a convenient cowrie card payment system, showcasing the administration's commitment to sustainable transportation development.
But given the day and how momentous it is, we could not have had a better ceremony than what we're doing and having here today. What was chosen to come and tell the citizens of Lagos that the first pillar of our economic agenda, which is the T, which stands for transportation and traffic management. That's the pillar we have chosen today to come and demonstrate our commitment to you, to come and say to you that everything we've said to ensure that we have a comprehensive, integrated, urban mass transportation system will not be shortchanged. We will ensure that all the verticals around public transportation, none of those verticals are left unattended to. And today is the turn of marine transportation. We have done so many things. We have built so many ferry terminals. We built so many jetties. We've handed over several tens of ferries. But today, we need to increase that fleet. We need to do it in a bigger and a better way.
The governor emphasized that the addition of these 15 new ferries will not only save numerous hours wasted in traffic, but also enhance the efficiency of public investment in water transportation. He said the deployment of these ferries signifies a promising future for the residents of Lagos.
And to the good people of Lagos, these ferries are built for you, by you, and with your commitment and your contribution to us. It symbolizes better days ahead for us. As we launch them into our waterways, let us do with collective pride. Let's do this with collective pride and a sense of purpose. Let's see that another public asset that we need to take care of. Let's understand that once you enter the ferry, that there's another passenger that's coming right behind you. You don't need to keep it unwell. You don't need to keep it dirty. Please ensure that we keep it clean and safe, because there will be another passenger that will be coming right behind you. See it as part of your contribution into the public, goods, into the public assets that government has provided for you. Let us continue to strive for excellence in our collective endeavors. I think it's the former president of the U.S., Henry Ford, that once said that coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is work in progress. But working together, in his view and in our view, is success. We believe that we're on a journey of working together with new negotiations. We believe that we're on a journey and ensuring that all of the radicals around our team's agenda are being responsibly dealt with. In health and environment, just 2 days ago, we signed another MOU where we'll be doing over 2,500 waste conversion to electricity. It's a $140 million investment that is a foreign direct investment. These are some of the capabilities that we're trying to develop locally. We've got over 12,000 metric tons of waste that we generate on a daily basis. It's part of our cardinal deliverables under health and environment. In all of our hospitals, the new ones that we're doing, Massey Children's Hospital is going on well. The new General Hospital in Ozo will be nearing completion very soon. The massive hospital in Ketirinu is going on well, which is a massive, mental health hospital, and the will also is on track, is on budget, and other renovations that we're doing within our health institutions are going on. We have unbundled, the health access to ensure that health is not only accessible but affordable.
Oluwaseun Oshiyemi is the Commissioner for Transportation in Lagos State. During his address, he highlighted that the newly introduced ferries offer a more comfortable option compared to the current 20-passenger ferries operating on the waterways.
Testament to our collective commitment to enhancing the quality of life for all Lagos residents. This initiative is a bold step towards achieving a more efficient, sustainable and accessible transportation system, reflecting our unwavering dedication to progress and innovation. The Omnibus Ferries project is not just about improving transportation, it's about transforming how we live and move. It is about connecting communities, fostering economic growth, and reducing the stress and congestion that often characterize our daily commutes. These state-of-the-art ferries, with their modern amenities and safety features, will not only ensure passengers a comfortable and secure journey, but also herald a new era of convenience and efficiency in Lagos.
Lagos State currently manages a total of 7 terminals and jetties. Love Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
The one-month-long Lagos State Government annual ministerial press briefing to unveil projects and achievements of the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu-led administration 1 year into the second tenure has come to an end. The program saw ministries, departments and agencies in the state brief the media on their achievements in the last year, as well as plans for the coming years. The Commissioner for Information and Strategy, Gbenga Omotosho, said the government decided to resuscitate the annual event 3 years after it was suspended in order to keep Lagosians abreast with some of the projects which Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has executed since he returned for a second term in office.
Ahead of the first-year anniversary of the second tenure of the Babajide Sanwo-Olu-led administration, ministries, departments, agencies and parastatals of the Lagos State government besieged the Baguda Catholic Press Center in Alausa, Ikeja. For straight 1 month, they took turn to give account of stewardship of progress reports and achievements made into the lifespan of the renewed tenure of the Sanwo-Olu's led administration. Gbenga Omotosho is the Commissioner for Information and Strategy. He said the government decided to resuscitate the annual event 3 years after it was suspended in order to keep Lagosians abreast with some of the projects executed this second term in office. One after the other, the ministries interfaced with the gentlemen of the press, reeling out their achievements and plans for the coming years ahead of the one-year anniversary.
We have done quite a number of partnerships and collaborations within the last 1 year. Of note is the Lagos Commodities and Futures Exchange collaboration with the Lagos State Government, particularly under the Lagos Rice Mill Imota. So the partnership is such that it gives Lagos the room to be able to do so much around the rice mill.
In the last 1 year of the second term of the administration, the ministry stepped up its activities in its commitment to attract and sustain viable and vibrant investment and develop commercial, trade, industrial, and cooperative-based activities in the state. We sought to drive sustainable economic growth through improved business support policies and infrastructures to continue to attract foreign and domestic investments, and also to ensure that the equal growth of nanos and micro, small, and medium enterprises also thrived.
Healthcare, as we acknowledge, is not just an individual concern, but a collective responsibility. It requires the concerted effort of every sector of society, the government, the private sector, non-governmental organizations, and the public at large. Our administration, under the leadership of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, recognizes the critical role of health in the socio-economic development of our state. Healthy citizens are the backbone of a robust economy, and every step we take towards improving the healthcare is a step towards a more prosperous Lagos.
The program was held between April 23rd and May 28th.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're at a Lot Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. But we want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of like tell the African story.
have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Oyedoku. Bye-bye now.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide, because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what do you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from a family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, let me go make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well, I love book well, and I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates at what God put in you. That is not you.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff is asking the court to compel her husband to be responsible for the upkeep of their children.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this case is between Funmilayo Awo and Ezekiel Aridege. That's his son.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the incident will be headed back.
Are you a couple? Husband and wife? Yes. Married? When did you get married?
2013.
When did you stop living together?
5 years ago.
5 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I believe you understand English.
Yes.
If you have any challenge over anything that I say and you don't understand, let me know so that I can interpret it to you. That's why I'm standing here. I want you to be part of the process and understand what we are doing. You heard me very well. You understand what I'm saying? She has claim against you. You are no longer living together. 2 children, they are living with her.
Yes.
Of the marriage. Yes. What's the age of the children?
One is 10, one is 8.
10 years and 8 years old. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you are saying she left the house with the children when she was not feeling fine.
Yes, ma'am.
You heard that? That's why you left the house that time. That is in 2016. It was the mother, your mom, that came to take you away from the house that time because we're not feeling fine, so that she can take care of you. But it's saying since that time, she didn't come back to the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. And he has tried and even begged your mother to allow you to come back. But it's not so. Okay. Do you want to go back there? To him?
No.
No.
Because she have
You want her back in the house? Do you want to continue the relationship?
She has every right to decide what she wants to do.
You, I'm asking you, do you want her back?
I'm doing my best to make her back, but it is not to
She's not
respond.
Okay, so tell me the reason why you don't want to come back.
Wọ́n ti ilé ìtajà ọba, wọ́n ti kókó ń bẹ lẹ́yìn mi. After 2 months, tó kókó ń bẹ, ni mo mọ̀ pé kókó lẹ̀, wọ́n dẹ̀ lọ gba ilé. Ilé tó gbà wọ́n ti fẹ́ ànọ́dà obìnrin mi lọ sílé yẹn.
My lord, without her consent.
So where they were
Property
living
sale.
together as a couple,
Yeah.
he's no longer living there.
He now said he went to go
That you are somewhere else.
yeah, to get another apartment without her consent. And her load is still in the previous house.
Oh, my Lord, is
All your load is stayed in the
Yes.
previous house. Did you tell her when you were moving so that she can come and pack her things?
I don't.
Or did you help her pack her things and put somewhere for her to go and pick up?
Her load is still with me up to now.
They are still with you. So your load is still in his house up to now. So that means when you were leaving, you packed everything to the new place. So you want to take your things
I want to take it.
from the house.
Yes.
You don't want the marriage again. You heard that?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how can she take her things? When do you want her? You can send somebody down there.
I want her to. Maybe I want somebody to follow me to go and carry my load because she won't carry my load finish.
No.
Because when I come and carry, she have one wife before me.
Okay.
The person, ordinary single thing has limited inside the house.
But you knew he had a wife. You knew he had a wife before you married.
Yes.
Okay.
But she told my mommy that one at school 4 years before. After that one, go.
That one has gone.
4 years before.
So when you got there was nobody there.
There was nobody.
You know what? The bottom line is, you knew you used to have a wife.
Yes.
Before you married him.
Yes.
Then your marriage did not work. But you had 2 children for him.
Yes.
And you want him to take care of those children.
Yes.
Now he is saying that you've been contributing to the welfare and upkeep of the children.
Yes, ma'am.
Which I have documents to show for it. Can I see the documents?
I've dropped it somewhere in Ikeja then. But I have the evidence on my phone.
You have it on your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me see it. Doesn't matter. Your name is Awe Fumilayo Molade.
Yes. If you want to give me money.
Wait. On 17th did you start paying in January?
No. I've been paying all this while, but that's the little...
That's the latest one.
The latest one was on the 10th of March.
No, wait. What I have here. You have a GTB account?
Yes.
Of course, it's your husband. You know your GTB account because he's been paying to your GTB account. Are you aware?
Yes.
You know that. He paid January 17, he paid 5,000 naira.
Yes.
January 22, he paid another 5,000 naira. Yes. January 24, he paid 4,000 naira. February 8, 4,000 naira.
Yes, that's all.
No, it's bank statement I'm looking at. It's the evidence you see.
Yes.
So it's not that he wrote it out. Those are debit alerts that goes into your account. 8th of February, 4,000. 23rd of February, 5,000. That's 8th to 24th, that's just 9,000 naira that month. Then 28th, 1,000 naira. That's the balance of that 5,000 naira. Making 10,000.
Of course.
Then you went to 10th of March. You are laughing. You now made 4,000 naira. Look, you have 2 children with her. I'll commend you for making, at least putting something forward. But it's just that it's not enough. Do you understand me?
Okay.
I'll commend you for that. At least you know in your heart that these children, they must eat. And she will need the money to take care of them. But you see, we have average of 10,000 naira per month that goes into accounts. That's what you have here, right? Every month you try to make sure she has at least 10,000 naira from you.
More than that, ma.
I said at least.
Yes. Okay.
Least, minimum.
Yes, ma.
You make sure. Yes, I could see that as the money comes, that's the way you pay. At times 1,500, 2,000. It might be every day, 4,000, 2-3 days. You just keep sending. Yes, 3,000. Now, this is September, this is October. Last year, way back, you have been, What I want you to do is, how do you handle the school fees? You've been paying for the children. Let him talk. I'm talking to him. How have you been handling the children's school fees? What's the age of their children,
10 and 8.
Okay, I know you mentioned the 10 and 8. So, they are both in primary school.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how much is primary school? How much have you been paying?
Actually, on that aspect, my lord, what really happened was that when they started the school, I fixed them a private school.
Okay.
But sometimes when my business collapsed, I have to take them back to public school.
When you were still together?
Yes, exactly, ma'am. So, while they were still at government school, I always do my best and they are do fine.
I'm sure you hear everything he's saying. Yes. If you have any challenge, let me know. Yes. If anything is not clear, just tell.
So not till about 3 years ago, when a younger sister came up to render an assistance and took the children back to private school. And I told her blankly that I won't be able to cope with the school fees. That is why I sent my children to public school.
So since that time, is it the sister that has been paying until you parted? Was she the one paying,
Yes.
She came in to pay.
Yes.
Was she now paying until the two of you stopped living together? Or she paid for some time and stopped?
She's the one paying it up to now.
Up to now?
Yes.
So you are aware that the school fees has been paid up to date now?
Yes.
You've been to the school. The children are not owing school fees?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? Yeah, so she's still paying for that one?
Yes.
So your sister is paying for their school fees?
The plaintiff, Fumilayo Awe, claims she left her matrimonial home and she is not willing to return because her husband has already moved to another house with another woman. She alleges that her husband has not been taking responsibility over their children. The defendant, Ezekiel Aridegbe, is very surprised that his wife plans to abandon their marriage. He claims that he has not moved on with another woman and all effort to reconcile with his wife has not been successful. He denies the allegation that he has not been responsible for the upkeep of their children. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
Next time, do you have somebody that will pay for the school fees of your children?
She have already paid the school fees.
For the next time?
Yes.
So there's no problem there?
But
so, The
Wọ́n
children
fẹ́ kí
are
wọ́n
staying
máa
with her.
fi
Okay.
sílẹ̀
Upkeep
díẹ̀díẹ̀ because bó ṣe ń jẹun bó ṣe ń
and
ṣe
medical.
ọ̀rùn mi náà
I want you to look for one hospital. Do you have HMO or something?
No, ma.
Look for an hospital around their house.
Okay, ma.
Have agreement with that hospital.
Okay, ma.
Anytime the children are in the hospital, let them call you. You go there and sort out their medical bill.
Sorry, ma.
When you were living together,
I make a-
which hospital were you using?
We have a private hospital very close to where we are living. That private hospital. That is where she had the two children.